Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Origin of the Dragon in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, The Frostback Mountains. Cathiel took Alistair's hand. We can talk to her. I hope so, he said. He curled his fingers around hers. I can't be king. She kissed him, then started walking with him to Setida's room. Setida stood at a desk, going over a map with Jarath. Alistair started shaking his head the moment he walked in. You can't be serious, Alistair said. Setida sighed, then looked up at him. I am. Alistair, I know we are asking a lot. No, you don't. You are. He started to shake his head. She slammed her hands down on the desk and stared at him. Alistair Thurin, have you forgotten where we first met? Both Cathiel and Alistair recoiled. The kind, gentle leader who laughed alongside them was gone. Before them stood Commander Ejikin, Princess of Orzammar. No, Alistair said, his voice little more than a whisper. Jarath looked up from the map. Duncan saw strength in you. Strength enough that he was willing to risk the ire of a Grand Cleric. Was he wrong? Cathiel blinked, and looked at him. You think this is a good idea? Are you asking if I think Alistair could be a king to whom I would bend knee? He stared at Alistair for a moment, tilting his head as if considering the question. Yes. Setida nodded. You're a good man, Alistair. Do not underestimate yourself. He nodded slowly. Okay. He sighed. I mean, I'm not saying if some other option doesn't come up you shouldn't leap at it, but if this is really what it takes. She nodded, then gestured at the map. We are going to Denerim to pick up some more supplies. Then we are taking a ship to the Frostbacks, and heading into Orzammar. She gave a small shake of her head. I'd say you are about to get a solid course in how not to run a country. Setida waited until Cathiel and Alistair had left before turning back to Jarath. I know you have people in Denerim, but I have another task for you. She waited for him to nod. I spoke with a man named Levi Dryden. Seems there is an old warden stronghold named Soldier's Peak, dating all the way back to the Second Blight. It was abandoned about 200 years ago. You are hoping there is something left we can use. He raised an eyebrow. She nodded. We can part ways here, she said, pointing to a spot on the map. Who do you want with you? He considered a moment. Morrigan and Shale should be sufficient. Are you sure? She blinked. He nodded. Meet us at Orzammar. Any messages you need delivered in Denerim. I'd rather not have anyone looking towards the alienage. She nodded. Then she sighed. You and Morrigan. It a problem? He met her eyes calmly. Of course it was a problem, she just wasn't sure what kind of problem. I don't know. She looked at him. Are you even? She shook her head, and looked him over. Most of the time, it was easy to forget. He had a presence, even off the battlefield, that put the lie to his age. And yet sometimes, she'd look at him and see a boy so young he shouldn't be out of his mother's sight, let alone wearing a sword. Stone, take the sword away, and strangers could easily mistake him for 12. You are 15. She's somewhat older. Is that your only concern? As though that were not a big enough concern on its own. She's an apostate. And her motives for joining us are somewhat suspect. She leaned on the table and looked up at him. Do you trust her? No. Good. Setida stared at him for a moment longer, and then decided to drop the subject. It wasn't like she had room to criticize, after all. She was about to send him to retake a fortress. Of all her companions, he was the only one she was sure could do it. Stone, he had killed a dragon. Retaking Soldier's Peak isn't going to be easy. If it were easy, someone else would do it. I noticed you've been training with Alistair. You didn't strike me as particularly faithful. We've faced no shortage of darkspawn that can use magic. It seemed the sensible thing to do. Jarath shrugged. It doesn't have. I'm not a mage hunter, Win. But this is an opportunity to learn, and I will take it. I suppose that's a wise way to look at it. One is never done learning. Would you like me to ask Morrigan to teach you her trick? No. She actually looked surprised by the question. No. She shook her head. I think not. Wynne glanced back at where the witch was engrossed in a tome. You are quite taken with each other, aren't you? Jaroth sighed. It really hadn't taken long for the disapproving looks to start. You know about Morrigan and me? Well, she's hardly discreet. The way she looks at you, it's as though she's completely forgotten there's anything of you above the waist. He twitched a shoulder. That's part of her charm. I've noticed your blossoming relationship, and I wanted to ask you where you thought it was going. She is a cunning woman, a Maleficar. She will use you for her own ends. She said that like she wasn't doing much the same. Everyone tried to use everyone for their own ends. It was the way of the world. The only choice available was to find those whose ends were compatible with your own. There's more to us than that. I am telling you what I see, and what my instincts tell me. And even if the feelings you share are genuine, this affair may not be the best thing for either of you. You are a Grey Warden. You have responsibilities which supersede your personal desires. I know. He wondered how she could even question it. The woman had seen him fight demons and dragons in the name of their question. And she blinked in surprise. Oh. She nodded. You know. I am a Grey Warden, Wynne. He shrugged. Our stories don't have happy endings. Someday, the nightmares would come, and all that would be left would be a trip to the deep roads and one last battle. It was odd, sometimes, how much his life had changed since he'd first accepted his death and walked into the Arl's Manor. The last Grey Wardens in Ferelden. She sighed. So much is expected from you. It hardly seems fair, to any of you. I look at you sometimes, and you are so young. You face death every day, you know you are unlikely to live long. Her face grew concerned. Does it frighten you? Her tone was almost motherly. Had Duncan not recruited me, I would have been dead a year by this point. He shook his head. I suppose I fear only an ignominious death. She gave him a steady look. No, a quiet death is not for you. Your passing will be glorious, you will blaze like a falling star lighting up the night sky. Exactly. She was starting to sound like the spirit that occasionally appeared when he inadvertently entered the Fade. For a moment, he considered talking to her about it. But she'd likely insist on telling Setida or Lenore, and he still wasn't sure how he felt about what had happened. The first blight in 400 years, and here you are, the fulcrum on which it all turns. Whatever happens, you will become a legend. And if we should prevail, even if you die, you will live on in the memories of those you sacrificed everything for. I suppose that's all I could ask for, he said. She really did sound like the spirit. He wondered if it came from her being possessed. And perhaps one day they will forget, but it will not erase what you did. Every new day that they see, will be because of you. And nothing in this world will ever make that untrue. I will do what I have to, because it is my duty. It was hard to forget duty when it regularly showed up in dreams. Some days, he was actually nostalgic for the times when all it did was advise him to kill every other person he met. A Grey Warden through and through. Selfless to the last, devoted to those you protect. I am honored to have served with you. He sighed. You do realize this is all going to my head? She laughed. I see you've kept your sense of humor through all this. It will serve you well, in the coming days. Brynn followed Leliana as she came over to sit next to Wynne. I heard about. Leliana smiled at the older woman. What happened in I? She sighed. I don't really know what to say, but I feel like I need to say something. Sorry, perhaps. Wynne shook her head. I do not need sympathy, so do not feel obliged to give me comfort. We all die, Leliana, and we all know it. How is this different? Because. Leliana sighed. Because it's sooner. Is it really? I may die next year, or I may die tomorrow, shot through the heart by a bandit's arrow. I do not know for sure. She smiled. The constant fear of death is enough to take the joy out of anything, especially life. Do not worry for me, or for yourself. Death will take us when it wills, and till then, we shall live, truly live. Burhan laughed softly. Sometimes, Win, I think that you would have made an extraordinary keeper. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Win glanced at Leliana before looking back at Burhan. I meant to ask, what did you think of the temple and the urn? There was power there. What it means? He shook his head. I am not truly certain. Do you believe in the Maker? Burhan considered a moment, then lifted his hand. Creators. He held up his other hand. Maker. He pressed his hands together. I wonder if they are not simply two ways of looking at the same thing. Do you know Vir Tanadal? The way of the three trees. I do not, Win said. Leliana shook her head. Vir Asan. Fly straight and do not waver. Vir Borasan. Bend but never break. Vir Udalan. Together, we are stronger than the one. He folded his fingers together. You see one. I see together. Perhaps we look at the same thing. Win nodded. Had not considered that idea. She tapped her finger to her chin thoughtfully. I think I like it, Leliana said. Vir Udalan, together we are stronger than the one. We have each other, and we face only one archdemon. Burhan gave Win a respectful nod. Phelan Dingilan Amir Dinan, Inazal Ma Durdha. Sullen, Ma Saranas Ma La Durdha, Elgarnen. What does that mean? Win asked, her face clearly touched by his words. One day, Phelandin will guide you to death, and we will be blessed by what you have taught us. But in this moment, I am thankful to know you, and your wonderful spirit. Win's smile trembled. Leliana, turn around a moment, I'm going to kiss your young man. Leliana laughed, and put a hand over her eyes as Win pressed a kiss to Burhan's cheek. Zevran looked around the pile of dead darkspawn. Are ridiculously awesome. Don't get cocky. Set it aside, then rolled her eyes as he laughed. And not everything has to be an euphemism. They moved on, heading up into the mountains. Win shifted her pace to walk next to Alistair. Alistair, may I have a word? Of course, anything for my favoritist mage ever. It seems you and our dear Cathiel are inseparable these days. Joined at the hip, almost. Alistair gave her an almost wary look. That's a bit of an overstatement, don't you think? Well then, now that you're in an intimate relationship, you should learn about where babies really come from. Alistair nearly tripped over his own feet. Pardon. I know the Chantry says you dream about your babies and the good Fade spirits take them out of the Fade and leave them in your arms. Win gestured dramatically. But that's not true. Actually what happens is that when a girl and a boy really love each other Andraste's flaming sword. I know where babies come from. Alistair said, over the laughter of those within earshot. Do you? Do you really? I certainly hope so. Oh, all right then. Ah, look, you're all red and mottled. How cute. You did that on purpose. Now Alistair, why would I do such a thing? Because you're wicked. That frail old lady act? I'm so not fooled. I'm on to you now. He stomped off. Lenore snickered. Win, I think you might just be my hero. It was about an hour later before Alistair again matched his steps to Win. He nodded towards Jarath. So you know about him and Morrigan, right? You've heard. I think I know what are you talking about, yes. And you agree with it? You don't think that it's... Alistair frowned. Dangerous. Dangerous for whom? Her? Or him? Anyone. She's Maleficar. He shook his head. And rotten to the core. How can he even? He sighed. This can't be a good idea. She can't be a good influence on him. I will admit that the thought did cross my mind, several times. But look at it another way. Win smiled. Perhaps he will be a good influence on her. You know you are just too understanding about stuff like this. Can't you be more judgmental? I'm trying to rant, here. Win laughed. Oh, I'm sorry. You go ahead and rant, dear, and I'll just nod my head if you like. So you'll mess with me but... He stuck his lower lip out. You can't really be alright with them. I have spoken to the young man, if that makes you feel better. He sighed. He's going to be careful, right? Jiroth glanced back at them. Alistair. Alistair almost paled. Yes. Who here has killed a dragon? He sighed. You. And who had a dragon stand on him? He hung his head. Me. Jiroth glanced at Cathiel, and then back at Alistair. Perhaps you should think of that before pontificating on our respective relationships. Alistair blinked as Jiroth walked away. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Then he looked back at Wyn. He just insulted me, didn't he? I believe that I am not going to get involved in this particular conversation. Sedida watched Jiroth lead Morrigan and Shale off to the north, followed by Levi Dryden and his wagon. If they were lucky, Jiroth would uncover records, or perhaps even joining materials. Anything that would help them. The Grey Wardens knew more of Darkspawn lore than the dwarves did. She sighed. Such as how to actually kill an archdemon. She turned back to the others, and gestured for them to keep moving. Denerim awaited. You must know that murder is wrong, I assume. I'm sorry. Zevran raised an eyebrow at Wyn. Are you speaking to me? That is why you wish to leave your crows. A crisis of conscience. Wyn nodded to him. He rolled his eyes a little. Yes, that is exactly it. Wyn narrowed her own eyes. Joke if you wish, but I have the feeling that deep down you regret the life you have lived. It's true. Zevran let out a long-suffering sigh. I regret it all. Must you be such a child? Are you incapable of a single, serious conversation? Wyn glared. I know. Zevran nodded. I am terrible and it makes me sad. He gave her a hopeful look. May I rest my head in your bosom? I wish to cry. Immediately Wyn folded her arms across said bosom. You can cry well away from my bosom, I'm certain. Did I tell you I was an orphan? I never knew my mother. Zevran batted his eyes. Oh you poor dear. Lenore couldn't quite stop herself from smiling. Come here. She held her arms open. Zevran immediately moved to rest his head on her bosom. Egad. I give up. Wyn threw up her hands. Zevran made a tisk sound under his breath. Look at you. Your weary stance, the dark circles under your eyes. Poor man, all this constant walking has gotten to you. Do you know what you need? Braska chuckled. A good night's rest, maybe. Zevran exchanged a look with Lenore. The mage smiled. I think you could use more than that. Zevran smiled. Yes. I'm thinking more drastic measures are called for, in fact. He put his hand on Braska's left shoulder. Lenore put her hand on his right shoulder. Indeed. With so much fighting, one does need to see to their health. Zevran grinned. My thought is this, we retire to your tent and I show you the sort of massage skills that one only learns growing up in an Antivan whorehouse. Why, Zevran, that sounds like a marvelous idea. And you know what else he could use? Some wine and peeled grapes. I like the way you think, my dear lady. Braska chuckled. That sounds good to me. Zevran looked over his head at Lenore. A willing victim it is. He looked back at Braska. And if I might ask, if the opportunity to proceed past the massage should present itself. You know how these things can get, Lenore said. I'm sure I'll think of something, Braska said, putting an arm around each of them. Zevran grinned. Then why are we still talking? That is a very good question, Lenore said. Braska ran his fingers through Zevran's hair. Zevran grinned up at him. See? I knew this would happen eventually. I should have warned you right from the moment you refused to kill me. It was inevitable. Lenore giggled. Here I thought I seduced the two of you. Zevran smiled with delight. Oh-ho. Aren't you the saucy little minx, then? He grinned at Braska. We've been used, and I wasn't even aware of it. A masterpiece. Broska pulled Lenore to him for a kiss, and then winked at Zevran. She's practically a public menace. So then, as the priestess so famously said to the handsome actor, what now? Broska sat up a bit. I was about to ask you the same thing. Zevran shrugged. Allow me to make it simple for you, my Grey Wardens. What comes next is entirely up to you. I was raised to take my pleasures where they could be found, for they do not come very often. I shall ask nothing more of you than you are willing to give. That sounds fine by me, Lenore said. She brushed a hand through her hair. I must admit, we have come very far from those early days when I tried to kill you and you decided not to kill me. He chuckled. Fate is such a tricky whore, isn't she? So, my question is. Broska gave Lenore a glance. Where did you learn that little trick with the electricity? Lenore gave him a coy look. A lady never reveals her secrets. Sedida sat back and listened with a smile. Burhan strummed the lute expertly while he and Leliana sang. They sang the same melody, only Leliana sang it in the common tongue while Burhan sang it in Elvish. The effect was hauntingly beautiful. I feel sun. Through the ashes in the sky. Where's the one? Who will guide into the night? Maker. Cathiel shook her head when they finished. In any other time, you two would have nobles clamoring to be your patrons. My mother would have. She sighed. She'd have loved to hear you perform that at her spring salon. Tell us about your mother. Leliana smiled at her warmly. Eleanor Cousland. Cathiel leaned into Alistair. Though she was Mac Ian Raig before Dash. Leliana sat up. Eleanor Mac Ian Raig. She stared. Your mother was the Eleanor Mac Ian Raig. Cathiel laughed. None other. Should we know that name? Sedida raised an eyebrow. The most skilled daughter of the Storm Giant, a fearsome raider who plied the Storm Coast. Leliana spread her hands. She took her first warship at 15, and was so feared among the Orlshians that they took to calling her the Sea Wolf. She fought in the rebellion. Leliana sighed. It was so romantic. They wrote a song about her parents. And when I won my first archery tournament, my mother made me swear to shoot anyone I heard singing it. Cathiel laughed. Teach me it later. Burhan raised an eyebrow at Leliana. Of course. Leliana smiled brightly. My mother's ship, the Mistral, was one that came to answer King Merrick's call. Cathiel rubbed her thumb into her palm. The Orlshians intended to take Denerim back by sea. The ship's crew was reinforced by soldiers led by Bryce Cousland. Together, they destroyed a dozen Orlshian vessels. My father proposed to her at King Merrick's coronation. She smiled fondly. He tried to sing all 10 verses of the song to her, but she was threatening to keelhaul him by verse 3. She looked down, and Alistair put his arm around her shoulders. She sighed, then looked up at Sedida. What about your mother? A diplomat. Sedida smiled. Harrowmont used to say that my father wielded an axe and my mother wielded words, and of the two she was the more dangerous. She looked down at her hands. She was poisoned when I was 4, and never fully recovered. She died 3 years later. She looked up. What about you, Lenore? Well, I'm originally a Marcher, rather than a Fereldan, though I've lived here most of my life. Kirkwall, to be specific. My parents were nobles there. But my magic manifested when I was 5, and I was taken to the tower. Lenore shrugged. I have a few vague memories, but no more. Someone told me that my mother disappeared and my father fled with my siblings after the others were found to have magic as well. No one knows what became of them. She sighed. I don't even know my siblings' names. Maker. Cathiel sighed. It's possible we all have some issues. Griffin ran off as soon as they entered the market. Cathiel sighed. I suppose he's just going off to do some shopping. We should do the same, Alistair said. You need arrows, yes. Always. And I think your shield is about done for. He nodded, and they started walking towards the shop of Sedida's friend. They were halfway there when Griffin ran back to them, followed by a young boy. Puppy. Cathiel sighed, and looked at the dog. Maker. Where did you get that? Griffin wagged his tail and barked. If he comes with us, he's going to have to fight Darkspawn. The Maberry looked back at the boy, then looked at Cathiel and barked again. I know he's too young. That's my point. The dog went to his belly and whined. Then you should return him to his parents, yes. Griffin woofed, and then walked off dejectedly. Alistair shook his head slowly. Wasn't that one of Golden's children? All the more reason not to let Griffin keep him. What was that about children? Setida asked, glancing up at Sten. What were they doing? It did not look like it served any purpose. They were playing. That word means nothing to me. Setida laughed. You were a child once, you must remember it. Yes. I remember days spent in study. They must play sometimes. Why? He looked genuinely confused. They're children. It's what they do. Your priests clearly should have spent more time training you. Setida sighed. Parents teach children to be adults, not priests. Parents. Are you speaking nonsense on purpose? If you insist on speaking, use real words. She blinked, then considered a moment. What do Qunari call people with children? Tamasrans. But the Imkari are not theirs. They belong to the Qunari, not the priesthood. She nodded. At least that made some sense. So they're raised by priests, but they belong to everyone. Yes. An interesting method. She frowned over a selection of breastplates, and offered one to him. But play can be used for training, as well. What do you mean? He examined the breastplate, then gave it a nod of approval. She paid the merchant. When I was very young, Trian would play a game with me. He would ask me a question about our history. If I answered correctly, I got a point. If I did not know the answer, he received a point. If, at the end of the game, he had more points, I lost, and he would send me off to the Shape Rate to learn and do better next time. But, if I had more points, I won, and he would take me down to the armory and give me a lesson in sword play. He made training a game, and I loved him for it. Sten considered a moment. You are very good with a sword. She laughed. And I can recite dry, dwarven histories that would bore even you to tears. But there were stories of battles as well, and tactics, and what separated a good leader from a poor one. By learning from the mistakes of the past, we can do better in the future. Trian was your priest. No. He was my brother. We had the same parents. Our father was Endrin, king of Orzammer. Trian was elder by some years, and would often see to my training when our father was busy with matters of state. I see. He did well. Thank you. This looks like the place, Braska said, glancing back at Bruhan and Leliana. What's the plan? A polite chat, Bruhan said, touching the hilt of his axe. Lenore laughed. We'll follow your lead then. Leliana went to the door, and opened it. Inside was a beautiful woman, dressed in fine clothes. Several armed men stood about the room. The woman stood and smiled. Leliana. So lovely to see you again, my dear. Leliana shook her head. Spare me the pleasantries. I know Yuri. Marjolaine waved a dismissive hand. Oh, you must excuse the shabby accommodations. I try to be a good host, but you see what I have to work with. She sniffed. This country smells like wet dog. Everywhere. I cannot get the smell out. Even now it is my hair, my clothes. She wrinkled her nose. Ugh. Why did you send assassins after Leliana? Bruhan asked. Marjolaine gave him a distasteful look before turning her gaze back to Leliana. So businesslike, your companion. You framed me, had me caught and tortured. I thought that in Ferelden, I would be free of you, but it seems I am not. She shook her head. What happened to make you hate me so? Why do you want me dead so badly? Marjolaine's face became amused. Dead? Nonsense. I know you, my Leliana. I know what you are capable of. 5 men. She gestured dismissively. You can dispatch easily. She folded her arms, her voice smug. They were sent to give you cause to come to me. And see? Here you are. Burhan found himself wanting to simply step forward and punch the woman in the face. He smirked. You could have just sent a letter. Marjolaine looked at him with open disgust this time. Leliana shook her head. Ignore what she says. She is lying. I know how she works. Lasa Gilan, Ma Vihanan, Burhan replied. He saw Marjolaine's lips twist into a sneer at the Elvish. What are you up to, Marjolaine? Why are you in Ferelden? She shrugged, and her eyes narrowed. In truth? You have knowledge that you can use against me. For my own safety, I cannot let you be. She scoffed. Did you think I did not know where you were? Did you think I would not watch my Leliana? Her tone grew mocking. What is she up to? I thought. The quiet life, the peasant cloths, hair ragged and messy like a boy. Marjolaine shook her head. This is not her. You were planning something, I told myself. So I watched. She narrowed her eyes. But no letters were sent. No messages. You barely spoke to anyone. Clever, Leliana, very clever. You almost had me fooled. But then you left the chantry, so suddenly. What conclusion should I draw? You tell me. Burhan exchanged a look with Leliana. Surely this woman had to be kidding. A blight was in the making, and she thought she was that important? You think I left because of you? You think I still have some plan for? Leliana shook her head. For revenge? You are insane. Paranoid. The blight is what concerns Leliana now. This time she actually spoke to him. Oh, is that what you think? She smirked. If I were you, I would believe nothing she says. Not a one. She will use you. You look at her and you see a simple girl, a friend, trusting and warm. It is an act. I am not you, Marjolaine. I left because I didn't want to become you. Once again Marjolaine's voice became mocking. Oh, but you are me. You cannot escape it. No one will understand you the way I do, because we are one and the same. Do you know why you were a master manipulator, Leliana? It is because you enjoyed the game, you reveled in the power it gave you. You cannot change or deny this. Burhan shook his head. There was nothing simple about his nightingale. I trust Leliana, no matter what you say. She smiled at him. Thank you. She looked back at Marjolaine. You will not threaten me or my friends again, Marjolaine. I want you out of my life, forever. Burhan rested his hand on his axe. She means go away. Leave Ferelden. Go back to Orlais and never return. What you do is no longer my concern. I see. I will go, for now. But you carry a dangerous secret of mine, Leliana. It is not over. Not for us. Sure you don't want me to just set her on fire? Lenore asked casually. We could have our resident crow poison her, Braska offered, gesturing at Zevran. Or I could call up a few of my Carta buddies. Burhan touched his axe and gazed at Marjolaine, pretending for a moment that he was Jarath. Aardin Nuvanin Enadin, Lenalas Lathden. Se Telnadas. Durtharama. He looked over at Braska. I think, if this Shem comes near Ma Sa Lath, I will skin her and leave her to Fenharil. His smile was savage. Mahalam. Go. She looked at them, and went. The other three bid them farewell, saying something about looking for pearls. Burhan turned to Leliana. She's gone. I don't know what to think. She said it wasn't over. She sighed. No, she was lying. She won't come back. He put an arm around her, and she leaned into him for a moment. If she does, we'll just sick Jarath on her and watch. Leliana laughed. What does Ma Sa Lath mean? He kissed her. My one love. Say it again. Ma Sa Lath. He kissed her. Ma Vihananera. He kissed her again. I love you too. She kissed him. My Vihanan. So how do landships work exactly? Lenore asked. Magic, Burhan said. I get that, but what kind of magic? Keeper magic. He shrugged. I don't know. I'm not a mage. He offered another of the roots to Braska. He took it gratefully, his face pale. Sedita seemed to be doing better, but not by a lot. What did it mean, what you said to the annoying woman? Lenore asked. I mean, I assume they were threats. What does? She furrowed her brow in memory. Mahalam mean. You are finished? What's the one you use whenever anything stabs you? Finethys. He chuckled. Wolf shit. Durgan Len. Child of the Stone. Oh, I like that one. Durgan Len. What about the thing you called Jiroth that time? Elvain alas. Burhan sighed. Dirt elf. Oh. That wasn't nice. She frowned. What about the other thing you call him? Demi. Little Blade. See, there are so many ways one could take that, Zevran said. Burhan sighed. Da'asan and Demi are generally used as affectionate terms for children learning to be warriors and hunters. What about? Lenore. Yes. If I tell you a story, will you stop asking questions? Lenore considered a moment, then shook her head. I'm holding out for you singing again. You have a wonderful voice. He considered a moment, then smiled and began to sing. Leliana snuggled into him as he did, sighing contentedly. Lenore listened with her eyes half closed. When the song died away, she brightened. What's that about? He laughed. It's called Soladin. Endure it. He shrugged. Journeys are long when made alone, and you must leave when you are no longer welcome. But if you are certain, the path will take you home, and you will again find joy. Sing another. This time, he opted for a lullaby. It seemed to do the trick. Might I offer you a bit of advice, my good friend Alistair? I like my hair the way it is, thank you. Truly? As you wish. Zevran gave him a dubious look. Though my advice is regarding something else completely. It has to do with your recent. He shrugged. Exertions with your fellow Grey Warden that I overheard. My. Alistair turned bright red. Oh. It did seem as if you just got going when all grew quiet. You are. Zevran actually looked concerned. Feeling all right, yes? Perhaps you are tired. We aren't talking about this, are we? Did I hit my head? I have some roots from home that you may chew if you need energy. As for volume, perhaps you ought to try arching your... Whoa. Whoa. Awkward. You Feraldens are so finicky. How will you ever learn how to pleasure each other unless you talk about it? Not listening. La 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 la. Alistair put his hands over his ears. Cathiel shook her head. Lenore, will you please come get your elf before I shoot him? Lenore giggled. Actually, if you really want to increase your... Braska. Make them stop. Lenore raised an eyebrow at Cathiel. You've been sitting there looking like you want to say something for 10 minutes now. I'm trying to figure out how to ask something without you poking fun at me for it. Cathiel, darling sister. Lenore grinned. There is nothing you can say that I won't poke fun at, so you might as well just ask. Fair point. Cathiel chuckled. Do you? She took a deep breath. Do mages use magic during sex? Only if they are doing it right. Lenore grinned, and then her smile faded. No. We don't. Cathiel blinked. Lenore sighed. Templars don't like having magic used on them. Why would? Cathiel blinked. Oh, Lenore. I was one of the lucky ones. Lenore leaned back against the tree. Cullen. She swallowed. He and I became friends young, and used to play chess together. He proved during training that he's a really good fighter, so. Lenore shrugged. Being as I was Cullen's girl, none of the Templars got more than handsy. And I had Irving, so. But you and Cullen. She frowned. The man in the cage had been horrible to Lenore. He'd even punched Burhan for trying to help him. The Cullen you met and the Cullen I knew are different people. Lenore shook her head. She bit her lip, and then shook her head. I don't want to talk about it. She looked up at Cathiel. What brought the question on? She waggled an eyebrow. You want to try it? Cathiel nearly choked. No. She shook her head. No. Not that. She ran a hand down her face. You did that on purpose. Lenore laughed. You and Alistair are so adorable when you blush. She shrugged. Yes. I sometimes use magic during sex. There are actually several different kinds of spells that can be used. She chuckled. And sometimes spells happen whether you intend them or not, if things are going really good. And you, Braska, and Zevran are. Cathiel shook her head. Maker, what do you do with all those elbows? She looked up at Lenore. Do not answer that. Jarath met them at the dock. Sedita grinned at him. Find anything. We retook the fortress, so we have an additional base of operations now. The Drydens are relighting the forges there, they claim it's good dwarven engineering. He shrugged. Found some books, notes, and other things. Not as much as I'd like, the library was in ruins. Any trouble? Not really, just some ghosts and demons. Most people define that as trouble, Burhan observed, helping Braska onto the dock. Jarath shrugged. No joining materials. Set it aside. I suppose it was too much to hope. What kind of notes? Might be best to talk about that in a place with more privacy. She nodded. Let Lenore take a look when we make camp. Her gaze went to the mountains. We've still got some walking to do, people. Leliana actually jumped slightly when he put a hand on her shoulder. Oh, hello. She smiled at him, but it did not meet her eyes. Is there something you wanted to talk about? Burhan shook his head. No, I thought you looked like you wanted to talk, though. It's. She sighed. It's nothing. I'm fine. I'm just thinking. Do share. I can't get what happened out of my head. I'd been in Lothering for years and she still thought I was plotting against her. Ma Vihanen. She didn't trust me. Maybe she never did. She loved me when she could use me and control me, and now that she can't, she wants me dead. She leaned into him. She sighed. It hurt to realize that I never really knew her. Is there anything I can do? You are already helping so much by listening to me. She sighed. I knew she was ruthless, but I didn't know how far she could go. She shook her head. She is self-serving, cruel. She gestured angrily. She uses people, then discards them, but that's how she survives in the life she leads. She pulled away, then turned to look at him. What if she's right? What if we're the same? She sighed again. I should have just stayed in the chantry. He caressed her cheek. We would never have met, if you hadn't. She shook her head. You don't understand. I forgot my life as a bard while I was in the cloister. I felt safe. I didn't have to watch my back all the time. She ran a hand through her hair, and her voice became angry. That's what made Marjolaine the person she is, don't you see? It ruined her, it will ruin me too. Even now, I feel some regret at not ending her life, in order to protect my own. There's nothing wrong with that. Isn't there? It's the first step down this dark path. First thought, then action. She wrapped her arms around herself. What we're doing. She looked around. What we've done hunted men down, killed them, part of me loves it. It invigorates me and this scares me. She bit her lip. I feel myself slipping. He pulled her to him. You are a good person, Ma Vihanen. You always will be. How can you be so sure? He smiled at her. Evil doesn't worry about not being good. That. She laughed softly. That is true. She kissed him. I can always trust you to show me things from a different perspective. She drew away, but smiled. I would like to be alone, for now. I have many things to consider. Thank you, for listening. He nodded, and gave her a small bow. You are never alone, Ma Vihanan. He walked back to camp. Chapter 22, The Situation in Orzammar. Sedida blinked when Jarath sat down a few feet from her and gave her a level look. This is the third night you've stood a long watch. Trouble sleeping? We will be at the Great Gate tomorrow. My father once said that home is the place where they know you, and welcome you anyway. His eyes met hers. You aren't going home, are you? She sighed. No. She looked at him for a moment, then sighed. I suppose that's why you didn't mind missing the trip to Dinarum. He shrugged. Perhaps one day, Soldier's Peak will be home. It's a nice fort. He met her eyes. You should get some sleep. Tomorrow will be hard enough for you. I'll be. Sedida. He narrowed his eyes. Yes. Get some sleep. That's an order. She laughed softly. Is this a mutiny? It will be if you don't get rid of those circles under your eyes. He nodded at the Qunari watching them. And I'm pretty sure Sten's going to take my side on the issue. Very likely, Sten said. Fine. You two have the watch. In the off chance a problem arises we can't handle, we'll awake you with the sound of our girlish screams. He didn't even bat an eye. She tossed a dirt clod at him and headed for her tent. About time a warden showed. Loghain sends his regards. Sedida sighed. Braska grinned up at Jarath. Got 10 silver, says I kill one before you do. Before Jarath could respond, a fireball exploded in the midst of their attackers, followed by the earth beneath their feet exploding and sending them flying. Braska turned to glare at Lenore, and then Morrigan. You mind? I was trying to gamble. Lenore sighed. Fine, I have 10 silver, says the next thing we end up fighting Stabsbruhin. Braska snorted. Like I'd take that bet. Sedida wasn't sure what the string of Elvish meant, but she heard Wynne express a desire to wash a certain mouth out with soap. The great gate was closed, and a troop of guards stood before it. A human man in fine clothes and a small entourage was arguing with the guard. Sedida sighed as she recognized the guard. This was not going to be fun. Vieta. The guard's voice rang out. This land is held in trust for the sovereign dwarven kings. I cannot allow entry at this time. The human man drew himself up self-righteously. King Loghain demands the allegiance of the Deshur or lords or whatever you call them in your assembly. I am his appointed messenger. Braska glanced back at Sedida and raised an amused eyebrow. Sedida shook her head and let out a small laugh. Well, at least she could be sure Loghain wasn't about to get cooperation from Orzammar, with this idiot acting as his diplomat. The guard glared. I don't care if you're the king's wiper, Orzammar will have none but its own until our throne is settled. Sedida strode forward. I have important business in Orzammar. The human gave her a haughty look. None more important than mine. The guard gave her an apologetic look. Your business will wait. Orzammar must. He looked at her again. Wait, look at me. You're the exile. This begins with you. Sorrow finished what your kinslaying started. Your father is dead. The human snickered. Kinslayer? Oh, you're not getting in. Sedida sighed. My brother's death was a complicated matter. Scorn filled the guard's voice. Your conviction and guilt were entered into assembly records. I suggest you leave and not compound this tragedy. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Jarath shift and raise an eyebrow at her. She gave a slight shake of her head. I am a Grey Warden. This treaty obliges Orzammar to aid me. Outrage filled the messenger's face. The wardens killed King Kaelin and nearly doomed Ferelden. They're sworn enemies of King Loghain. That last bit, at least, he had right. Sedida offered the treaty to the guard. He looked it over carefully, his face a bit bemused. Well, that is the royal seal. That means only the assembly is authorized to address it. Grey Warden, you may pass. What? The messenger started gesticulating wildly. She's a traitor. And a kinslayer. You said it yourself. He spat and blustered. In the name of King Loghain I demand that you execute this stain on the honor of Ferelden. Sedida rounded on him, and he stumbled backwards, nearly falling to the ground beneath her glare. "Run to your false king. The dwarves will not hear him today." "You." The man shook his head. "You'll hear of this. King Loghain will see you quartered." The guard actually smirked as he watched the messenger run off. "You are free to enter Orzammar, Grey Warden, though I don't know what help you will find." She saw the look of awe on Lenor's face as the mage walked through the Hall of Heroes. They were nearly to the door when a dwarf in the robes of a scholar stepped out from behind a statue. He blinked, and surprise filled his face. "My!" He bowed. "Your Highness! You live. We heard what happened." He walked towards her. "It was an injustice. My master is writing another book about the Egickans. He believes that Prince Belen set you up." She nodded. "He did set me up." The scholar drew himself up proudly. "My master has not forgotten how you defended him from Brunton Volney." He glanced at the door, then gave her an encouraging smile. "May Orzammar be kinder to you than the last time you walked the roads." He crossed his wrists and gave her a formal bow before walking away. Cathiel watching him go. She shook her head. "How many people here are going to recognize you?" Broska snorted. "Most of them. I don't think really comprehend who she was to Orzammar." "There will be plenty who don't know me anymore," Setida said. Broska gave her a considering look. "I suppose you are right. You ain't as soft as you were last time you walked these halls." "Cathiel, shoot him," Setida said as she walked to the door. She glanced over her shoulder. "Zevran, mind fetching Lenore?" She sighed. "And maybe remind her not to touch the lava." They watched the fight. Cathiel watched Setida. She could tell their leader recognized the combatants. She could also tell that their leader was absolutely furious, and hiding it well. She glanced at Jarath, and the elf gave her a nod. He'd noted it too. Best be on guard. She wanted to offer some words of comfort. It couldn't have been easy on Setida to learn this way that her father was dead. A guardsman dispersed the combatants. He started to turn away, then he looked at them and his eyes widened. "Exile, you were not to show your face here again. I have enough crime to deal with, I shouldn't have to dump you back in the deep roads." Cathiel watched Setida stare him down calmly. Her voice was calm, polite, and very similar to how her father had sounded just before handing down a sentence. "I have a new house. The Grey Wardens." The guard fidgeted slightly, then managed to find a bit of nerve. "That's right, you found pity topside. The Wardens should have better sense when choosing allies." He shook his head. "Surfacers and their cloud-addled heads. Fine, oh illustrious Grey Warden, what do you want?" "The Blight is coming and I need Orzammar's assistance." "Surface problems. Well, we have no king to hear you. You can join the shouting at the assembly in the Diamond Quarter, if you want." He walked away muttering. "Bunch of Desher lords bickering over sand. Belen, Harrowmont." He shook his head. "Is one so different? No paragons here." Setida jerked her head, and they followed her. They'd made it halfway down the steps when Broska saw a woman run towards them. He pushed past the others and met her at the bottom of the steps, hugging her tightly. Rika stepped back, looking him over. "I can't believe it. I heard Grey Wardens had come to Orzammar and I couldn't help but hope." She hugged him again. "Look at you. My little brother, the returning hero. And with quite the unusual entourage." He laughed. "Rika? Is that you under all those jewels? Can you imagine? As of last month, I'm a royal concubine to House Egican. They've moved mother and me into the palace. You could fit our whole neighborhood just in the bathing room. I wish you could meet little Endrin. But they don't let me bring him outside the royal nursery." Broska blinked. "A royal concubine? To who?" "Prince Belen. Can you believe it? Now you see why I didn't tell you. It just seems so amazing. My son is an Egican. The future king of Orzammar spends his nights in my bed. Birat was a toad, but I have to thank him for teaching me to read, dance, massage, and whatever else Belen sees in me. But..." Broska felt a slight chill. Belen poisoned his father and killed his brother. Rika shook her head, and touched his shoulder reassuringly. That's a horrible, vicious lie. Belen told me all about it. Lord Harrowmont always favored Belen's sister, the one who murdered Trian. Belen thinks Harrowmont set the whole thing up to frame him. Then he had the gall to whisper these things to the dying king. When the king sent him away. She sighed. Belen cried for weeks. Tell me you don't believe these horrible rumors. Braska glanced over at Setida. You named your son Endrin. Setida asked quietly. Rika nodded. I wish the old king had lived long enough to see his grandson. Setida closed her eyes for a moment. So do I. Rika turned back to Braska. Oh, brother, where are your manners? Introduce me to your friends. Braska swallowed and introduced the wardens, leaving Setida for last. Setida spoke before he could name her. Does Belen treat you well? Rika smiled and gave a contented sigh. He treats me like a queen. It's been a little scary, I have to confess. Some people are so angry with him. She shook her head. They'd come after us if they could. I had to sneak out to meet up with my brother. I'm sorry. She smiled at Setida. I didn't catch your name. Setida pretended not to hear the question. Braska's nephew, future king of Orzammar. Perhaps the dwarves will rise to glory again after all. Braska gave Setida a startled glance as Rika started speaking again. But this isn't why you're here, is it? What's wrong? All the news from the surface says terrible things are happening. Darkspawn attacks and a civil war among the humans. A new blight is beginning. Ancestors save us. I was afraid you'd say that. I hate this. Until there's a king, the assembly would let the world collapse rather than bow to anyone's better judgment. But. She nodded. I'm Belen's concubine now. I know his chief lieutenant, Vartag Gavorn. He can help you if anyone can. Braska glanced at Setida again, who nodded. Great. Take us there. Rika led them towards the diamond quarter. He may be suspicious at first. Don't take it personally. It's been so hard to tell who's against us. Vartag's eyes went wide as they entered. He stared at Setida. I heard you had returned to us, exile. What insult do you mean by coming here? Setida merely shrugged. I never got to congratulate my brother on his rise to power. It's difficult to believe that. After you left, many cruel accusations fell on Belen. He could only assume they came from you. Why should he trust you now? Setida merely smiled. It's part of the game. He won. I have a treaty compelling Orzammar to aid against a blight. I have seen this treaty in the Shaper's libraries. But it is only the king it compels, and your father has unfortunately passed. If you seek Belen's help, he can only give it from the throne. And only if no one stands in the way of his getting there. At least that would keep it in the family. If you wish to convince me of your goodwill, you'll have to show you've put the past behind you. Setida nodded. If Belen promises me troops, I'll help him take the throne. So you really have thrown your lot in with the surface. Very well. As long as you understand that Orzammar is Belen's. I will allow you the chance to prove it. What must I do? Harrowmont has been buying the votes of every Desher he can turn, but he is running out of promises. Recently, he offered the same estate to both Lady Dace and young Lord Helmi. He hopes the vote will pass before he has to pay up. I have the promissory notes, but they know of my loyalties to Belen. If you, on the other hand, brought them this evidence. He looked her over. They know you have little love for your brother and will believe you. Prove your loyalty and perhaps you'll get the reunion you desire. I'll find Lady Dace and Lord Helmi right now. Lady Dace doesn't leave the quarter much. But Lord Helmi's adventurous, likes to spend his time at tapsters. He wrinkled his nose. In the commons. Remember, don't tell them you got these papers from me. You learned of them and drew your own conclusions. Braska bit his lip as Vartag walked away. Rika was still staring at Setida. I remember you now. Her voice was small. At the palace. She swallowed. You looked different then. Sedida closed her eyes, and inhaled, going still for a long moment. She opened her eyes, and looked towards Braska. These papers are undoubtedly a forgery. Whatever else Harrowmont is, he is an honest man. Braska glanced at Rika. So what do you intend to do? Rika paled again. Talk to Harrowmont first. Then decide. Braska. Sedida turned towards Rika. Rika, I'll do everything I can to keep little Endrin out of harm's way. But we must do what is best for Orzammar and Ferelden. If. Rika nodded. If you'll excuse me. She ran out. Braska, do you want to follow her? Sedida asked. Braska shook his head. Give her a moment to calm down, catch her breath. I think she may actually love Belen. But he was confident she wouldn't sell them out. Sedida sighed. Yeah. Love does have a way of complicating matters. They walked out of the assembly to find another dwarven noble walking towards them. This one bowed. Lord Harrowmont sends his greetings, exile. He was surprised to see you back here. Sedida gave an annoyed sigh. I have a treaty obliging Orzammar to aid against a blight. That may be, and that is a terrible risk for the surface. But even if the world would end tomorrow, Lord Harrowmont cannot ignore Belen today. He cannot afford to trust anyone of unproven loyalties. Sedida took a step towards him. Stop playing games. This treaty compels you to help. He drew back from her. You're asking the king of Orzammar to send armies to the surface, but Orzammar has no king and we have no army. Right now, the men who should be fighting Darkspawn are brawling in the street. If this situation is not resolved, we face civil war. If you want Lord Harrowmont's time now, you'll have to prove you have no intention of turning against him later. She shook her head. So you would make the whole world wait. If you wish to show you have no loyalty to Belen, then work against him in Harrowmont's name. Belen is hosting a proving today, supposedly to honor his father's memory. The Deshers take it very seriously. And unfortunately, Belen found some way to blackmail or intimidate House Harrowmont's best fighters into stepping down. Sedida narrowed her eyes, then shook her head, her face almost amused. Do you want me to find out why your fighters dropped out? That would be. He shrugged. Enlightening, though I hope you won't pry too deeply into things they don't wish revealed. If you wish to show your loyalty, enter the proving as his lordship's champion. With your reputation, and your order's reputation, I've no doubt the ancestors would favor your arm. Zevran chuckled. And this is to be your king? One who cannot keep his own men from running like frightened children. Dulin sneered. Lord Harrowmont does not use threats or intimidation to motivate his men. He leads by example. Ah, I see. So it's his example they follow as they cower from this Prince Belen. How dare you slander Lord Harrowmont? Dulin started to put a hand on his blade, and froze when Braska stepped to Zevran's side. Why should we ally ourselves to someone too scared to even grant us an audience? Zevran asked, glancing at Braska. I see what you mean. Were I you, I would seek a stronger king than this Harrowmont. Dulin stared at them, then looked towards Sedida. Surely you don't mean Belen. Sedida watched him for a moment. Then her voice came, quiet but firm. I'm sorry, but I cannot support you. Then you and I have nothing more to say. Braska stared at Sedida again. Jarotha's voice broke the silence. In a city of stone, I can't imagine reeds doing so well. No. They don't. Harrowmont is a good man. An honorable man. But not a strong man. Not a king. Sedida's smile was bitter. If he were. She shook her head. No use reliving the past. For better or worse, Belen is the king Orzammar needs right now. Cousin Braska, let's go find Lady Dace. Cathiel shook her head. Sedida. Sedida turned to look at her. Yes. Belen betrayed you. He. She shook her head. I don't understand. Sedida sighed, and looked from her to Alistair. Stone, but I hope you never do. She shook her head. Cathiel, let's just say that Howe would find himself right at home in the assembly. Ferelden has honor. Orzammar has Deshers. I spent half my life keeping assassins from killing my brother, and the only one I missed was my other brother. If Orzammar is to survive. She sighed, and looked towards the royal palace. Then it needs Belen. But, believe me Cathiel, I like this far less than you do. Harrowmont, for all I loved him as an uncle, will not be able to rally Orzammar in time to save Ferelden from the Blight. Belen can. And just as importantly, Belen will. She shrugged, then glanced at Braska. If worse comes to worse, there is already an heir, and we can take care of the problem later. Braska raised an eyebrow. You know, boss, you can be a little scary sometimes. She shook her head, then considered a moment. Lord Dace will be at Tap's Tours. Take Lenore, Zevran, Alistair, and Cathiel with you. She looked her companions over. Nobody wander by themselves. When it comes to assassins, Antava has nothing on Orzammar. The rest of you, with me. Braska lay, looking up at the ceiling. Lenore's head was pillowed on his chest, and Zevran was curled up on his other side. He considered extracting himself and going to look for a drink, but looked down at the peacefully sleeping faces of his lovers and decided against it. It had been good, seeing Rika. He was a little worried about her taking up with this Belen. He was, after all, the rat that had murdered his eldest brother and betrayed his sister. Still, Setida had a point. This was Orzammar. Belen was a master of the game. And he made Rika happy. Setida was also right about there already being an heir. He glanced down at where Zevran lay. Asleep, his face at peace, the elf looked younger. If Belen did become a problem, they could take care of it, and manage to keep Rika and little Endrin safe. He could count on Setida to want to protect her nephew, regardless of her feelings towards her brother. He shifted slightly, and Lenore stirred. She looked up at him through sleepy eyes. You are worrying again. A bit. They'll be back. Lenore ran her fingers through his beard. That's not what you were worrying about, was it? Zevran opened his eyes. You are afraid Setida will change her mind, back Harrowmont. I'm worried she wouldn't be wrong to do so. Zevran shook his head. Setida knows the players of this game better than any of us, no. Though it is a bit disturbing to see that side of her, Lenore said. The dark side of the throne. Yeah, and my sister's all mixed up in it. Lenore kissed him. Everything is going to be all right. Or we will simply assassinate people until it is. Zevran kissed him. The others returned by the time the noon meal was being served. As they ate, Vartag came in. Lady Dace just came through the corridor on a tear. She's telling everyone who'll listen what a leech and liar Harrowmont is. Good job. He gave Setida a smirk. It's touching to see how strong your love is for your brother. He's ready to see you now, if you wish. Of course. I've missed him so. Vartag narrowed his eyes. I'm going to assume that wasn't sarcasm. He folded his arms. I warn you, be on your best behavior. And keep your weapons sheathed. If Cathiel wasn't familiar with her companions, she'd think this Belen fellow was going a tad overboard on his number of guards. As it was, she was pretty sure he could triple the number and it wouldn't be enough to save him from Setida's wrath if that was the way she decided to play it. Alistair gave her an uncertain look. She couldn't blame him. Seeing the nasty side of politics like this, no wonder he didn't want the throne. Well, who would have imagined? Belen gave Setida a slight bow, but his voice held a note of threat. My big sister, back from the dead, and calling herself a Grey Warden. I could hardly believe it when Vartag said you wished to help me regain the throne. I just want to stop the Blight. You're my best chance. He nodded. You're right. He shrugged. Harrowmont would bow and dandle you on his knee like a child, but he could never overcome the Assembly's resistance to your treaty. He leaned forward. This is a time for action, not cultured debate. He slammed his fist into the table. We need absolute unity to fight against the fulcrum of true evil. Setida nodded. There will be time for politics when the Darkspawn are gone. Unfortunately, while this debate rages, I have no power to send the troops you need. He gestured. You've seen for yourself, the city is a slaughterhouse. Criminals run lawless. I could never hold the throne if I allowed such chaos. Sedida sighed, and rolled her eyes. She shook her head. Maybe I could do something about that. Her voice was slightly mocking. Belen looked at her, then actually chuckled. Jarvia and her Carta are behind this bedlam. If you can eliminate them, I promise as king, I will send as many troops as you need to fight the Darkspawn. He gestured at a map of Orzammar. Unfortunately, Jarvia's base of operations is in Dust Town, and you know how little leverage we have there. He glanced up at her. The casteless refuse to cooperate with my men. But now that you've spent so much time on the surface, you're practically one of them. Perhaps you'll have better luck. Cathiel narrowed her eyes. She wasn't sure what that meant, and Sedida gave no reaction, but based on Braska's expression Belen's words were insulting. Sedida merely smiled. I'll go look for her right now. And I will wait eagerly for your return. I'm sensing there was a lot of subtext to that conversation, Leliana said. That sodding jackass, Braska said. He paced furiously. Who the sodding hell does he think he is? The king, Sedida said simply. Jarvia, you know the name. Birat's lover. She must have taken over after I gutted him. Can't say killing her wouldn't be good for Orzammar. She was involved with Birat. You knew him. He was behind an attempt to poison Trian. Sedida nodded. And you are right. Taking out the criminals would be good for Orzammar. Know where to find her? Not off the top of my head, but I reckon I can find somebody who does. Lead the way. Well, chew me up and swallow me whole. I never thought I'd see you back here. What happened, Duster? You miss getting spit on. Leske grinned. Miss getting you in trouble, Duster. Braska tapped the other man's fist with his own. I know. I've had to get all my trouble myself since you left. But you know, I got really good at it. He gave Sedida an admiring look. Roar, who is your friend? Yeah, that's the longest story in the world. Braska shook his head. As long as I get to look at her while you tell it. Leske chuckled. So, what are you doing here? Now crawling back to die in the deep roads yet, right? I'm looking for Jarvia. Leske gave a low whistle of warning. Bad idea, my friend. You know she and Birat were lovers. She still blames us for his death. I've been staying out of sight since you left, but I'm sure she's heard you're back in town. What do you want her for? Can you just tell me where she is? Leske lowered his voice conspiratorially. Look, she'd kill me if she knew I know this, but after Belen took Rika up city, the Carta laid claim to your old home. They put a back entrance in. It just goes to some storage tunnels, but there's probably a way into Birat's old estate from there. He glanced over his shoulder. Now I'd better get out of here before anyone sees us together. But, tell me how it turns out. He gave Sedida a last leer before scampering off. Charming fellow, Sedida muttered. His information good? Generally, yeah. This way, come on. You used to live here? Lenore said, staring at the house. Heh, yeah. Seems a long time ago. I don't know, some paint, flowers, and a giant fireball, and it could be quite pleasant. Zevran said. Wynne shook her head and sighed. Braska opened the door, and then echoed her sigh. Well, look who we have here. The first thug grinned. Jarvia said you were looking for trouble. Congratulations, you found it. A second one sneered. Braska stepped backwards and glanced at Jarath. Try to leave one alive. The elf smiled, and stepped into the hut. Don't kill me. Sodding ancestors, what do they teach you on the surface? You fight like a bleedin' archdemon. He crawled away from where Jarath was standing, and looked at Braska beseechingly. I was just doing what Leske asked. Said Jarvia gave the word to make sure you never left. Braska sighed, and shook his head. He pinched the bridge of his nose between his fingers. Leske's working for Jarvia. He told us he'd get you here. All we had to do was take you out. The thug whimpered. You don't disobey Leske, you know? He's Jarvia's top man. Now that part I have trouble believing. Where is he now? I can't. You have to understand. Jarvia knows where I live. I got a little girl there. I tell you anything, she's the one who'll suffer. See the guy behind you? The one with the sword, covered in the blood of your half-dozen buddies. Braska grinned. I'm going to take him, and the rest of these very scary folks, and introduce them to Jarvia. Violently. Look at me, Duster. The thug looked up at him, and swallowed. I'm the guy that cut his way out of the deep through Birat. The base is below the city. Why, you can get to it through the wall of the third house on this row. Put this token through the slot and it'll open. He glanced back at Jiroth again. Will you let me go now? Yes. Go take care of your kid. Really? Oh, thank you. You're The thug scrambled to his feet. A good person. How do you say it? The ancestors have shown their favor. Bless you. He ran for it. Lenore glanced at Braska. You okay? Surprised. Leske almost did something smart. Except he forgot who I was. Braska cracked his knuckles. Let's go remind him. Cathiel glanced at Win. I think our dwarven companions may be working out some issues. These events have not been particularly easy on either of them. Still, the rest of us seem almost superfluous. I don't know, I'm feeling kind of grateful to the criminal scum, Alistair said. He grinned when Cathiel shot him a look. I mean, they could be taking their frustrations out on us. Jarvia folded her arms. If it isn't our little runaway. Come back to finish the job. Braska chuckled, and looked past her. Leske, if you run now, you'll be able to get yourself a nice head start. What was I supposed to do? Leske shook his head. You were gone and Jarvia's pulling the strings. Not all of us got your opportunities. Braska narrowed his eyes. I never would have betrayed you. You got too much sun on the brain. Leske glared at him bitterly. You forgot what it's like. When Birat died, Jarvia came out on top. She's got the swords, she's got the coin, and she's got the bed where I sleep. He spat. If you were here, you'd have done the same. Braska shook his head. Leske, I think I'm going to introduce your girlfriend to mine. Jarvia snarled. When you taste my steel, think of Birat. Even in death, he has his vengeance. She started to step forward, and Lenore's fireball caught her full in the face, sending her flying backwards into a barrel. Which then exploded into another mass of flames. Braska couldn't help but laugh. The look on Leske's face was great. Behind him, the rest of his companions entered the fray. Braska left his weapons sheathed as he went after his old friend. It was Zevran that pulled him away. Amor, I think he has learned his lesson. Sodding hell, you killed them all? Leske spat out a tooth. You backed the wrong play, Salroka. You'd stayed loyal, I'd have set you up right. Who the hell are you people? Braska laughed. Ain't you been paying attention? We're the sodding heroes. He narrowed his eyes. Get. Leske got up, and ran. Feel better? Lenore asked. A bit, yeah. Sedita shook her head. He going to be a problem later. He's a bit slow, but eventually he does learn. He glanced around. If I recall correctly. He went to a door, and with a few quick motions, picked the lock. Aha, the Carta Vault. I know we are still a couple weeks shy of Winter's End, but here you go. Lenore giggled. There is something intrinsically satisfying about robbing thieves. Well, you've simply outdone yourself. Belen's face was smug. They're talking all over the city about how someone finally went through Dust Town and slaughtered the Carta like Genlocks. We did what you asked. Where are my troops? Sedita folded her arms. Not yet. He tapped his cheek. Killing Jarvia brought me greater favor, but to truly displace Harrowmont, we'll need something dramatic enough to end the debate forever. He dropped his voice. What do you know of the Paragon Branca? Smith and inventor. She disappeared in the deep roads. Sedita considered. 2-3 years ago. She is the only paragon in 4 generations and she turned her back on her responsibilities. A paragon is like an ancestor born in this time. If she returned, her vote would outweigh the entire assembly. He gave her a pointed look. Anyone with her support could take the throne unchallenged. Sedita narrowed her eyes. If it will get me my troops, I will find Branka. Belen nodded, his face smug again. I was hoping you'd say that. So far, my men have traced Branka to Caridin's Cross, an ancient crossroad lost to the Darkspawn 4 centuries ago. Her trail ends there. Perhaps with your warden's expertise, you can find what my mind could not. I'll leave right away. You have my thanks. Seek her in Caridin's Cross. I will try to delay the vote until you return. Resupply, and run any errands you need. We leave in a few hours. Braska shook his head. Sedita. Yes, I know that we've just been asked to do the impossible. But scouting the deep roads will give us a better idea of where the next horde is going to pop up, could potentially give us the location of the archdemon, and note that I said nothing about finding Branka alive. Cathiel nodded. Okay. As long as you know what you are doing. If they haven't sorted it out by the time we get back, we'll flip a coin. And? Sedita gave her a pointed look, and Cathiel's eyes widened. Oh. Sedita shook her head. Triple check supplies. Not a lot of hunting options in the roads. I don't like politics. Cathiel nodded. I spent time helping my father. Ferelden politics really aren't anything like this. She sighed. Well, except for how in Loghain. You aren't making me feel better about this. Leliana gasped. Oh. It's one of those subterranean bunny pigs. Oh, look at him. Come here, you. She cuddled the nug. Brehon laughed. He's pretty cute. Have fun. Thank you so much. She kissed him. You've made my day. Just don't let Braska near him. He was talking the other day about how much he missed roast nug. Why Yuri back? I thought you weren't coming. What did he say? Your father wants you both to come home, Jarath said, crouching down to look her in the eye. Both of us? I don't believe he said that. I've never heard him refer to my son as anything but trash. He calls him it. She shook her head. But maybe. She stood all the way up, still just a bit shaky despite the meal he'd given her earlier. Maybe Mother convinced him, or you did. Oh, my friend, I cannot thank you enough. He pressed a coin purse into her hand. It was filled with coin they'd taken from the Karta hideout. He changes his mind, or you just decide you want to build your own life, this should help. She stared at him, then before he could dodge she threw her arms around him. If this were a story, my son would grow to manhood and pledge himself as a knight in your service. When he grows up, I will send him to you. I promise. He detangled himself as gently as he could. He hated when they did that. He never quite knew how to handle someone clinging to him. Take care of yourself, Zerlinda. I will. She blinked. You didn't tell me your name. Jarath. Warden Jarath Tabri. You are a good man, Warden Tabri. Maybe. Though if people didn't stop hugging him every damn time, he might just rethink that. A group of thugs confronted him as he started to leave the slums. He chuckled. This he knew how to handle. Wynn's face held disapproval. Sedita said no one was to wander off by themselves. He raised an eyebrow, then glanced to either side of her. She frowned. Don't you take that tone with me, young man. She fell into step beside him. There are assassins everywhere. A few less, now, he said. He'd divided up the coin the assassins had been paid among a group of beggars. Several of them had been singing when he'd left. What were you doing in Dust Town? Killing assassins, making the world a better place. You know, you aren't too old for me to turn over my knee. They were halfway back to the others when a young dwarven woman called out to them. You look like you are not from around here. Yes, you could say that, Jarath said. She beamed. Oh, wonderful. I've been trying to find someone who really knows the surface world. She gazed up at him hopefully. I don't suppose you've heard of something called the Circle. Jiroth nodded to Win. My companion here is a senior enchanter of the Circle. The young woman's eyes went wide with awe. Oh, my lady, it's an honor. I've never met an actual mage. Is it true you can manipulate nature's forces with your mind? Like you were born with lyrium in your veins. Win gave her a kindly smile. Don't let the glamour fool you, child. Wielding magic is a dangerous occupation and a great responsibility. Why is a dwarf interested in the Circle? Jiroth asked. She threw up her hands. I've been trying to reach someone there for years. I've sent missives with every caravan, but I never get a reply. She looked up at them hopefully. I want to know if they would accept me for study. Jiroth blinked at her, then glanced at Win. She looked confused. He turned back to the dwarf. Do you want me to ask them? Her eyes nearly fell out of her head. That would be wonderful. My name is Danya, daughter of Janner of the Smith caste. Tell them I've already begun reading the Tevinter Imperiums, Forticum Cadab, and it's just fascinating. Did you know the Imperial Magister Lords once had genealogies of every human family known to produce a mage child? She squealed. Oh, I'll go pack my bags right now. I'll be waiting by my father's shop. Win watched her go with a bemused look. It might not be kind to get her hopes up. They'll accept her. You sound certain of that. A girl of the Smith caste might know a few things about the lyrium trade. Win blinked and raised her eyebrow at him. He shook his head at her. I do pay attention to a few things other than swords. One underestimates you at their peril, she said. They began walking again. He glanced at her, then considered a moment. Do you have any regrets at all? I try not to dwell too much on the mistakes of my past, of which there are many. I would go quite mad if I did that. She sighed. But I do have one regret, the greatest misstep of my life, made even more grave because it had dire consequences for someone else. Tell me. She sighed. Years ago, I was assigned as mentor to a lad, Aniarin. He was my first apprentice. Aniarin was an elf, raised in one of the elven alienages, and he was very mistrustful of humans, especially humans in authority. I can see how this could be trouble. And he could relate, quite strongly. What Aniarin needed was time. Time to get used to his new home, time to emerge from his shell so we could build a rapport. I gave him no such time. I was young and arrogant. He is a mage, I thought, he needs to grow up and act like one. I expected too much from him, too quickly. I gave no consideration to his origin, or his feelings. And he retreated further from me. All I could think of was how stubborn he was, how he was throwing away all his talent and his potential, just to be difficult. Was he talented? Her eyes became fond. Oh, very much so. Sometimes I would catch him practicing on his own, but if I asked him to show me what he could do, he would freeze up, or fumble terribly. She sighed. You cannot plant crops in the cold wintry ground, you cannot teach a student who is closed off and unresponsive. Patience is what is needed, and I learned that too late to help him. What happened to Aniarin? Aniarin ran away from the Circle, one night. I had berated him over some trivial, ridiculous matter that I no longer remember. I drove him away because of something utterly unimportant. He was a child, 14 at the time of his leaving. They had his phylactery and they hunted him down. Why didn't they just bring him back to the tower? She shook her head. They called him Maleficar, a mage who practices forbidden magic, deserving of death. He was a child, misunderstood and lost. I begged the Templars to tell me if he suffered, if they gave him a quick death. I got no answers from them. I was his mentor and they wouldn't even tell me what became of him. That was cruel of them. I should have known better. I had the best mentors, they were kind, compassionate. She shook her head. Why didn't I learn from them? She sighed. I failed Aniarin. All I had to do was listen to him. He would try to talk to me, and I would tell him to concentrate on his spells. He talked about the alienage sometimes. She waved a hand. And the Dalish? He always talked about looking for Dalish elves. Maybe he did find the Dalish. The Templars are well trained and thorough. That he still lives. She sighed again. It would be a vain hope. She smiled. The apprentices that came after Aneurin benefited greatly from the lessons I learned from him. In a sense, he was my teacher, and I his student. See, there is a bright side. And there it is. My story. My one greatest regret. She looked at him. Thank you for listening. Wyn. Yes, Alistair. My shirt has a hole in it. Cathiel rolled her eyes. Maybe he'd have better luck convincing Wyn to sew it than he'd had asking her. I see. And? Can you mend it? When we make camp. Wyn sighed. Can't you mend your own clothes? Why do I have to do it? Sometimes I pick up too much fabric and it ends up all puckered and the entire garment hangs wrong afterward. And you're? He smiled at Wyn beseechingly. You know, grandmotherly. Grandmothers do that sort of thing, don't they? Darning socks and whatnot. You don't want me to have to fight Darkspawn in a shirt with a hole, do you? It might get bigger. I might catch cold. Oh, all right, Wyn said. Cathiel wondered if it was out of the kindness of her heart, or just to make him stop pestering her. She smiled fondly. I'll mend your shirt the next time we set up camp. Oh. And while you're at it, the elbows kind of need patching too. Careful, young man, or puckered garments may be the least of your problems. Wyn. Yes, Brujn. My shirt still has a hole in it from where I got stabbed by that assassin. I know that you know how to sew a decent patch, young man. Yes, but since I was stabbed while keeping them from getting to you. Fine. Leave your shirt. Wyn. What, Lenore? Since you are already going to be sewing, could you maybe take a look at the seam of my robes? Yes, all right. Wyn. She just turned to glare at Braska. He grinned up at her. Don't suppose you could take a look at the clasp on my cloak? It's coming a little loose and... Fine. Jaroth entered the room. Hey, Wyn. Young man, if you ask me to sew, mend, or look at any piece of your clothing, I am going to turn you into a frog. Or a nug. Or maybe just... He blinked at her. Fine, add it to the pile. I'll sew it when I have a moment. I found a book I thought might interest you in one of the shops. He held it out. She took it from him. Oh. Thank you, sweetie. He nodded, and backed slowly out of the room. Chapter 23, Into the Deep Roads. They were on their way to the gate when another dwarf stopped them. There you are. I thought I'd spoken to a Grey Warden, but for some reason I'd chalked it up to the drink. He walked towards Branka. Ah, I know you're down here to look for Branka, and, I need to ask a favor. Braska nodded. You've been trying to get help to find Branka, right? Okaren nodded. I have. For all the sodding good it's done me. He shook his head angrily. I'm the only one who still cares about her as a person. Everyone else thinks she's just a symbol they can leave in the deep roads where she can't offend anyone. I know what Branka wanted and how she was looking. You, presumably, know everything Belen's scouts have discovered about where she disappeared. If we pool our knowledge, we stand a chance of finding Branka. Otherwise, good sodding luck. Braska glanced over at Setida, who nodded. Sounds like we have a deal, he said. You should know that Branka was looking for the Anvil of the Void, the secret to building golems, which was lost centuries ago. Braska glanced at Shale as Okaren kept talking. The smith Caradin built it, and with it, Orzammer had 100 years of peace, while it was protected by the golems forged on the anvil. As far as anyone knows, the anvil was built in the old Ortentag. Branka planned to start looking there, if she could ever find it. All she knew was that it was past Caradin's cross. No one's seen that tag for 500 years. Setida nodded. Belen gave us a map. I can get to Caradin's cross. If we're going, let's get moving. Branka's not going to sodding find herself. Okaren began walking towards the gate. Don't we have enough armed lunatics following us? Bruhan asked. So what's one more? Lenore asked. You look uncomfortable. There is a lot of rock above our heads, Bruhan said. Broska chuckled. I remember the first time I came to the surface, and saw all that sky. Took me most of the first week to stop getting dizzy every time I looked up. Keeps feeling like I'm going to run out of air. That's actually happened in a few forges that burned the wrong. Not helping. And sometimes the groundwater weakens the structure of the. Not helping. Don't worry, the tunnels around here are mostly stable. Of course, when we get a little further in. Broska said. Not helping. Sea deep stalkers and other creatures burrow through and can destabilize fortification and. Still not helping. Nah, we'll be fine. I'm sure we won't hit any of those gas pockets where a single spark can make the very air explode, causing a massive collapse. Emma Shemnan, Len alas. Or a wall weakened by lava that will just come flooding out the moment the. Broska ran, ducking past Sten and Sedida as Bruhan gave chase. Sedida glanced up at Sten. At least morale is high. Indeed. Okaren looked Leliana over. They tell you what to wear in the chantry. You have robes and such that you must wear. She smiled. He nodded. And so. Robes. What else? Well. She gestured. Sometimes there are vestments and ceremonial garments. Right. Right. And. He raised an eyebrow. And then. She glanced at him. Why are you so interested in this? Oh, sod it. Under the robes, pants? No pants. He waggled his eyebrows. What? She glared. Stop stalling. He gestured at her. Naked or not? Leliana narrowed her eyes and glared. What difference does it make? All right. He grunted. Stonewall me. I'll find out one way or the other. Right. Good luck with that. So. He glanced at Bruhan. She naked under her robes. Penshra. Fenharal Mogilina, Len alas. Is that? Okaren blinked. A yes or a no? Aardin Nuvanin Enadin. Halam Salin. Okaren sighed. They made Kempen what had once been a waypoint, or perhaps a guard post. Sedida warned them to keep the fire low. To their disappointment, she also issued an injunction against Bruhan and Leliana playing music at the fire. The sound would carry too far, and in the deep roads, attention was to be avoided. Broska dealt cards. Cathiel kissed Alistair's cheek when he successfully bluffed Broska into laying down a good hand, and Broska tossed off a few good-natured insults. Bruhan taught them to play a Dalish dice game, which Lenore mastered quickly enough that she was oft accused of cheating. Jarath walked to where Morrigan sat, somewhat away from the rest of the group. Morrigan nodded when he joined her. Your desire. Her yellow eyes danced slightly. Well, put that way. He smiled. Care to join me in the tent? Her lips curled up. Oh? What a wicked, wicked man you are. Shall I take that as a proposition? The way you say that. He touched her cheek. You're evil. Yes, I am. She leaned in towards him. I am evil and I need to be punished. Well, we should do something about that. He held out a hand. Follow me, young lady. It is time for discipline. Morrigan laughed. Yes, sir, Grey Warden sir. I have been mistaken. Sedida blinked up at Sten. You only noticed this now. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Enjoy this while it lasts. It won't happen again. You are a soldier worthy to stand among the bare sod. I did not think so when we first met. Thank you, she said, oddly touched by his words. You are welcome. The day will come when the Orishik sends us here. On that day, I will not look to find you on the battlefield. I hope I won't see you then, too. It was daunting to consider there may come a time when they stood on opposite sides. She could only hope that day was far away. Or better yet, that it could be avoided entirely. There is no point in dwelling on it. We should move on. She walked next to him for a while. So what do you believe in, then? When your people join us, you'll find out. What do you mean? Our ships will come to these shores. And the Antam will bring this land to the Kun. I will hope that I do not live to see that day. Do you find Ferelden very strange? To put it lightly. He shook his head. No one has a place here. Your farmers wish to be merchants. The merchants dream of being nobles, and the nobles become warriors. No one is content to be who they are. You sound a bit homesick. He sighed. Perhaps. It is strange to be in a crowd and hear a language that is not your own. To see faces that are and aren't like yours. He glanced down at her, and she nodded in understanding. I miss the smells of sea heron. Tea and incense and the sea. Ferelden smells of wet dogs. She shook her head. You left out the rotting garbage. True. I was trying to forget that part. Is there anything you like about Ferelden? There is. He hesitated a moment. Interesting food here. His voice was almost grudging. You have a thing. He frowned. It doesn't have a word in the Qunari tongue. Little baked things, like bread, but sweet, and crumbly. Cookies. Yes. She almost laughed at the enthusiasm of his answer. We have no such things in our lands. This should be remedied. Perhaps when this whole little blight thing is over, you and I can visit Sea Heron together, and introduce your people to the marvel of ginger snaps. He glanced at her. I would like that, Catelyn. Cathiel smiled as Alistair groaned softly. Her fingers worked over his shoulders, working out the knots in the muscles beneath. He glanced back at her. Have I told you recently how beautiful you are? Not since this morning. She moved her hands down to the small of his back, enjoying the feel of him beneath her hands. You are beautiful, and wonderful, and lovely, and graceful, and elegant, and marvelous, and enthralling, and ambrosial, and ambrosial. Cathiel chuckled. Where'd you get that one? Leliana. Alistair chuckled. She called Brujhan that after the deep stalkers all tried to bite him, and I asked her what it meant. It means delicious enough to entice the gods, or something to that effect. She leaned down and nibbled lightly on the back of his neck, making him squirm. You're a bit ambrosial yourself. He turned over underneath her, and caught her before she could move away. Swiftly, he reversed their positions, then lowered his head to nibble at her neck. Better than the finest cheese. He stopped and looked up at her before shaking his head. That one wasn't so good, was it? I'll give you points for trying, anyway. She giggled. You are celestial marvel of transcendent glory, and I delight in the refined and rapturous phenomenon that is your presence. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, my. She smiled, and raised herself up slightly to kiss him. You should take point with Brujhan more often. Dark spawn ahead. Brujhan narrowed his eyes. Couple dozen genlocks, about 20 hurlocks. 2 genlock alphas, a genlock emissary, 4 shrieks, and what may be an ogre on the edge of my senses. Alphas probably means there are traps, Braska added. Think you two could sneak closer, get a better look at the lay of the land. Back in a minute, boss. Cetida nodded and looked at her companions. Warden's in first. Jarath, focus on the shrieks. Morrigan, back him up. Wyn, keep to the back, focus on healing. Leliana, stay with Wyn, keep a fallback point clear for her to work. Okaren, hold rear guard, make sure nothing comes up on us from behind. She waited for Brujhan and Braska to report back before calling the rest of the tactics. After so long fighting together, they moved like the gears of a great machine. Sten moved a pace behind her, his greater reach and long blade allowing him to carve through the hurlocks while her shield provided defense for them both. Braska and Zevran stayed at Lenor's side, their blades making short work of any who dared to attack the mage as she worked her spells over the field. Cetida blinked as Lenor managed to call up what appeared to be a great storm of lightning, dealing mass destruction to all the genlocks within its path. She used her shield to knock a hurlock off balance, and Sten brought his blade down. The field was clear. Report. She cast her senses over their companions. Either their luck was holding, or Lenor's resistance potion was doing its job. Likely both. I lost a knife. Other than that, I think we are good, Broska said. Songbird actually managed to get through a fight without something trying to eat him. Brühen. Jiroth said. Yes. Jiroth tossed him something. Brühen glanced at the sword hilt. Elven work. He turned it over in his hand. How did it get here? Caridin's cross. Okaren shook his head. I can't believe Belen actually tracked this place down. He gestured. This used to be one of the biggest crossroads in the old empire. You could get anywhere from here. Including Ordentag. See any sign of Branka yet? Not a one, but trust me, we will when we're on the path to the old Ordentag. She was going to Caridin's home. What's so important about Ordentag? Cathiel asked. It's the home of Caridin, the paragon who made the anvil. He was an Orton before he founded his own house, and even then, he spent most his time in their Tag. Branka figured it was the best guess for where the anvil was located. What is this anvil, anyway? Cathiel asked, glancing at the respective dwarves. No one but Caridin ever really knew more than it had some kind of stone-blessed power. Every golem who ever ranged across the empire was hammered on the steel of that anvil, but no one ever knew exactly how they were made. But Branka was sure she could find out. Cathiel glanced at Shale. So you know where it is? No. But if you were made there? I do not remember. But do you remember the day you were born? Jiroth asked Cathiel. I. Cathiel nodded. Suppose you have a point, there. Brühen let the last notes of the eulogy die away. Returning the pieces of the blade to the tomb seemed a good enough use of their accidental side trip. They ate before backtracking and going down the other path. The ruins were fascinating. Any other day, he'd love to take Leliana and spend time exploring. He sensed something, and turned to Setida. Ghoul. You sure? Something between a darkspawn and one of us. Seems the logical conclusion. Tread careful. They moved in, and more of those spiders dropped from the ceiling. Lenore gave a vexed shout before simply setting the nest on fire. They had to duck under the ruined buildings to avoid falling debris. Oops. Lenore gave them an apologetic look. I really don't like spiders. I understand your feelings on the matter. Could you please not set the air on fire? Brühen asked. Sorry. Good thing there weren't any of those gas pockets, Songbird. Broska elbowed him. Dreadwolf take you, dwarf. He shook his head. I hate the deep roads. Heh, Okaren said. You're in the wrong line of work. Lenore approached the twisted dwarf. There's nothing for you here. He shouted at her. It's mine. I've claimed it. Claimed it? Are you part of the clan who lived here? The clan. He shook his head. No. But it's still mine. Rook's been here for years now, and no shiny surfacer will take him away. She heard Okaren behind her. Bah. He's a bloody scavenger, good as sodding gone. The ghoul waved his hands at them. Begone, you. You'll bring the dark ones back, you will. They'll crunch your bones. Okaren spat in disgust. Word has it you can only survive down here by eating the darkspawn dead. Darkspawn blood is poison, Lenore said, glancing back at him. Men have died from drinking it. She still had nightmares about Davith. It burns when it goes down. It burns. He gestured wildly before running off. It's my claim, not yours. Crunch your bones. She went after him. She dimly heard Setida yell for her to come back. Broska and Zevran almost immediately came after her. She followed the ghoul to a campsite, and blinked. Go away. He yelled. This is mine. Only I gets to plunder its riches. Is this Branka's campsite? She asked him. He pounded his chest. It's mine. I'm the one who found it. I drove out the crawlers. Now it's mine. Was this campsite here when you found it? She could see some exploration equipment left behind. Everything was here. Everything the crawlers did not already take. Rocks and tents and worms. It's all mine. She smiled, crouched down, and held out a hand to him. I'm not here to steal anything, I promise. Pretty lady. He came towards her, his eyes mesmerized. Pretty eyes, pretty hair. He smiled. Smells like the steam of burning water, blue as the deepest rock. He stopped a couple feet from her, and looked up at her hopefully. So? He tilted his head. The pretty lady won't take anything from Rook? You won't take Rook's shiny worms and pretty rocks. I just want to talk. I won't take anything. Oh. He came a bit closer, and sat down by her. Rook not mind that, maybe. So your name is Rook. This close, she could feel the taint in him. It occurred to her that without the potions she'd brewed on the way to Ostagar, this is what Bruhan would have become. Rook not pretty name, not pretty like lady. Rook is small and ugly and twisted. I think I met your mother. Is her name Filda? He threw himself backwards, legs kicking. No. No Filda. No mother. No warm blanket and stew and pillow and soft words. Rook doesn't deserve good memories. No. She tried putting a hand on his shoulder to calm him. Your mother misses you. She asked me to find you. He shuddered. She did not know, not what I did. I was very angry and then someone was dead. They wanted to send Rook to the mines. If I went to the mines, she would know. Everyone would know. So I came here, instead. His voice became small. It is better now. How did you survive here? She saw Braska and Zevran looking around, and tried to keep Rook talking. When the Dark Ones were here, I kept to the shadows. They don't look in the shadows, not if you're quiet. Not if you eat their flesh. Then the Dark Ones think you're one of them. They leave you alone. His voice became sad. But now they're gone. Do you know where the Dark Ones went? He smiled up at her, as if happy to help. I thinks they went south, pretty lady. Far, far to the south. That is where the Dark Master calls them with his beautiful voice. So much joy when he awoke. His voice became wistful. After the Dark Master awoke, he called his children and they all went. I wanted to go, too, and gaze upon his beauty. Could it be he could sense the location of the Archdemon? Where is the Dark Master now? Do you know? He stopped calling. I wish I could go see him, but Rook, no, Rook is a coward. He looked at her, then touched her hand. His voice became almost hopeful. You know, do you not? Rook sees, yes. He sees the darkness inside you. I am a Grey Warden. He smiled at her. Grey like the stone. Guardian against the darkness. Beautiful like waterfalls under the lichen. She found her heart going out to the poor creature. You have to tell your mother you're alive. His eyes filled with tears. No. She cannot. He shook his head frantically. She remembers a boy, a little boy, with bright eyes and a hammer, and she cannot see this. Swear, promise, vow you won't tell. Would you rather she think you're dead? Yes. Yes. He nodded wildly. Tell the mother Rook is dead. He's dead and his bones are rotting in the crawler's webs and she should never look again. All right. She patted his hand. I'll tell her you died bravely. His face became almost worshipful. Pretty lady is like mother, yes. Too good, too pretty for the darkness. How can Rook serve you with thank yous? He scampered away, then came back with something wrapped in a tattered blanket. Here, take this. She accepted, then considered a moment. Do you have anything to trade? For you, yes. Rook has many things. He can give them, and you don't even have to give him shiny coins, no? But you can if you want. Lenore continued talking to Rook as the others examined the camp. She bid the Gula said farewell when Sedida indicated it was time to move on. After a moment, she offered him a vial. Rook, if it ever burns too much, and you don't. She smiled sadly when he took the vial from her. If you want to go to sleep and never wake again, you can drink this. He clutched the vial to him as if she'd given him the world. Pretty lady sings like the veins of lyrium. Goodbye, Rook. Goodbye. After they were out of sight, Broska fell into step on one side of her, Zevran on the other. You okay, Fireball? I can't help but wonder how many of the soldiers at Ostagar have ended up like that. She sighed. She looked ahead to where Bruhan was walking, his back tense and angry. Or Bruhan's friend, Tamlin. She shook her head. Us, one day. What do you think I'm keeping Zevran around for? We start talking about crunching bones, he stabs us. Only out of love, Zevran said. She smiled, and then blinked. She unwrapped the item Rook had given her. That. Zevran let out a small whistle. That is a nice sword. She offered it to him, hilt first. Looks like it might suit you. By the tits of my ancestors, Ortentag. I never thought I'd see this place in the flesh. He narrowed his eyes at a section of wall. I can see Branka all over this place. She always took chips from the walls at regular intervals when she was in a new tunnel, check their composition. He considered a moment. If she was still here, though, she'd have sentries out by now. Sedida nodded, and kept moving forward. Bruhan took point, but she'd warned him not to get out of sight of the rest of them. Too many tunnels. They were examining another set of ruins when Sedida heard one of the sounds she dreaded most. Oops, Lenore said. Sedida turned to see a demon rising from a glowing altar. It looked like the same sort of creature Uldred had turned into. After they'd put it down, Sedida strode over to Lenore. Lenore looked down at her feet. Care to explain? I found a power nexus. Activating it must have triggered the altar. Why were you activating a power nex? She shook her head. No, never mind. I don't want to know. Sedida gestured angrily. We are about to wander into an area teeming with darkspawn, and thanks to you our best fighter now has a dislocated shoulder, Alistair has a broken nose, and Sten was nearly disemboweled. I'm sorry. You're sorry? You were sorry when you spread ashes on a rock. You were sorry when you woke up a golem with a non-functioning control rod. You were sorry when you brought a dragon down on us. Does someone have to die before it occurs to you to think of the consequences before you act? She shook her head. Boss. Broska, shut it. Sedida didn't even bother to look at him. Lenore, you're on camp detail until I say otherwise. Yes, Commander. Fix Jarotha's shoulder. Wynn shouldn't have to clean up your mess. Yes, Commander. I swear. The things I could do to you. Morrigan looked up from her book and gave Okaren a distasteful look. Ugh. It is leering at me once again. Oh. Okaren blinked. Did I say that out loud? Cathiel glanced at Jaroth, somewhat surprised he didn't speak up in Morrigan's defense. Alistair had spoken up when he'd caught Okaren ogling her. You couldn't hurt me if you wanted to, which, you know that. Okaren smirked at Morrigan. 'Tis so. Morrigan continued leafing through the tome. Dwarves resist magic, woman. There's nothing you could do. Nothing. Morrigan raised an eyebrow. I could not, for instance, kick you in your manhood? Oof. Okaren moved back a little. Do you wish to see? Morrigan gave a small smile. Not necessary. Okaren shifted to reduce his vulnerability to such an attack. Well, the offer stands. Morrigan went back to her book. You have a barbed tongue, Morrigan. Tell me, why do you speak to others this way? Morrigan smirked. I owe you no explanation. There is no writing on my forehead that says please, guide me. Wynn shook her head. You are traveling with these people. It behooves you to be civil. You are too transparent, old woman. Do not bring up our companions, when all you wish is for me to be civil to you. I am not one of your circle apprentices, to hang on your every word. I am not Alistair, who sees in you a surrogate mother. Morrigan's face was contemptuous. No, it is obvious you are nothing like Alistair. Take your lectures elsewhere. They mean nothing to me. Set it aside. After several days in the deep roads and little chance to avoid each other's company, tempers were starting to flare. Lenore was still sulking, and Braska and Zevran were hovering over her a bit protectively. She shook her head. Lenore was well into adulthood, she did not need to be coddled like a child. They hadn't gone far when Morrigan and Wynne began to bicker once more. "You do not approve of me, do you? You have to ask? I didn't realize I was being subtle." Wynne's eyes narrowed at the younger woman. Morrigan all but cackled. "Ah, the old cat still has her claws, I see. And you also do not approve of my involvement with our stalwart young warden. You are dangerous, Morrigan. Dangerous, cunning, and thoroughly deceitful. But you are beautiful, and he is young. It's a pity he doesn't know any better." Morrigan tossed her hair loftily. "Why, Wynne, I do believe that is the first time you have ever offered a compliment." "Thank you. Only you would take that as a compliment." Wynne shook her head in disapproval. "Listen, old woman. What happens between myself and him is not your concern. You can approve or not approve as you wish, but this is one thing you cannot influence and mold to your liking. So you say. I do hope that one day soon you will discover that neither is he. You mistake my intent, old cat. And you are a fool. Am I? Well, let's hope so." Sedida found herself feeling a bit glad Jarath was up with Brujin, taking point. She couldn't imagine he'd be too happy with the conversation. It started again as they entered a new tunnel. "Have you given thought to, perhaps, prolonging your life by forcing another spirit into your service?" Morrigan asked, arching an eyebrow. "Of course not. I would. Of course I am still young, beautiful, and my life is my own, while you are bound to that circle." "I wonder why I asked. It would be a silly thing, prolonging your life. A waste. Think what you will, Morrigan. When the end comes, I will go gladly to my rest, proud of my achievements. While you..." Wynne narrowed her eyes. "You will see how empty your life was. You will realize that because you never had love for others, you never received love in return. And you will die alone and unmourned." Actual venom filled Wynne's voice. "You speak of meaningless things. I need no one to mourn me, old woman. More's the pity." This was getting out of hand. "Morrigan, Wynne, that's enough." "Commander." Wynne started to protest. "I said that is enough. If you two cannot be civil, then stay away from each other." Morrigan lengthened her stride when she saw Jarath waiting for them at entrance to another tunnel. She spoke to him a moment, then kissed him. Wynne shook her head. "Such childish antics." Sedida sighed. "Do you realize that you have been smiling for hours, now?" Brujin blinked at Morrigan. "Have I? Since the last time you and that girl shot glances at each other, in fact." Morrigan shrugged. "I cannot imagine what you begin to see in her. I hope at least the dalliance is worthwhile." Brujin shrugged. "Oh, you have no idea. I see." She actually chuckled. "Glad to hear it, then. 'Tis a bit sickening to watch you two, but I imagine it at least takes your mind from our..." She waved a hand. "Situation." He considered a moment. Was the woman actually trying to be nice? "Well, thank you. You and Leliana do seem well suited," Jarath said. Brujin smiled. "Yeah. Strange, isn't it?" He shook his head. An Orlshian bard turned Chantry priestess, of all things. He glanced at Jarath. "Are you an Andrastian?" "No. I thought most city elves were." "Most are. I'm not." "Do you follow the creators, then?" Brujin asked. Jarath shook his head. "So?" He raised an eyebrow. "What do you believe?" "That the world is what we make it." He glanced back over her shoulder. "So she was a bard. Explains a few things. We chased Marjolaine off in Denerim. Hopefully, that's the last of her. So, Shale." Alistair looked at the golem curiously. "When you were standing there all that time. Did you?" He shrugged. "Sleep. I have no need to sleep. My body does not tire or do other flesh-related functions." "But don't you get bored? Wouldn't you want to dream, at least?" "I do not dream." This is what it does when it sleeps? It paws its nose and mumbles incoherently. Yes, of course. I thought we all He stumbled slightly, then looked back at her. You watch me. I watch all closely when they are still at night. There is little else to do. 4. He swallowed. Hours and hours. I count the breaths. It helps to overcome the overwhelming urge to crush their faces while they sleep. Well, I won't be doing much of that anymore. The golem fell back, and began engaging Wynne in conversation. Lenore listened, her face fascinated. After a moment, she joined the conversation. Sedida felt a bit of relief. Maybe they could get through this without tearing each other's throats. Then she saw Morrigan heading back. She blinked, taking in the woman's expression. Trouble. Darkspawn ahead. How many? Morrigan glanced over her shoulder. Jarath had Bruhin's arm over his shoulders as he half-carried the man back to camp. Bruhin's face was pale. Leliana immediately rushed forward to help Jarath. Bruhin looked up at her. It's here. What's here? The archdemon. In the trenches. It's with the Horde. They are on the move. Chapter 24, The Trenches. Atrast Vala, Grey Wardens. Sedida smiled at Kardal. That's the warmest greeting I've had since returning. Your past means nothing to the Legion of the Dead. He shrugged. Stone, if I'd had my way, you'd been one of us. What do you want here, Warden? She sighed. Believe it or not, I'm working with Prince Belen. You're working for a fool. We follow the throne, which is empty. Below that is politics beneath Legion notice. That's the benefit of our oath. I always did like you, Kardal. Suppose that's why you didn't kill me? He chuckled. What, does he need some weight to swing the vote in the assembly? I suppose you're sweeping the vents for paragons. She shook her head. That's about it. You have anything useful to add? Warden, you've got your work cut out for you. Paragon Branca is dead, everyone with sense knows it. Past our line, the Darkspawn kill everything. Why hold back? Cathiel asked. I'd gladly lead an assault through the dead trenches, but without an ass in the throne, we have no orders. I won't take fool's gold from a pretender. He shrugged. You want to go digging blind, you go right ahead. You should know, Sedida glanced back at Bruhin, then back to Kardal. We sensed the presence of the archdemon. Nearby. Kardal nodded. So it is a blight. It is. He shook his head. The other kingdoms only care when the Darkspawn march in the light. But they are always here, always pushing. You lived here. You know. Blights only take so long because we keep the Darkspawn in check. A surge on the surface would reduce the pressure on us. He spat. When the time comes, I'll care for a good dwarven reason. Sod the rest. It was good to see you, Kardal. Good luck, Grey Warden. Old friend. Cathiel asked. Not exactly. Sedida laughed. Braska squinted, then suddenly his eyes widened. Kardal? Wait, Kardal Haver. He looked back at where the legionnaires were standing. Stone. Leliana blinked. Oh, this sounds like a story. He bloody well tried to kill her. Sedida shook her head. Actually, he tried to kill Trian. It was some years ago. If he's holding the line. She chuckled. Orzammer will stand a while longer. Cathiel shook her head. I really do not understand dwarven politics. A fact for which you really should be grateful. Sedida winked at her. She shrugged. Kardal took a more honorable route than most. Came with a blade, rather than with poison. The bloody doors of Bonamar. I never thought I'd ever see these, you know. Why not? Cathiel asked. Bonamar's been lost to the Darkspawn for generations. I'm pretty stupid, I'll give you that, but even I won't fight through these hissing beasts just to see some big doors. He twirled the one end of his mustache. Why do you think they built them so big anyway? Overcompensation. He shrugged. Anyway, you'd better be ready to crack skulls once we get in there. Cathiel examined the door. I'm not sure we are getting in that way. Cardal said there is a side passage. We'll go that way, Setida said. There are at least 5 ogres on the other side of this door, Bruhan said. He concentrated. At least 1 emissary. Few dozen genlocks. You're back with us then. Cathiel gave him a concerned look. He nodded. I was unprepared for. He sighed. I'll be fine. Setida nodded. She'd grown so used to considering the range of his senses to be a benefit she'd never considered what toll they might take on him. Leliana, probably don't need to tell you, but stay close to him. Leliana smiled. I shall. Jarath, take point. Braska, back him. See those barrels? Braska whispered. I see them. Jarath nodded. Tripwires. Rigged to explode. Jarath sighed. And if you go to disarm them? They've got crossbows. Braska shook his head. He glanced back over his shoulder. Call up the mages. Tunnel is unstable. They start throwing. He frowned. Or for that matter, the barrels go, we're stuck trying to break that door. The two exchanged a look. Jarath put a hand to his sword. I'll go high, draw them off, you disarm. Junior, you heard what Bruhan said about the ogres. Braska shook his head. Even you can't take on half a dozen ogres solo. I don't need to. I just need to keep them from noticing you. You realize if you get dead, Morrigan is going to turn me into a pain-racked smear on the wall, right? Yes, but I'll be dead, so it won't be my concern. Braska nodded. Right. He readied his dagger. Go. Jarath came out of cover and leaped lightly from barrel to barrel. He landed among the darkspawn and slashed out with his blade, cutting down the emissary. He shifted direction almost immediately, tumbling away and heading down the next corridor. The spawn gave chase, and Braska went to work on the traps. He ran up along a ledge above the carvings on the wall, then dove into a tunnel too small for the ogres to give chase. He heard a sound, and crept towards it. He sensed something similar to what he'd sensed from Lenor's little friend. Jarath heard it again. It sounded like chanting. He moved cautiously. The smell that came from the small chamber was horrific. He dropped down. A dwarven woman stood, and turned to face him. Her skin was mottled in shades of grey, and her eyes were glazed as she looked at him. Her hair had started to fall out. What is this? An elf? Exotic and impossible. She shook her head to move past him. Skeletons, bits of red and rotting flesh still clinging to the bone, were scattered around the room. Dwarven skeletons. Feeding time brings only kin and clan. I am cruel to myself. You are the dream of strangers' faces and open doors. His eyes widened, and he looked back at the skeletons. You've been forced to eat your kin. And others. She circled him slowly. Fresh, not those who turn. Killed right here. And we're fed. Laren first. But I am filled. I am. She looked away, and to his horror picked up a bone and nibbled at it. All I could do was wish Laren went first. I wished it upon her so that I would be spared. She tossed the bone aside, and pulled another from a pustule of corruption. She rejected it, tossing it aside as well. But I had to watch. I had to see the change. How do you endure that? How did Branka endure? He looked again at the skeletons. Are you from Branka's house? She rounded on him, and a sob escaped her. Do not talk of Branka, of what she did. Ancestors preserve us, forgive me. I was her captain and I didn't stop her. She shoved a hand into his chest, pushing him back a pace. Her lover, and I could not turn her. Forgive her. She threw a gobbet of flesh at him, and he only barely managed to dodge it. But no, she cannot be forgiven. Not for what she did. Not for what she has become. He hesitated, afraid to ask. Afraid of the answer. What did she do, Hespith? What did Branka do? She paced. I will not speak of her. Of what she did, of what we have become. I will not turn. She shoved him again, then lifted her hands and turned desperately from side to side. I will not become what I have seen. Not Larin. Not Branka. She looked at him again, and then turned and fled. He looked back over his shoulder, then followed. Setidus led the party into the tunnel. She saw Broska disarming a trap. He held up a hand as they approached. One more, he said. Where is Jarath? Playing bait. Broska. Setida growled his name. Got it, let's go rescue Junior. Broska drew his weapons and rushed off down the tunnel. The others followed. Alistair and Sten quickly took the lead, their longer legs allowing them to outdistance the others. Leliana and Cathiel began firing their bows as soon as the Darkspawn were in sight. Alistair rolled, then came up behind an ogre. He stabbed backwards, putting his sword through the back of the ogre's knee. He yanked it back as the ogre fell, then smashed his shield into the ogre, unbalancing it further. It flailed at him, and then he slashed, opening its throat with a spray of black blood. She saw no sign of Jarath. Burhan yanked the foot out from under another ogre, and Broska brought his mace down on it with 3 solid blows. Sten drove a third ogre back into Shale, who simply used her massive fists to smash its head open. A fourth ogre started to charge the casters, and Setida moved forward to block it. Okaren went to her side, and they drove it back. After driving her blade into it, she turned to Mark V, and found the archers and mages had dealt with the matter. Broska looked around, and then looked around again. Where's Junior? Burhan. Burhan closed his eyes. After a moment, he pointed. That way. Moving. He opened his eyes again. There is something else moving along with him. And Darkspawn in the area. Setida growled, and turned to look at Broska. You realize that after I kill him, I'm going to kill you. Broska sighed, and then nodded. He caught up with her near a small shrine. A few genlocks entered. Jarath started to reach for his blade, and she caught his arm. He winced as her fingers dug into him. The Darkspawn moved past, heading back up the tunnel. Hespeth looked up at him. She became obsessed. She shook her head. That is the word, but it is not strong enough. Blessed stone, there was nothing left in her but the anvil. Did she find the anvil? Jarath asked. Hespeth did not respond. She stood, and moved about the small chamber, occasionally picking something up before tossing it aside. Hespeth. Hespeth nodded to herself before walking back over to him. She tilted her head, looking at him with eyes that looked like they belonged on a corpse. Then she closed her hand around his wrist, and pulled him with her. They fought their way through a tomb of risen corpses. If she weren't worried sick about their young companion, Cathiel would actually find the place fascinating. A hall of the ancient dwarves. She glanced at her friends, and then frowned. Wynne looked frantic. Morrigan didn't look concerned at all. Bitch. Setida raised an eyebrow at Burhan. Burhan sighed. I still sense him. I can tell you which direction he's in, but with all the tunnels and corridors, that means little. He frowned. He moves, then stops. Hiding from them, maybe. She rubbed her forehead. Look around. See if you can find any sign of Branka. They searched quickly. Okaren shook his head at her. Not sure she was ever in this section. Lenore tucked a few books and scrolls away in her pack. There are 2 options for travel. A door, and a corridor. Burhan. Burhan frowned, and then pointed. He's that way. My guess would be the corridor, Lenore said uncertainly. Guess. Setida raised an eyebrow at Lenore. Unless we find a map and Burhan can point to a spot, guess is all I can do. Lenore sighed. This place is a maze of broken tunnels, Setida. He might be trying just as hard to find us. Good point. They passed through a group of Hurlocks, close enough that he could have reached out and touched them. The Darkspawn paid no attention. Hespeth pulled him to a door, then stopped instead of opening it. She cowered. We tried to escape, but they found us. They took us all, turned us. He crouched next to her. How had Lenore managed to gain the cooperation of the other one so easily? Hespeth, I have allies. No. She grabbed his arm again. He tried to pull free, but her grip was stronger than he would have thought possible. She stood, pulling him with her past another group of genlocks. One looked in his direction, then turned back to what he was doing. She shook her head. She led him into a room that pulsed with the corruption. Half-dismembered bodies, starting to rot, hung from the ceiling. Foulness filled the air. She looked back at him urgently. The men, they kill. She touched one of the corpses. They're merciful. But the women, they want. They want to touch, to mold, to change until you are filled with them. Jarath started to look around the chamber, and Hespeth grabbed his arm once more. He winced. Hespeth, I am no dream. I can help you. No. No, you can't. There's nothing left. There's body and there's hope, and both are turning. Turning. They come. They. She shuddered. They vomit, they violate, and they chant. They scream, oh, how they scream. Her head rolled. Then the change comes. She yanked him towards her and he stumbled. Her hand went around his throat, and she held him, fingers tight enough to hurt but not enough to fully cut off his air. Her glazed eyes met his. Outside the small chamber, he could hear more darkspawn moving. He managed to swallow. What change? What are they doing? Gently, she brushed his hair back from his face. Then she kissed his forehead. Her lips were feverishly hot. He couldn't suppress a shudder. What they are allowed to do. What they think they must. And Branka. She released his throat, and grabbed his arm again. The bridge ahead was broken. Alistair flung a rock off the side in frustration. Not this way. There were side corridors, Cathiel said. I'm going to kill him, Setida said. I'm going to sodding kill him. Then I'm going to shove a spirit down his throat, bring him back, and kill him again. She turned to glare at Braska. Braska sighed. He was just supposed to lead them away. A quick distraction while I disarmed the traps, so we didn't get buried under rock. I know. She sighed. I know. And her face softened. Had I been there, I would likely have ordered exactly that. Setida. She turned to look at Bruhin, and read his face. You don't sense him anymore. He could just be out of my range. Or there may just be too much stone between. He shook his head. She looked around at their faces. Back the way we came. Towards the anvil. She held up a hand to forestall the protests. We could search down here a lifetime, and find nothing. He knows our destination, and it is just as likely he is seeking us. Bruhin, keep your senses open. He nodded. She dragged him through another corridor, her grip like a vice around his wrist. She stopped, and pulled him down next to a pulsing module of corruption. They took Laren. They made her eat the others, our friends. She caressed the pulsing node, then pushed her hand into it. From inside, she took a skull, and held it out to him. She tore off her husband's face and drank his blood. She went still as a genlock passed, close enough that he could have reached out and touched it. Why aren't they attacking you? He could see more genlocks moving around them. Need me. Feed me. Why aren't they attacking me? He cast out with his senses, trying to get an idea of just how many he'd have to fight through if they suddenly started paying attention to him. She touched his cheek, and he nearly shuddered at the feel of the corruption coating her fingers. Young. Fresh. Her eyes narrowed. Tainted. I am a Grey Warden. He was in the middle of an enemy army. A chill ran down his spine. If he wasn't beyond the range of Bruhin's senses. If they thought he needed rescue. Please, Setida, don't let them do anything stupid. They need me. Feed me. He blinked, then looked back at the genlocks. Feed you. They think I'm your lunch. Don't run. She yanked him towards her and narrowed her eyes. Hunt you, if you run. She ran the back of her hand down his cheek, smearing more of the corruption onto his face. Hunt you and bring you back to me, piece by piece. And if he fought her, he'd bring their attention down on him. Even had the rage still been with him, there were far too many. Where are you taking me? She pulled him through the dark spawn without answering. The next tunnel they tried took them to a caved-in area. Braska started to backtrack before Sedita could say anything, and went to a different tunnel. Okaren suddenly blinked. There. Look. Wall chips. Branko was here. A good sign, Sedita said. A few minutes later, Braska knelt to disable a trap. He smiled. Dwarven work. Not dark spawn. Bruhan, any sign? Sedita glanced back at him. Genlocks all over the other tunnels, but I think this way is clear. He closed his eyes for a long moment before reopening them. He swallowed, then staggered a few steps away and vomited behind a rock. Leliana went to his side, touching his arm. He wiped at his mouth, then looked up at Sedita. I'm sorry. He accepted the water skin Leliana handed him. The more I stretch, the more there are. It's like digging through a mountain of filth trying to find a pebble in the... He shook his head. The archdemon is still on the edges. He sighed. It's gathering the horde. It's okay, Bruhan. She nodded to him. Stretch as far as you can without getting overwhelmed. He is a survivor. Morrigan drummed her fingers lightly against her staff. He is at that. Sedita nodded. We'll have to trust that he can take care of himself. This far into the deep roads, facing that many spawn. Being able to take care of himself might not be enough. Stone, he was just a kid. First day, they come and catch everyone. Second day, they beat us, and eat some for meat. Third day, the men are all gnawed on again. She recited the bitter poem as she pulled him deeper into the tunnels. This time, she went around the larger group of dark spawn. Fourth day, we wait in fear for our fate. Fifth day, they return and it's another girl's turn. Sixth day, her screams we hear in our dreams. Hespeth, where are we going? The tunnels they were in were thick with corruption. It was like wading through a swamp. He tried to pull away again, and failed. The taint within her lent an unholy strength. She turned back to him and put a hand over his mouth. Her glazed eyes met his. Seventh day, she grew as in her mouth they spew. She removed her hand, and shook her head at him. Her voice dropped until it was almost just a hiss. Eighth day, we hate it as she is violated. He felt a chill run down his spine. And then, it was almost like the rage was with him again. This was the fate to which Belen had been willing to condemn Sedita. Hespeth must have seen the look in his eye. She nodded, and pointed ahead. Ninth day, she grins. She leaned forward until she was almost whispering in his ear. And devours her kin. She drew back, then pulled him forward again. Now she does feast, as she's become the beast. They made their way out of the infested tunnels. Dark spawn ahead. Bruhan narrowed his eyes. Genlocks. A lot of them. Maybe 300. At least 5 alphas and a half-dozen emissaries. 2 ogres. Those odds are a bit longer than I'd like, Sedita said. Let's see if we can't find a way around. A side passage took them through a tomb. One wall was collapsed to a section of natural tunnel. Braska went first, keeping an eye out for traps. They had not gone far when Bruhan stopped. He closed his eyes, and turned a slow circle. Bruhan. Sedita started to ask. SHHH. He seemed to sniff the air. Then he opened his eyes. Jarath passed this way. Not long ago. Maybe an hour. How do you know? He shook his head. I just do. Bruhan. Duncan told me of a warden once, who could track by what he called the scent of another warden's passing, Alistair said, staring at Bruhan. Maybe. Sedita raised an eyebrow at him. Is that what you are doing? I don't know. I've never actually tried this hard to find one of you before, he replied. Sedita nodded. Take the lead. He pointed to one of the tunnels, and started moving. They came to a cavern. She led him up an incline. And while she ate, she grew. She swelled and turned gray and she smelled like them. They remade her in their image. Then she made more of them. She released his wrist. He felt a tingle as circulation began to return to his nearly numb fingers. She held up a hand, and pointed. Brood Mother. He looked at her, then walked to the ledge and looked. The creature below resembled something between a maggot and a spider ant. He turned back to Hespeth. That's Lairn. That's where they come from. That's why they hate us. She touched his arm, her face urgent. That's why they need us. She tugged his arm, pulling him down towards her again but more gently this time. That's why they take us. Her dead eyes bore into his. That's why they feed us. He nodded. Brood Mother. She looked away. But the true abomination. She closed her eyes for a moment. Is not that it occurred, but that it was allowed. Branka. She made a sobbing sound. My love. She shook her head. The stone has punished me, dream friend. I am dying of something worse than death. Betrayal. He nodded, and drew his sword. She smiled. Burhan's face broke into a wide smile. He's ahead. He's not moving, but I can sense him. Good, Setida said. I'm going to have a brief chat with him. I'm going to drag him all the way back to the surface by an ear, Wynne said. Setida glanced back at the other woman. Relief seemed to war with anger on Wynne's face. They'd walked about 100 feet more when Burhan stopped short. He shook his head. Then shook it again. Setida frowned as he began to mutter something in Elvish. Burhan. He swallowed. I don't know what that is, Setida, but... He was pale. Myth'll guide me, it's like... Leliana put an arm around his shoulder. Pull it back, Vihanan. He nodded, then swallowed again. He turned to look at Setida. I think he found trouble. Well, then, let's go rescue him so we can kill him. He was sitting next to a doorway when they found him, his knees level with his chest, and his blood-coated sword resting atop them. His eyes were closed. Gore was smeared across his face, and coated his pants nearly to his knees. Jarath, where the hell have you? Setida broke off when he opened his eyes. They were cold and angry. He stood, slowly, his blade in hand. It is through there. The anvil lies just behind it. Setida blinked. The bruises around his arm stood out starkly against his skin, looking almost like a series of overlapping handprints. Are you all right? He looked past her to Okaren. I'm sorry, he said. Okaren shook his head. Branka is dead. She's alive. He looked down at the sword. I'm going to kill her. He started for the door. Jarath, wait. Setida said. Lairn has waited too long already. Cathiel felt bile rising in the back of her throat when she saw the creature. Maker's breath. She glanced at Jarath. That's the thing holding Lairn. That. It was Setida's voice that answered, quiet and bleak. Is Lairn. Brood Mother. Alistair's voice was little more than a whisper. As they approached, tentacles suddenly rose out of the corruption surrounding the thing. It shrieked, an unholy, ravenous sound. Incoming, Burhan yelled as he slashed at a tentacle trying to grasp Wynne. Lenore turned and put up a wall of fire in front of one of the tunnels. A dozen genlocks streamed out of another. Okaren, Burhan, and Sten turned back to meet them. Shale let out a howl, and slammed her fist into one of the rising tentacles. Setida slashed at another. Alistair attempted to charge past them, slashing across the stomach of the creature. It grabbed him by the throat, lifting him off the ground and spewing corruption into his face. Alistair! Cathiel yelled. She tried to bring her bow to bear, but tentacles struck at her. Jarath leaped from a pillar to come down on the back of the thing, bringing his axe down into its shoulder. It dropped Alistair, who fell motionless to the ground, and flailed about trying to get a hold of the elf. More genlocks entered, and Morrigan used her magic to hold several in place for Burhan to cut down with his axe. Shale stood over Alistair, keeping the tentacles from striking at the unconscious man. Jarath drove his sword through the back of the broodmother's neck. It jerked, then one of its hands closed around Jarath's ankle. It yanked him off his feet, then used him as a weapon to knock Shale off hers. One by one the tentacles went slack as the thing flailed about a last time, then went still. "Lenore, win!" Setida called out as she joined the others holding back the genlocks. Lenore rushed to Alistair, and Wynne to Jarath. Cathiel forced herself to trust the mage's skills, and turned her arrows to the oncoming spawn. "How are they?" Setida asked, going to where the mages were tending to the wounded men. Lenore looked up at her. If he hadn't upgraded his armor in Orzammar, he'd be dead. The guard is all that kept the thing from crushing his throat. His breathing is steady now, but he's got a broken leg from where she dropped him, and he's coated in. She looked down at where her hands were covered in the same substance. "I'm just going to call it you. And Jarath. As well as can be expected from someone who recently struck a golem with considerable force," Wynne replied. "Several broken ribs, a leg broken in 2 places, and I believe his armor has been damaged beyond repair. Fortunately, his skull is particularly thick." She glanced up. Setida nodded. "How about you, Shale?" "I have an elf-shaped dent in my left side. It is most unbecoming." She shook her head and gave a small laugh. "Bruhan, any more incoming?" "Nothing more than a few stragglers within the range of my senses." She nodded. "Let's move on, see if we can find a place that isn't coated in." Her eyes went to Lenore. "You, and regroup." Sten went to pick up Alistair, and Lenore blocked him. He raised an eyebrow at her. "You aren't a warden, Sten, and he's coated in that stuff." "Bruhan, can you get Jarath?" She waited for him to nod. "Shale, mind carrying Alistair?" Before the golem could object, Lenore continued on. "I promise we will find you some more gems and get you a good polish later." "Very well. I will carry it." She stalked over and glared at the man on the pallet, and was annoyed at how he failed to be cowed by the gesture. Jarath looked up at her. "You are trying to decide if I'm healed up enough for you to yell at me?" Setida nodded, ears narrowing. "Are you?" He twitched a shoulder. "I went high, out of the ogre's reach. My plan was to hide and wait for you. Then I heard Hespeth." "Who is Hespeth?" "Branka's former captain." He held out his wrist. The bruising had faded a bit from the healing, but it was still visible. She was in the process of being turned into one of those things. "A fair bit stronger than Sten, by my estimate. She dragged me to Lairn." He sighed. "Right through the middle of a darkspawn encampment." "How?" She blinked. "As long as she had a hold of me, they ignored me." "House Branka is dead," Setida. He shook his head. "What corpses the spawn didn't eat, they fed to Lairn." "And Hespeth?" "Stone. Hespeth said that Branka allowed it, she was so obsessed by the anvil." Setida nodded. "You all right?" Annoyance briefly settled over his features. "Recently, you sent me to retake a fort from demons." She sighed. "I didn't send you alone, and we hadn't recently sensed an archdemon. I'm fine. Hope you didn't yell at Braska." Just glared at him a bit. She glanced up to where Morrigan was watching. "You scared the hell out of us. So, here is what I'm going to do." She smiled. "I'm going to leave you to Morrigan's mercy." She smiled at the look he gave her, and went to go check on Alistair. Morrigan sat next to him. "Your companions seem to think that you are in great danger when left to your own devices." He shrugged. "Well, I did find trouble. And the only reason you were harmed by it is you had to step in to save that fool Alistair." She shrugged. "I have something for you." "What do you mean?" "I mean that I have a gift for you." She glanced at him. "'Tis a ring. Now, before you get any foolish notions, let me explain. Flemeth once gave me a ring because it allowed her to find me no matter where I went, in case I was ever captured by hunters. I disabled its power as soon as we left the wilds. Recently, however, I thought to change it. Now, I will be able to find whoever wears it instead." He put the band around his finger. "It's a sweet gift." She smiled before she caught herself. "'Tis not given out of sentimentality. I believe you are too important to risk. If you were captured, this ring would allow the rest of us to find you quickly." "Does it do anything else?" Something about its design was oddly soothing to his eye. It felt warm, around his finger. Flemeth used to say that 'twas a link between us, one that I presumed worked both ways. I never tested it, but I doubt she would have lied over such a thing. So it would mean I am linked to you as much as you to I. He gazed up at her. So I could find you, if need be? I. Her face looked oddly touched by the question, but her voice was uncertain. Do not know. As I said, I never tested it. Perhaps. So you are giving it to me purely out of practicality? He asked the question mostly to watch her squirm. She was beautiful when she stammered. I. She stammered a bit more. Have no desire to see us part company so soon. Not unless we wish to, that is. She gave him a defensive look. Do not read more into it than is there. You have supplied me with equipment, certainly this is not so very different, is it? Thank you for the gift. He wondered if she knew she fiddled with one of the straps on her skirt when she tried to hide from him. You. She smiled. Are welcome. Perhaps it will be useful someday. Chapter 25, The Anvil of the Void. Lenore shook her head in amusement. Jaroth was more annoyed that nobody had recovered his sword from the dead broodmother than he was about the broodmother using him as a weapon against Shale. Fortunately, he'd been carrying a spare. His spare armor, however, was lighter than the splint mail he'd been wearing earlier. Watching Wynne alternate between hovering over Jaroth and fussing over Alistair would have been funnier if she didn't feel like doing the exact same thing. They had just stepped from a tunnel into a cavern when suddenly a barrier rose behind them. What was that? Okaren asked. A woman's deep voice came from the other side of the barrier. Let me be blunt with you. After all this time, my tolerance for social graces is fairly limited. That doesn't bother you, I hope. Shave my back and call me an elf. Branka? By the stone, I barely recognized you. Okaren spread his hands and smiled. Lenore saw Jaroth's eyes go cold, and he put a hand to his sword. She really hoped Okaren didn't try to get in his way. Branka's voice sounded almost bored. Okaren. It figures you'd find your way here. Hopefully, you can find your way back more easily. And how shall I address you? Hired swords of the latest lordling to come looking for me? Or just the only ones that didn't mind Okaren's ale breath? Okaren shook his head. Be respectful, woman. You're talking to Grey Wardens. Ah, so important errand boys, then. I suppose something serious has happened. Is Endrin dead? That seems most likely. He was on the old and wheezy side. It was Setida's turn to go cold. My father is dead. The assembly is deadlocked. Setida? You are. Branka blinked in recognition. Seeking my support? You wish to succeed Endrin and become a ruling queen. Lenore blinked, and wondered for a moment if that actually would work. I don't care if the assembly puts a drunken monkey on the throne. Her voice rose as she orated. Because our protector, our great invention, the thing that once made our armies the envy of the world, is lost to the very darkspawn it should be fighting. The Anvil of the Void. The means by which the ancients forged their army of golems and held off the first archdemon ever to rise. It's here. So close I can taste it. But of course there is a catch. Lenore rolled her eyes. Frustration filled the answer. The anvil lies on the other side of a gauntlet of traps designed by Caridin himself. My people and I have given body and soul to unlocking its secrets. This is what's important. This has lasting meaning. If I succeed, the dwarven people benefit. Kings, politics. She waved a hand dismissively. All that is transitory. I've given up everything and would sacrifice anything to get the Anvil of the Void. Does that include Hespeth and the others of your house? Jaroth's voice was calm and steady. There was silence for a moment. Enough questions. Branka shot back, her voice angry. If you wish me to get involved with this imbecilic election, I must first have the anvil. Her voice grew cold. There is only one way out, Warden. Forward. Through Caridin's maze and out to where the anvil waits. Okaren shook his head. What has this place done to you? I remember marrying a girl you could talk to for 1 minute and see her brilliance. I am your paragon. The tunnel at the other side of the chamber began to spew dark spawn. Lenore readied her staff, then her eyes widened. Morrigan, when, the veins. Lyrium. She saw Morrigan change the spell she was in the process of casting as the warriors charged in, weapons drawn. From her position, she could hear Branka speaking, musing aloud to herself. I needed people to test Caridin's traps. There is no way to break through except by trial and error. I sent them in. She made a frustrated noise. They were all mine, pledged to be my house, and they didn't want to help. They tried to leave me, even my Hespith. Branka shook her head. But even she couldn't understand that when you reach for greatness, there are sacrifices. As many sacrifices as are needed. Lenore focused her spell on powering the weapons of her companions. She didn't dare unleash a fireball with lyrium this close to the surface. She'd bring the entire chamber down. Next to her, Morrigan focused her own magic on sending darts of energy at individual darkspawn, firing the spells nearly as fast as Cathiel fired arrows. When focused on their allies, revitalizing their energy stores as they kept up against the waves of darkspawn. She shouldn't have gone. She was pledged to me. She swore she'd do whatever it took to find the anvil. There was no other choice. Most of them were dying of the taint already, but some. Branka continued speaking. Some of the women were. There was a moment of hesitation. Transforming. The voice changed to almost became gleeful. I knew what they would become. There would be an endless supply, fresh darkspawn to test the traps. They could still serve me, let me find the anvil. It was the only way. Her blood ran cold. An ogre led the last wave of darkspawn. Zevran and Braska hit it together, movements perfectly matched. Braska went between its legs, sending his knife into one knee as he smashed his mace into the other. Behind him, Zevran leaped, burying his blades in the thing's chest and sending it tumbling backwards. Its hands started to come up, and Zevran drove Ruck's sword into its brain. You have no idea how they carried on, holding my hand and begging to die. They had pledged me their loyalty. They had no right to fight me. The voice grew cold. They say your order is renowned for its wits as well as its brawn. Perhaps you'll do better than my poor clansmen. There's something about this place. Branka started to walk away. It makes people despair. If Jarath wanted to kill this bitch, he was going to have to get in line. They entered a room, and immediately began coughing. Sedida glanced back at Lenore. Lenore, remember what I said about not activating things? Yes. Ignore that. Figure this place out. One of the golems started to come at them. Shale moved to block it, preventing it from bringing its fists down on Bruhan. No sooner had Sten's sword brought it down than another came to life. Okaren tried to move in, but barely managed to dodge the blow as he started coughing from the gas. Jarath barely managed to pull the dwarf out of the way of the thing's fists. Then the gas began to vanish. Sedida drew a deep breath. Got it. Lenore yelled. Sedida laughed to herself. The mage sent a spell that knocked the next golem to the ground. Okaren and Bruhan brought their axes down on it simultaneously. Alistair and Sedida moved in as the last one was hit by the same spell delivered by Morrigan. Shale looked around. Lenore smiled at her. These ones were probably malfunctioning. You are far mightier. This time they let the mages cast before moving in. With Morrigan and Lenore both working their magic, they cleared the room methodically. Braska and Zevran cleared the traps as the stronger fighters dealt with the golems. In the last room, Sedida sighed, and looked at Lenore again. Well. I think. She examined the apparatus. Okay. Lenore indicated a point on the pedestal. When I activate this, it is going to summon things. We need to kill those things, then. She bent, examining the pedestals. Morrigan, look at this. Kill the spirit, then activate the pedestal. Morrigan nodded. That should disrupt the energy. Enough will break the contraption. Look at these resonance harmonics. You know, we could use something like this to enhance a staff's ability to manifest electricity. Or increase the inherent connection between the staff and the Fade to improve the range of the spirit school altogether. I bet if we used something like this combined with the anti-magic wards like at the tower we could. The two continued back and forth. Who besides me thinks those two working together may just be the scariest thing we've encountered thus far? Brehon asked. Broska raised his hand, followed a moment later by Sten, Alistair, Cathiel, and Jarath. Setida and Wynne exchanged a look, and raised their hands as well. I think it's sexy, Zevran said. Lenore. Yes, Setida. Just break the damn thing already. Oh, right. They entered a chamber where multiple golems stood. As they grew closer, the largest of the golems stirred, and moved towards them. Setida held up a hand as her companions went for their weapons. My name is Caridin. Once, longer ago than I care to think, I was a paragon to the dwarves of Orzammar. Shale moved towards him, slowly. Caridin? The paragon smith? Alive. Ah, there is a voice I recognize. Shale of the House of Kadash stepped forward. Lenore watched their golem ally walk towards the larger golem, its stride almost reverent. You. Shale stopped at the front of the group. Know my name? Is it you that forged me, then? Is it you that gave me my name? Have you forgotten, then? The sound of the golem's sigh was like a roll of thunder. It has been so long. I made you into the golem you are now, Shale, but before that you were a dwarf, just as I was. The finest warrior to serve King Valter, and the only woman to volunteer. She couldn't help but think that if her blood grew any colder, ice would start to form on her skin. Shale had been a dwarf once. The implications were. Maker. Lenore exchanged a look with Wynne, and saw her own horror reflected in the older woman's eyes. The only. Shale took a half step forward. Woman? A dwarf. Any other time, Lenore would have been amused by the shock in the golem's voice. I laid you on the anvil of the void, here in this very room, and put you into the form you now possess. The anvil of the void. Shale said. That is what we seek. Sorrow filled Caridin's voice, and though Lenore knew it was likely just fancy, she thought it filled his face as well. If you seek the anvil, then you must care about my story, or be doomed to relive it. Stark awe filled Setida's face. You made the anvil, I take it. Lenore blinked when she noted similar expressions on the faces of Broska and Okaran. It occurred to her that to them, this was something like meeting Enchanter Adrala, or perhaps Archon Hessarian. Though I made many things in my time, I rose to fame and earned my status based on a single item, the Anvil of the Void. Pride warred with sorrow in his voice. It allowed me to forge a man of steel or stone, as flexible and clever as any soldier. As an army, they were invincible. But I told no one the cost. Regret one. No mere smith, however skilled, has the power to create life. To make my golems live, I had to take their lives from elsewhere. She heard her own voice. Sounds like blood magic. A dangerous road. Caridin looked towards her. The Darkspawn were pressing in. Originally I only took volunteers, the bravest of souls willing to trade their very lives for the chance to defend their homeland. His voice grew resonant with anger. But King Valter became greedy. He began to force men. Caridin gestured. Casteless and criminals. He clenched a fist. His political enemies. He spread his hands. All of them were to be given to the anvil. He looked down, and she thought she saw sorrow on what served as his features. It took feeling the hammer's blow myself to realize the height of my crimes. Setida shook her head. So you sealed it away? Orzammar could use it. Lenore blinked, and gave her a horrified look. No. I entombed myself here to find a way to destroy the anvil. It must not be used again. The voice of Branka came from behind them. She waved a metal rod as she spoke. No. The anvil is mine. No one will take it from me. Lenore looked at Setida, waiting for the signal to attack. She saw Jarath do the same, blade half drawn. Shale. Caridin looked at the other golem. You fought to destroy the anvil once. Do not allow it to fall into unthinking hands again. You speak of things I do not remember. You say we fought? Shale shook her head slowly. Did you use our control rods to command us to do so? I destroyed the rods. Perhaps my apprentices eventually learned to replace the rods, I do not know, but if so, then all they need is the anvil to make all the slaves they need. Caridin looked at them. You. Please. He held out a hand. Help me destroy the anvil. Do not let it enslave more souls than it already has. Setida slowly shook her head. She glanced at Jarath, then back at Caridin. You were a paragon. I'll help if you support a new king. Branka's face was furious. Don't listen. He's been trapped here for 1,000 years, stewing in his own madness. Help me claim the anvil, and you will have an army like you've never seen. Okaren growled in frustration. Branka, you mad, bleeding nugtail. Does this thing mean so much to you that you can't even see what you've lost to get it? Lost? She'd thrown it all away. Lenore wished she didn't see temptation on Setida's face. Branka gestured at him with the rod. Look around. Is this what our empire should look like? A crumbling tunnel filled with darkspawn spume. The anvil will let us take back our glory. Lenore found her voice again. The anvil enslaves living souls. It must be destroyed. Morrigan shook her head. Have you no desire to discover this anvil's potential? It is a marvel, a tool of creation. Wynn's voice was appalled. Even the best of tools may be misused. This is a thing of blood magic, of destruction. Sometimes creation involves the destruction of one thing to make way for another. 'Tis a law of nature that death is the parent to life. Lenore stared as Zevran nodded. It just seems a waste to destroy the anvil, given what it could do. And how would you like to become a golem? Jarath asked, his voice calm, quiet, and all the more threatening for it. You would not dare. Morrigan said, staring at him. He met her eyes, and smiled. Lenore found herself wanting a place to hide. How do you know? He asked, raising an eyebrow at her. Morrigan took a step backwards. I would rather not find out. Fine, destroy it if it pleases you. Jarath turned his eyes to Zevran. The assassin immediately held up his hands. All right, all right. Perhaps destroying it is a good idea. Thank you, stranger, Caridin said. Your compassion shames me. Branka held up the rod. Bah. You are not the only master smith here, Caridin. Golems, obey me. Attack. A control rod. But. Caridin managed only the barest shake of his head. My friend, you must help me. I cannot stop her alone. Jarath drew his blade. Lenore sent a stone fist into the face of the golem guarding Branka. A heartbeat later, the rest of their companions joined the fray. Yanking the control rod out of her hand and using it to brain her had been one thing, Cathiel mused to herself. Kicking her over the side into the lava might have been something approaching overkill. She made a mental note never to piss Jarath off. With the control rod broken, the few surviving golems stopped attacking. Caridin touched one of the fallen ones. She heard Bruhan say something to him, and the golem looked at the Dalish man for a moment before nodding. Caridin rose, and walked towards the rest of them. Another life lost because of my invention. I wish no mention of it had made it into history. Yeah, you ain't kidding, Okaren said. Stupid woman. Always knew the anvil would kill her. He didn't look at Jarath. How is the woman was not able to disable me as she did you, Caridin? Shale asked. I do not know. Have you been altered? I once had a pathetic little mage of a master. He. Shale shook her head. Did something to me. Experimented on me. And then I killed him and it rendered me paralyzed. Cathiel saw Alistair take a small step away from the golem as she spoke. Caridin rumbled. Perhaps he was bringing forth old memories? And caused you to remember the time when? His voice softened. You fought at my side. The paralysis you speak of always resulted when the master perished. As for your free will. He touched her shoulder. You were always a strong woman, Shale. I am pleased to see you remain such. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Do not thank me. All of this. Karadin shook his head, and gave another rumbling sigh. This is my doing, my legacy. He looked at them. But at least it ends here. I thank you for standing with me, stranger. The anvil waits there for you to shatter it. Morrigan glared. Yes, excellent idea. Just destroy it now, after all this. A look from Jarath caused her to go silent. Wynn gave Karadin a small bow. It was good to meet you, Paragon. I intend to ensure that your warnings about the golems are heard by the Circle of Magi. Is there any boon I can grant you for your aid? Karadin's gaze went to Jarath. A final favor before I am freed from my burden. Jarath jerked his head at Setida, and Karadin turned to look at her. Setida sighed. Okaran. You lost Branka to this. What do you want? Huh. Okaran twirled one end of his mustache. Don't suppose you can bring Branka back? Maybe make her a golem, like you. Cathiel glanced at the ledge Jarath had kicked the dwarven over. She was pretty sure the answer was going to be no. I would not do such a thing to her even if I could, Karadin replied. Okaran sighed. Somehow I didn't think so. Then I don't want anything that would remind me of. He looked around. This. Best it's just done. There. He glanced at Setida. Is still the matter of the election. I mean. He nodded. We still need a paragon to get the assembly's support, right? For the aid you've given me, I shall put hammer to steel one last time, and give you a crown for the king of your choice. What did you say to him? Leliana asked Bruhan. That I will sing for them, when we return to the surface. He put an arm around her as they watched the golem work the anvil. I want very much to be out of these caves. What did it feel like? When he gave her a confused look, she clarified. The archdemon. He considered a moment. Imagine the most beautiful voice you've ever heard, backed by instruments of the finest make played by the most skillful hands. A song written and perfected by a master composer. Every note performed flawlessly, filled with vibrant emotion. Every word urging you to exalt in the most horrific acts of depravity you can imagine. He shook his head. I can still hear it, way in the back of my mind. Like a sheen of oil weighing down every other song I know. You'll feel better when we get you some daylight. She put her arms around him. Yes. He very much hoped she were right. He didn't want to think about how he'd almost understood the words of the song. Almost followed. You would not have let him turn me into one of those, yes? Zevran asked Braska. Braska glanced at him. Well, I'd have certainly tried to stop him. It's monstrous, Lenore said. It's. She shuddered. Wrong. No, I wouldn't have let him. I wouldn't let anyone feel that hammer. Braska glanced up at Lenore, then put his arm around her waist. Got to you, did it? It and that insane woman and. She clenched her fists. Lairn was a member of her house, and she. Lenore's voice went hard. She glanced at where Jarath stood. You were kinder to her than I would have been. I have some notion of what you are like when you get sufficiently riled up, he said. Then he gave her a surprisingly warm smile. You're a good person, Lenore. So are you. No. I am not. He touched the hilt of his blade. If we keep the anvil, I'll use it. He met her eyes. That's why it must be destroyed. She looked towards where Karadin was finishing his work. Then she looked back to Jarath. I'll see it gets done. He nodded to her. She returned the nod, and walked to go speak to Alistair. Karadin offered Setida the completed crown. There. It is done. Give it to whom you will. I do not wish to hear their names, nor anything more of them. I have already lived far beyond my time. I have no place here. Setida took the crown from him. I will destroy the anvil, as agreed. You have my eternal thanks, stranger. Atrast Nal Tunsha. He walked to the lava. May you always find your way in the dark. She watched as Alistair picked up a hammer and ascended the steps. For a moment, he actually did look like a king, and she found herself smiling. He raised the hammer, and brought it down. The anvil shattered beneath the blow. He threw the hammer down, and rejoined them. "It is done." "Good man," Setida said. She glanced back at the others. Lenore was over by some sort of stone carving, instructing Broska and Zevran to take rubbings of whatever it was, under the watchful eye of Shale. She sighed. "Let's go back. Believe it or not, I find myself actually missing Ferelden." Kemp was quiet that night. Darkspawn were still far too near. Now and then, they could hear sounds carrying up from the trenches. Broska lay with his head in Lenore's lap, and she gently combed her fingers through his hair and beard. "You're worrying about Rika again." "Yeah. Who'da thunk, right?" He shook his head. "We're heading back to make my sister a queen, and I'm actually wondering if that's a good idea." He sighed, then looked up at Zevran. "Care to answer some questions?" "If they're dirty ones, certainly." Zevran smiled. "Regale us with an adventure." Broska nodded. "Well, now." Zevran scooted closer. "What might interest you, I wonder? Shall I describe the stages involved with Lanthrax poisoning? I watched a man go through all 7, once." "That sounds like fun." Lenore chuckled. He laughed. "You have rather macabre tastes, I see." "I like that." He leaned back. "Let's see. How about the largest battle I ever took part in? That would have been the slaughter of Prince Azrin. Did you hear of that down in these parts?" "No." Broska shook his head. "I heard there was a Prince Azrin, but that's about it." Lenore shrugged. "Prince Azrin was 4th in line to the throne, you see. He started off as 11th, but worked his way up the old-fashioned method, by inheriting control of an entire crow cell from his grandfather." Zevran gestured. "After assassinating his way through the royal family, the king hired 3 other cells to take down Prince Azrin once and for all. I was in one of those cells." "Is this sort of thing common in Antiva?" Lenore raised an eyebrow. "Antivan royalty is very much bound up in the crows. You wouldn't want it run by a bunch of commoners, after all, would you? And this means they get involved in politics quite often." Zevran chuckled. "This particular fight nearly bankrupted the nation, I understand. It almost ended up putting a crow on the throne, a commoner." He waved a hand. "But that's a whole different story. I played a very small part." "What did you do?" Broska shifted, making himself more comfortable in Lenore's lap. Zevran laid down next to him, resting his own head on Broska's chest. "My part in the entire battle was taken up trying to reach Princess Firina, who had thrown in with her brother. I killed about 11 of her guards personally before I got knocked out of a window." He shrugged. "I landed in the river and nearly drowned. I was fished out by some urchins who robbed me blind. Made off with my boots, too. At least they didn't cut my throat. And that was my part in history." Lenore laughed. "You're very lucky, indeed." "It's true. I live a charmed life. One of the prostitutes that raised me was a fortune teller. Said I wouldn't die young. She was rather startled by that. But there you go. Tale told. What does it take to be an assassin?" Lenore raised an eyebrow. "Well, the crows would have you believe that it is an involved process that takes years of training, the sort that tests both your resolve and your endurance. Survive that process and maybe, just maybe, you're good enough to start being considered one of them. But quite frankly, the truth is that all it requires is a desire to kill people for a living. It's surprising how well one can do in such a field." She kissed his cheek. "You did quite well, no doubt." He grinned. "Within the crows, I did. But it has been something the crows have devoted a great deal of time to perfecting. An assassin simply specializes in striking from stealth." He waved a hand. "And in maximizing that first attack to be as lethal as possible. Debilitate your foe, either by poison or by crippling their limbs, makes any follow-up combat you need to engage in that much simpler." "Useful." Broska nodded. "Used to practice throwing rocks for just such a reason. Conk someone on the head good enough, and they don't see the blade coming. See? Getting paid for the act is beside the point. An assassin is more a tactical choice than a lifestyle. Zevran smiled. Of course, the crows like to pretend that their abilities are trade secrets, shrouded in shadows and wrapped in a blanket of mystery. So let's just keep this between us, shall we? Why did you want to leave the crows? Broska brushed Zevran's hair back. Well, now, I imagine that's a very fair question. Being an assassin, after all, is a living at least as far as such things go. He shrugged. I was simply never given the opportunity to choose another way. So if that choice presents itself, why should I not seize upon it? But what would you rather do? Lenore raised an eyebrow. Now that you mention it, I am not entirely certain. Zevran shrugged. I was but a boy of 7 when I was purchased. For 3 sovereigns, I'm told. Which is a good price, considering I was all ribs and bone and didn't know the pommel of a dagger from the pointy end. The crows buy all their assassins that way. Buy them young, raise them to know nothing else but murder. And if you do poorly in your training, you die. That's awful. Lenore swallowed. Being ripped from your home. It is. Zevran smiled at her. Not quite the same as you are thinking. And I don't know. The crows who are actually good enough to survive come to enjoy some of the benefits. In Antiva, being a crow gets you respect. It gets you wealth. It gets you women. He touched Lenore's shoulder, then looked up at Broska. And men, or whatever it is you might fancy. But that does mean doing what is expected of you, always. And it means being expendable. It's a cage, if a gilded cage. Pretty. But confining. So what is it you fancy, exactly? Lenore caught his hand in hers. At the moment, I happen to fancy you. Which is handy, as I happen to be following you about the countryside. He chuckled. That is, of course, presuming you don't decide to kill me at some point. It spoils the mood, I'm told. As for what I'll do in the future. He shrugged. Presuming that there is one. Zevran frowned thoughtfully. I truly can't imagine. It might be interesting to go into business for myself, for a change. Far away from Antiva, of course. For now, naturally, I go where you go. And we are happy to have you along. And here I am, happy to be had. Isn't it wonderful how things work out that way? We've never talked about our nights together. Jarath lifted his head, and looked at the woman beside him. What is there to speak of? She chuckled. Do you wish me to tell you how wonderful you are? Shall I say you are virile and manly? He caught her wrist, and pinned her. Suddenly I feel like I'm none of those things. Oh, has my poor widow man's feelings been hurt? She batted her eyes. What do you say I kiss it and make it better? You are one saucy minx, you know that. He kissed her, catching both her wrists in one hand as he moved his other hand to caress her. She laughed as she put up a token struggle. That is me indeed. I'll have an answer from you. He brushed his fingers against her ribs, light enough to tickle, and was rewarded by her gasp. One way or another. I am to be interrogated then. She moved her head towards him, making a biting motion. What is it, then, that you wish to know so badly? I just want to know where this is going. Morrigan blinked, and lay her head back. An odd question, is it not? What do you foresee? Marriage? Children? Shall we settle in the countryside, you paint the shed while I bake the bread? I don't know. What do you want? What do I want? She looked startled by the question. You are a rather curious and frustrating man. Is what you already possess not enough? Must you always want more? If you don't want any of those things, then fine. I did not say that, precisely. She glared, and then tried to buck him off of her. No, never mind. She narrowed her eyes. Enough. I grow tired of this topic. Let us speak of it another time. He moved his hand, eliciting another gasp. If you don't want to speak of it, then you are going to have to come up with a means of distract. He blinked as magic suddenly wrapped around his arms. A moment later, he was flat on his back, with her leaning over him gleefully. This is the part. She straddled him, and gave him a wicked smile. Where you beg for mercy? Jaroth gave her a challenging look. Never. Lenore dragged Zevran and Broska with her to check on Ruk. She found him curled on his makeshift pallet, the little vial she'd given him clutched tightly in his hand. They piled stones to make him a cairn, and then rejoined the others. Chapter 26, Crowning a King. The trip back was easier, now that they knew the way. Sedida tried not to think about what the tunnels being empty of darkspawn meant for the surface. At the gate of Orzammer, the guards stared with disbelief as they passed. She led them, dented and blood-stained, straight to the Diamond Quarter, and into the assembly. The guard on the door took one look at her, and got out of their way. The steward, Bandelor, was trying to call for order. Lords of the assembly, I call for order. This argument gets us nowhere. Belen's voice was belligerent. Then why these delaying tactics? I call for a vote right now. My father has one living child to assume the Ejican throne. Who would deny him that? She wanted to punch that smug look right off his face. Harrowmont's voice was angry as he glared at Belen. Your father made me swear on his deathbed you would not succeed him. The assembly began to stir again as their entrance was noted. Sedida strode to the steward's side as if she hadn't a care in the world. Belen gave her a confident look that didn't quite reach his eyes. Well, Warden? What news do you bring? She smiled at him, and saw his confident look falter. Then she unwrapped the crown and held it for all to see. I bear a crown from Paragon Caridin, the last creation of the Anvil of the Void. She handed the crown to Bandelor. He examined it, and then his eyes went wide with awe. This crown is of Paragon make, and bears House Orton's ancient seal. Tell us, Warden, whom did Caridin choose? He left the choice to me. Her voice rang out over a hall stunned into silence. Bandelor swallowed, then spoke in a commanding tone. We've argued in these chambers for too long. The will of the Paragon is that the Grey Wardens decide. She let the silence linger a moment more, let it become almost painful. Made sure they would remember. I grant the crown to Belen. And with that, she humbled him with the crown. Belen stared. You leave me speechless. After all. His face actually looked grateful. I am honored that you did what is right for your house. She smiled. Her house. Ejican would stand. There were fewer guards this time. Rika was there, her face shining. Belen glanced at Sedida, then swallowed and addressed Broska. Kevin, now I can embrace you as a brother. And you, Sedida, you have truly surprised me, sister. You have earned the right to rejoin House Ejican. Without your aid, I would not have taken this throne so smoothly or so soon. You will be a stronger king than Harrowmont. It was best he not view sentiment in her reasoning. His name need not pass your lips again. My generals are already preparing for a mission to the surface. When you have need of us, you shall have every able-bodied dwarf in Orzammer. Since you did more than I expected, I offer a personal reward as well. You may recognize this. Trian used it to crack skulls when he was showing off for father. I'm sure he'd want you to have it. Now, I have much to do. If there is nothing else, I'll take that as a thank you. Some things would change, and some things would not. As it was meant. Now, I must address my other petitioners. He hesitated. Come back and visit sometime. Cathiel glanced over at Sedida. Your little brother is a gigantic ass. Sedida sighed. Next to Trian, Belen was a relatively small ass. It is only with Trian gone that Belen can truly show his ass. She sighed, and rubbed her forehead. And I have been around you Feraldans entirely too long. Sten shifted his sword. I can relate. Still, nice. Cathiel rolled her eyes at the cunnery. Hammer. Sedida glanced at the maul she still carried on one shoulder. She tested its weight, then offered it to Bruhan. Silverite and dragon bone. Better than the one you've got currently. Bruhan started. Are you sure? I mean. He blinked. It was your brother's. It was meant to crack darkspawn skulls. Sedida shrugged. You will crack darkspawn skulls with it. To all things a purpose. Burhan took them all, giving it an admiring heft. And what would your brother have said, to see his maul in the hands of a Dalish? If he weren't dead, this would have killed him. Setida smiled at them all. Stone take you, Traian, you miserable bastard. Rest in peace. Morrigan cocked her head to one side. You make me grateful I have no siblings. Well, look at you all fancied up. Braska turned at the sound of the familiar voice. Did the prince decide he likes boys, or did you find some other way to bring in coin? He sighed. Now I remember why I left. I'm a Grey Warden now, mother. He saw the eyes of both Lenore and Zevran widen. Right. His mother staggered just a little as she walked over. Still, she actually looked healthier than she had in years. Maybe it was just the fact that she was clean. Rika told me. She waved a hand. Running off to the surface, just like your father. Never thought to share a little of that fortune with your mother. Braska looked at their surroundings, and then back at her. You're living in a palace. I've seen how they look at me. Think I'm gutter trash. Not one of them would let me step foot here if it wasn't for Rika. She shook her head. Precious Rika and her precious little brat. If he chokes on that gold rattle, we'd both be on the street. Nothing will ever satisfy you, will it? She spat. You think I don't got the right to be happy? You think I don't deserve what everyone else has? You think you deserve them fancy clothes? You're never gonna be nothing but dust town. Just like me. You're drinking again, aren't you? He sighed. Still. Heh. You know what they keep up here? They got wine from the surface, ale, brandy. She smiled. They got a whole room of it. And nobody's gonna stop me taking it, because I'm the brat's grandmother. He took a step towards her. Rika's happy. Don't you dare ruin that. Oh, precious Rika. What's she done besides getting herself knocked up? She slurred her words. I had two worthless brats and no one ever gave me the time of day for it. I deserve what she got. And more. And don't you tell me any different. Braska gave her a disgusted look. I've missed you, too. Why would I miss you? What did you ever do but make me fat and old and ugly? He shook his head, and walked away. Lenore and Zevran both followed. After a moment, he heard his mother's voice behind him. Wait. Where are you going? Why are you leaving me? He clenched his fists, and kept walking. Braska. Lenore's hand touched his shoulder. I'm sorry you had to see. He waved a hand over his shoulder. That. I was raised in a whorehouse. That. Zevran looked back before turning back to him. Is not an unfamiliar sight. My home was invaded by demons when we visited. Lenore brushed his hair back, then leaned down to put a kiss on his forehead. Rika's happy, at least. He smiled. That's the part that matters. She's nice. Lenore set her arm on his shoulder. And the way she smiles at that babe of hers. My nephew. Braska laughed. Crown Prince of Orzammar. He smiled. Rika's going to spoil that kid rotten. The way she always tried to do to me. He nodded. We just got to kill one piddling little archdemon, and she gets her happy ending. He took a deep breath. Damned if hasn't earned it. She looked out for you. Until I was old enough that we could look out for each other. He sighed. Well, you met the useless lump that birthed us. My father lit out a few days after I was born. The I'll make my fortune and send for you line. I think for the first couple years, my mother actually believed it. Then, well. He sighed. What coin she earned went to the wine, so Rika and I made do. He shrugged. Got easier once I was old enough to bust heads for pay, and Birat, stone shit on him, noticed Rika. And before that. Lenore hugged him. Begged. Cleaned mittens. If those weren't options, well. He shrugged. You always got at least one thing you can sell, and finding a buyer weren't much trouble. He chuckled. Ain't scandalizing you, am I? I love you, Kevin Braska. She kissed him. He stared at her. And there is nothing about you that shames me. Braska smiled. Stone be damned, fireball, if you ain't the best magic in Thedas. I heartily concur. Zevran smiled. Setida glanced back towards the assembly, and sighed. I'll catch up with you. Jarath frowned. Are you sure that is wise? Setida gave a half-smile. No, but it is necessary. Sten glanced back at the assembly, then at Setida. I will accompany you. Setida nodded, then turned towards Cathiel. Head over to Tapsters. Get some warm food in you. Let Braska order the drinks. Cathiel grinned. Understood. Sten followed Setida. You are going to see Harrowmont. Setida nodded. Belen is the better king. Harrowmont, the better man. Do you intend to conscript Harrowmont? If that is his wish. She sighed. She knew Belen would make getting rid of Harrowmont one of his first actions. She could even see his reasoning, stupid as it was. Or just knock out the guard so he can make a run for it. Harrowmont could have fought in the assembly. He made a poor choice for himself. Setida nodded. That is why Belen is king. Orzammar needs someone who can make a stand. Harrowmont couldn't. Not for me, before my exile. Not for himself, today. Then why are you doing this? His face held genuine confusion. He failed. He didn't have it in him. She sighed. But out of love and duty to my father, he tried. This isn't about me, Sten. Or about Orzammar. Or about Belen. This is about my father. I see. He shook his head. But I do not understand. She chuckled. That makes two of us, I suppose. Setida nodded. I'm sorry, Lord Harrowmont. As am I, child. Your father missed you sorely in his final days. I am glad you found a new place among the Grey Wardens. She didn't want to know. But she had to. How did my father die? He sighed. Of a broken heart, in my view. Some say Belen poisoned him, but I never left Endron's side, and I don't see how. Belen did kill him, but only by what he did to you. There was that, at least. Tiny consolation though it may have been. Is it true my father wished you to be his heir? He knew what a poor king Belen would make. He saw it sooner than the rest of us. One of his last requests was that I carry out his wishes as Orzammar's next king. It was the greatest honor of my life. Setida, you know what your brother is. Why? Because I know what my brother is. Cunning. Strong. Ruthless. And willing to be a force of change. Because whatever else my brother is, he is right. Orzammar must change if it is to survive. Because Orzammar must find a place for everyone. And because. She sighed. He is my brother. Harrowmont sighed. That part, at least, I understand. With all you forgave Trian. He settled back. I shouldn't be surprised you'd forgive Belen. She shook her head. I haven't forgiven Belen. I never will. But that changes nothing. Lord Harrowmont. She met his eyes. Say the word, and I will use the right of conscription. You do not have to die here. Harrowmont shook his head. The king has spoken. All I can do is die with dignity. May the stone accept you when you fall, Lord Harrowmont. Cathiel rolled her eyes fondly as she watched Brihen coming up with Elvish translations for all of Braska's curses. Alistair was actually making notes. Braska shook his head. Ya mean to tell me after thousands of years of civilization, your people never came up with a word for ASSC-habs? I'm not entirely certain what ASSC-habs are. Brihen held up a hand to forestall them. Nor do I wish to be. Leliana giggled, and provided them with a suitable word in Orlshian. At another table, Lenore was carefully fitting shale with blue-tinged crystals, much to the golem's evident delight. I think these may also serve to make you somewhat more dexterous. Not that I think you should go dwarf juggling or anything. What about elves? Can I juggle those? Ours have lots of pointy bits. Okay, what about these? Red or green? Which do you think better complements the blue? The red is certainly more dramatic, and where the two overlap it will create a nice band of royal purple. And the red seems to correspond with fire. I think it will provide you with considerable resistance, so I don't accidentally singe you again. What does the elder mage think? Shale asked Wynne. Shale, why do you refer to me as the elder mage? Clearly because it is purple. And a hyena. Wynne gave a long-suffering sigh. I have a name. We all do. Even though Morrigan is a swamp witch, as you call her, maybe she'd prefer being referred to by her name. I have no doubt that is so. Then you simply wish to be perverse? Surely you are better than that. I have found that I am allowed precious few amusements. Since so many prefer to call me Golem, I enjoy referring to them in a similar fashion. Oh, very well. But could you at least use a different adjective? I do not wish my age to be my defining characteristic. As the fussy mage desires. Oh, I give up. Cadden. Set it aside. Lord Harrowmont still has much to offer, but neither he nor Belen can see that, and so they waste him. Sten glanced down at her, and she gave him a sad smile. There is wisdom in your coon, just as there is in the chantry, and in the shape rate. Knowledge of the complex is wisdom, and from wisdom of the world comes wisdom of the self. Sten nodded. Mastery of the self is mastery of the world. Loss of the self is the source of suffering. Love is giving up a piece of the self. I didn't listen when Belen first started his plotting, and for that, Trian died. But for all their faults, I loved my brothers. Suffering is a choice, and we can refuse it. It is in our power to create the world, or destroy it. Let us hope what I have done here today is not the latter. Belen is king. Orzammar will endure. And you, Cadden. I am content to be who I am. Come, Sten. We have an army to finish building. Okaren stopped just before the stairs, and took a deep breath. Give me a moment. Setida remembered the first time she'd seen Sky. Take your time. By the stone, I feel like I'm about to fall off the world with all that sky up there. I remember that feeling. It passes, Setida said. This one cheeky young jackass told me putting stones in my pockets would keep that from happening, Braska said, elbowing Alistair. Worked, didn't it? Alistair said. Too bad. It's kind of like being drunk. But so much cheaper. Okaren started forward again. Well, let's get moving. We're losing. He shrugged. Whatchacallit? Daylight. Lenore was a little surprised to note that Jaroth and Morrigan appeared to still be sharing a tent. After he'd all but threatened her back at the anvil. She shrugged. They must have worked it out. Then again, Morrigan actually seemed to find Jaroth's scariness attractive, so maybe. Nope, not going down that road. She watched Bruhan spar Sten, then her eyes widened as Bruhan managed to best the Cunnery. He's certainly come a long way from the days when Duncan had rather casually smacked him around. Had he really taken on an ogre back in Bonamar? She sighed. She wanted to put all the events of the deep roads behind her. Zevran came to sit next to her, and she smiled. How well versed are you in poetry? Antivan poetry specifically? He asked. She shrugged. I know a good poem when I hear it. He laughed. Well, trust me, then, you won't be hearing it now. He kissed her hand. It was recited to me, as I recall, by a rather wealthy target of mine. Let's see. The symphony I see in thee / it whispers songs to me / songs of hot breath upon my neck / songs of soft sighs by my head / songs of nails upon my back / songs of thee come to my bed. She giggled. This was told to you by a target. Oh, I know, I know. I couldn't believe that she thought this would actually convince me to spare her. He shrugged. I had sex with her anyway, but that goes without saying. She still had to die. The poem was amusing at the time, however, and thus I've always remembered it. Are you trying to seduce me with it? He ran a finger down her cheek. Now that is a thought, isn't it? Would it work? It. She considered a moment, tapping her chin with one finger. Might. I'll have to keep that in mind. Personally, my preferred methods of seduction are a bit more. He trailed a hand down her arm. Tactile. Here I thought you might be cheered up by some naughty poetry. You simply looked. He met her eyes. Unhappy, for a moment there. Such an unflattering expression for such a lovely face. I was thinking. She glanced over at the combatants again. Jarath was demonstrating a maneuver to Alistair. Alistair twisted, and Jarath went over his shoulder to land on the ground. Alistair's eyes widened, and he laughed gleefully before offering the other man a hand up. We've walked a long road, and we are not yet to the end. These are not the best of times. Yes, I know. He sighed. They never are, you see. Fortunately, I tend to make do with whatever time I have. It's served me well, most days. You might learn to do the same. Will you tell me about that last mission now? He sighed. Yes, I suppose it is time. You have been a good friend to me, after all. There is no reason to be silent. There is a reason I accepted this mission in Ferelden, far away from home, and it had nothing to do with any thought that I might leave the Crows. Meeting you, after all, was quite an accident. His face became grim. My last mission before this one. He sighed. Did not end well. What happened? You must realize that until that day I was cocky and arrogant. I was the best crow in Antiva, I believed, and I bragged of my conquests often. He shrugged. Both as an assassin and lover. She gave him a disbelieving look. You were more cocky and arrogant. Indeed. I was often told I was insufferable. He gave a small laugh. Right before I ended up in bed with someone. Such is how it was. One of the Crow Masters grew tired of my boasting. My bid for an incredibly difficult mark was accepted, much to my surprise, a wealthy merchant with many guards and completely silent. Taliesin agreed to be part of my team, as well as an elven lass named Rina. She was. He looked down at his hands. A marvel. Tough, smooth, wicked. Eyes that gleamed like justice. Everything I thought I desired. She put her arm around him, and he rested his head on her bosom for a moment. And you fell in love. Rina was special. I had closed off my heart, I thought, but she touched something within me. It frightened me. When Taliesin revealed to me that Rina had accepted a bribe from a merchant, told him of our plan, I readily agreed that she needed to pay the price and allowed Taliesin to kill her. He sighed into her shoulder. Rina begged me not to. On her knees, with tears in her eyes, she told me that she loved me and had not betrayed us. I laughed in her face and said that even if it were true, I didn't care. She ran her fingers through his hair. But that wasn't true. I convinced myself it was. He withdrew, and met her eyes. Taliesin cut her throat and I watched her bleed as she stared up at me. I spat on her for betraying the Crows. When Taliesin and I finally assassinated the merchant, we found the true source of his information. Rina had not betrayed us after all. I'm so sorry. He looked down. Wanted to tell the Crows what we had done, our mistake. Taliesin convinced me not to. He said it would be a foolish wasted. So we reported that Rina had died in the attempt. He shrugged. We needn't have bothered. The Crows knew what we had done. The master who disliked me told me so to my face. He said that the Crows knew. He looked back up at her. And they didn't care. And one day my turn would come. She felt the urge to fireball someone in the face returning. Why would he do that? To rub it in my face, perhaps. That I was nothing. That she was nothing. He sighed, then kissed her before continuing. You once asked why I wanted to leave the Crows. In truth, what I wanted was to die. What better way than to throw myself at a group of the fabled Grey Wardens? He caressed her cheek. And then he kissed her. This happened. And here I am. Do you still want to die? He shook his head. No. What I want is to begin again. His eyes grew warm. Whatever it is I sought by leaving Antiva, I think I have found it. I owe you a great deal. I'm glad to have you with me. He smiled, then looked around the camp. Where is Arbraska? He was sitting next to me until just a few minutes before you came over. He said something about wanting a bath. Oh. Perhaps we should go render him our assistance. Now that sounds like a brilliant idea. Cathiel grinned as Wyn walked over to where she was sitting with Alistair. Alistair immediately stood to make a fold his cloak and make a comfortable seat for Wyn, who smiled at him fondly. She sat down. Have you heard much about the Grey Wardens of old? She smiled dreamily, snuggling into Alistair as he sat back down next to her. I know they soared through the skies on griffins. Wyn shook her head and laughed. Griffins. Alas, that seems to be the only thing people remember from the tales, the mighty flying mounts that bore the Grey Wardens into battle. Well, I wish I had a griffin. Unfortunately, they've all passed back into the Maker's hand, so that wish will have to go unfulfilled. She sighed. I suppose I have to make do with Alistair. Alistair laughed. I now have a mental image of charging into battle with you sitting on my shoulders, shooting at everything. Are we actually sure Jaroth is the youngest of this particular group? Wyn asked. She shook her head, and smiled. It was said that watching the Wardens ride in on their white. Grey. What? Griffins were grey. I think that might be why they ended up calling us Grey Wardens. Grey Griffins was enough to rouse a weary heart, and put the dance back in the step of an old man. Wyn leaned back, settling herself. The Grey Wardens were powerful, feared and respected, but they also inspired the common people. I remember a tale that was told to me, many years ago. Does the story have griffins in it? Maker's mercy. It's like talking to a child. Cathiel turned up her nose and grinned. If it doesn't have griffins in it, I don't want to hear it. Yes. Wyn made a gesture that suggested she wanted to strangle something. There are griffins in this story. She took a breath. The blight had ravaged the land for months, and the armies of the great kings had amassed for one last stand. As the sun burst through the clouds that boiled and churned in the dark sky above, it illuminated a vast seething horde of darkspawn, with the archdemon at its head. And it was then, when courage seemed to fail, and all lost to death and despair, that the Grey Wardens came. They arrived with the beating of wings like mighty war drums, and stood before the armies of men. Griffins? Cathiel asked. Yes. Wyn glared. Griffins. Now listen to the rest of the story. She nodded as Alistair put a hand over Cathiel's mouth. The Grey Wardens, grim and fearless, marched forth, ever between the men and the encroaching darkspawn. They formed a shield of their own bodies and held that line until the archdemon was dead and the last darkspawn lay trampled in the dirt. Her voice grew quiet. And then, demanding neither reward nor recognition for their sacrifice, the Grey Wardens departed. When the clouds finally rolled back and the sun shone full upon the blighted ground, the great kings knew that they had lost no men, and none of their blood had been spilled. Cathiel bit Alistair's hand and he pulled it away and gave her a wounded look. I like happy endings, she said. This is a tale about no battle the Grey Wardens have fought, and yet about them all. They have always defended us from the darkspawn, taking losses so that we do not have to. People may have forgotten over the centuries, but nothing has changed. This knowledge has been blessing and burden to Grey Wardens past, and now, it shall be your blessing, and your burden. Cathiel glanced up at Alistair. You know, if you do end up having to be king, you could do far worse than to recruit Wyn as your court mage. He blinked. I could do that, couldn't I? He asked. He looked at Wyn. I mean, would you? She smiled. Of course. That's. He smiled broadly. Yeah, I think I'd like that. Assuming I don't find some way to get out of this. He frowned. Didn't I hear you telling Jaroth that story earlier? Wyn sighed. Frankly, his comments about the poor tactical choices of the battle were considerably more irritating than Cathiel's griffin obsession. Sedida finished filling Eamon in on the events of Orzammar, and left him to go check on the others. Leliana and Bruhan were in the library, going over a map of the Brecelian forest as Bruhan marked places they were most likely to find a caravan. She left them to it. Jaroth she found at the weapon range. He was attempting to teach Morrigan how to use a sword. A noise that sounded suspiciously like a giggle escaped the swamp witch as he moved her through a drill. She left them to it. The door to the room Lenore, Zevran, and Braska were sharing was closed. The archdemon itself wouldn't get her to open it. Alistair and Cathiel, she knew, were staying clear of the castle. Alistair seemed possessed of the notion that ignoring the king's situation would make it go away. Cathiel, especially since Orzammer, was enabling his endeavor. She found Okaren on the wall. Come to talk to Ol Okaren, have you? Don't know why. What's wrong? I don't know. I just... He shrugged. I guess we're pretty good friends now, right? She wasn't sure she'd go that far, but she nodded to him anyway. I just... He sighed. I keep thinking about all that slag with Branka, how I've turned out. I always said I was this way because she left, but I think maybe. He looked down. She left because of how I am. She underestimated you. And she was obsessed and unstable, and made her hope that one of Belen's first acts was to revamp the Assembly's method of decided paragonhood. No, she just... He waved a hand. Estimated me. She knew how I was, and because of that, she left without me. He shrugged. Worked out in my favor, though. I'm here fighting the good fight and not fed to Caridin's traps or her pet darkspawn. Did you want to talk about something? What do you think of the surface so far? It's sodding great. At first I was a little queasy, with all that air, but... He spread his hands. There's just so much of it. No one has any idea who you are. Or what you're doing. And the ale. Who'd have thought, ale made with grain? He shrugged. The surface is fine. It's not quite Orzammer, but it's fine. He sighed. And you got me all misty again. I'll just be over there, if you need something killed. Are we certain that was the right thing to do? Burhan asked Leliana. You don't think furthering the cause of true love is a noble endeavor? Leliana asked, leaning her head on his shoulder. Okaren. She nodded. See your point. Still, Felsi seems to have his measure. It was sweet of you to help him out like that. Did you and the revered mother have a good chat? Oh yes. She will be staying in Redcliffe. She kissed his cheek. You won't believe how she got those children out of Lothering. Tell me. It was that trinket you gave her. She ran into some Dalish elves fleeing to the north, and showed it to one of the hunters. She told him a Dalish warden had given it to her, and the hunters got them past the darkspawn. He shook his head, and laughed. I never really understood why I offered it. I think the Maker guided your hand. Maybe he did. Cathiel. She turned to see Alistair. Yes. You know, I've been thinking. She started to make a smart remark, then caught something in his eyes. What have you been thinking about? Back when we left Goldenas, you told me I needed to look out for myself more than I do. I'm beginning to think you were right. I need to stop letting everyone else make decisions for me. I need to take a stand and think about myself for a change, or I'm never going to be happy. She leaned forward and kissed his cheek. It's about time, I say. Then from this point on, I'll be looking out for myself more. I should have done this a long time ago. He smiled. I just wanted to thank you. Being with you is the one bright spot out of everything that's happened. I feel the same way. She wrapped her arms around him, and he held her for a moment. I don't know if you've noticed this, but you've become rather impressive. Have I? You took out an ogre. By yourself. He blinked. I did. She laughed. You did. Remember, when we were looking for Jarath? His eyes widened. I did, didn't I? She kissed him. My hero. Hey Setida. Alistair. What can I do for you? I was looking for Jarath to do some sparing, but he's apparently teaching Morrigan to sword fight. Up for a bout. She nodded, and walked with him to the ring. Your training is certainly paying off. He smiled proudly, then parried her attack. They went back and forth for a few minutes. I'm wondering something. I'd like to know your thoughts about some of our... He shrugged. Traveling companions. Do you mind if I ask? Not as long as you can talk and keep your shield up at the same time, she said. Why do you want to know? I've got this nefarious plan to go around to each of them and secretly tell them all the nasty things you said. That way they'll mutiny and I shall become the group leader. He let out an evil laugh, spoiled a bit when he coughed. Jarotha's mutinied twice already. If you want to lead, all you have to do is ask. She winked at him. What? Lead? Me? No, no, no. No leading. Bad things happen when I lead. We get lost, people die, and the next thing you know I'm stranded somewhere without any pants. Just so you know, I'm laughing at you, not with you. She feinted and managed to tag him in the side. Ouch. Now I'm wounded. Look at me, bleeding all over the place. You're just not very nice, are you? He shrugged. Seriously though, I'm only curious. Who are you curious about? How about Okaran? You must have an opinion on the smell, at least. He's an excellent warrior. Yeah, that's what I thought you'd say. For a drunk, he's an excellent warrior, right? How he lifts his sword is a bit of mystery. Before the drink, he won 7 provings. I only managed 5. Oh. Well, as long as we can point him in the right direction, he charges too. He has gusto, I'll give him that. Zevran. You can't. He frowned. Trust him, can you? Do you believe his so-called vow? Maybe. We'll see. That's a lot to put on a maybe, isn't it? He's an assassin. The crows aren't known for giving up. Maybe he's just biding his time. Crows and Karta have a lot in common. And yet you trust Braska. She tried a feint again, and he countered, bringing his shield in to knock her back a step. I'm willing to give him a chance. Well, if you are, then maybe I should, too. But that doesn't mean I won't keep an eye on him. He's just too shifty. And he fainted. Is he sleeping with Lenore or Braska? Pretty sure both. Think they know that? Considering it's often at the same time, they are probably aware. She had to stop her blow as he stood there slack-jawed. She laughed. Alistair. Sorry, it's just. He shook his head. No, not thinking about that. Lala lala. Okay, Lenore. If she'd stop flipping every switch, pulling every lever, activating every nexus, and summoning every demon we run across, I might make it out of the blight with some of my hair still in place. What about Sten? He sent a blow towards her left, shifting to try to counter her parry. Quiet. He winced when she pushed his blade up and nearly brought her shield down on his toes. For someone so big. I respect him. The more I talk to him, the more reasonable he does seem. His philosophy is so strange, but it doesn't sound at all as vile as the Chantry describes it. She went low, and he jumped the blade rather than parry it, bringing his own to lay against her shoulder. She raised an eyebrow. Picked that up from Jaroth. He's fast. What about him? Sometimes it's hard for me to remember he's only 16. I thought he was 15. We met him months ago. Apparently he had a birthday at some point in the intervening time. He could be 17 now for all I know. I admit, I thought Duncan was insane for recruiting him, but now she was sending him off to handle demons on his own. He's skilled, and has been showing some good leadership skills. He certainly keeps Morrigan in line. Yeah, what about her? He came in high, and she sidestepped, placing the point of her blade at his belly. Do you trust her? Think about it. He reset his position. Maybe Flemeth sent her with us for some other reason than she said. I've been more or less assuming that is a given, and Morrigan has motives of her own. Even Jaroth doesn't trust her. She's useful though. That's the most sensible thing I've heard out of you yet. Just remember that she's dangerous, too. And evil. And mean. He glanced at her. Cathiel. If I say anything other than nice things about Cathiel, you are going to sulk and cry. Well, not cry. Just pout a bit. Okay, Leliana. Is she crazy? Or do you really believe in her vision? I believe that she believes in her vision. He winced as she tagged him in the leg. That's one way to put it. I don't know what to make of her. If you look at her when she doesn't see you, sometimes she just looks so. He sighed. So sad. Except when Bruhan is around. What about him? I think that he's grown into a fine young man since we found him in the woods. Alistair laughed. Yeah, from the little Duncan told me, he was starting to grow concerned somebody'd kill him before the blight did. It was close, I admit. She tagged him in the other leg. He shook his head. I think my curiosity is sated, and my dignity bruised. Sedida, drink. Sedida glanced at where Okaren was sitting. Afraid not. I'm heading out to look over the fortifications. He nodded, then glanced behind her. What about you, Junior? No thank you. Come on, if you're old enough to tangle with ogres, you're old enough to throw back a mug. Your offer is appreciated, but I'd rather not. Lenore shook her head. Don't bother, Okaren. He doesn't drink. What? Okaren shook his head in confusion. You mean like, ever? He is unfortunately dedicated to sobriety. It makes getting him out of his pants rather difficult, Zevran said, and gave a regretful sigh. Morrigan doesn't seem to have that much trouble, Braska said. Set it aside. Will you four be sober enough to get on the road in the morning? I've got a tea for hangovers, Lenore said brightly. Oh four. Set it aside, and glanced at Jarath. At least morale is high. Care to help me check the fortifications? He nodded. Ah, when? Okaren called out to the mage. Care to partake of Okaren's fine homebrew? It's the drink of the gods. Ale, is it? And I hope it's brewed hygienically. Of course. I may not know clean from a beggar's ass when it comes to most things, but I don't mess around with my ale. Very well, let's have a taste. She watched as he poured, then sniffed it before taking a drink. Okaren leaned forward eagerly. Well? Well? What do you think? Very nice. You like it? Well, I never. Attractive amber color. Nutty flavor, slightly sweet, just a hint of toastiness. There's some spice to it. She took another sip. I'm finding hard to place. Yes? Yes. Okaren was nearly bouncing out of his chair. Is it? She looked again at the cup. Cloves. He smacked the table triumphantly. Cloves. By the stone, you're a lady after my own heart. If I weren't buckled into this armor, I'd take you round the corner and... He leered. Well, you know. Give me more ale. Set it aside, and left the room. Chapter 27, The Dalish Camp. Cathiel felt a little envious of how lightly Bruhan could move through the woods. She'd managed to keep pace with him in the deep roads, but here. How did he manage to keep up that pace without running face first into branches and trees? She grimaced as a spiderweb caught in her hair. Probably blood magic. Maker's breath. Where did you get that? She heard Alistair ask. She turned to see him looking at Jarath. Jarath raised an eyebrow. That sword. Oh. From the Drydens, at Soldier's Peak. Mickle had it sent to Redcliffe for me. He offered it to Alistair. That. Alistair whistled, and tested the balance. Is a nice sword. He gave it back almost reluctantly. What does the writing on the hilt mean? Jarath shook his head. Mickle's little girl thought it needed a name. What did she decide to call it? Starfang. I like it. Next time something knocks you out, I'm stealing it. Bruhan held up his hand and gestured for the others to stay back, and continued forward on his own for several paces. Braska almost jumped when the hunters seemed to almost materialize out of the woods around Bruhan. Andoran audition, my friend. You have come a long way. I give you the welcome of our clan. She looked back at the others. These are curious companions you have. Might I ask the purpose of your visit? I have come on behalf of the Grey Wardens, sister. The Grey Wardens? You. She blinked. have joined their ranks. How unusual. Excuse my surprise. She nodded. I will take you to the keeper right away. Burhan turned and gestured for them to follow. The huntress led them into a Dalish encampment. Setida elbowed Braska, and nodded to Lenore. Braska immediately went to retrieve the mage from where she was starting to wander off. Setida moved up until she was only a pace behind Burhan. She glanced up at his face, and blinked. From his expression, there was clearly something wrong. They were led to a small grouping of Aravals. A man, his face more heavily tattooed than Burhan's, gave them a polite nod of greeting. He looked them over. I see we have guests. His eyes returned to Burhan. And one of our own, no less. This one is from one of our sister clans to the north, Keeper, but claims to have come on behalf of the Grey Wardens. The Grey Wardens? How unusual that one of our own should join their ranks. How did such a thing occur? Burhan gave the man a respectful bow. They need all the assistance they can get. Zethrian gave Burhan a contemplative look. It is as I feared, then. Very well, let us speak. Ma Saranas, Mitra, you may return to your post. Ma Nuvanan, Keeper, the young woman bowed and left. Now, perhaps we might introduce ourselves. I am Zethrian, Keeper, and Haran of this clan. You are? I am Burhan of Clan Sabre, a pleasure to meet you. This is Setida, my commander. If you came to bring news of the blight in the south, it is not needed. I had already sensed its corruption. I would have taken the clan north by now, had we the ability to move. He gestured to the camp. Sadly, as you can see, we do not. Do not allow our troubles to burden you, though I suspect they may impact your mission. I imagine you are here regarding the treaty we signed centuries ago. Unfortunately, we may not be able to live up to the promise we made. This will require some. He sighed. Explanation. Please, follow me. He led them to the center of the camp. Men, women, and even children were laying on hastily made pallets. Some looked badly injured. All appeared to be suffering. Burhan's face was dark. He cast his senses, and blinked. He felt no tainted souls save for the wardens themselves. Zethrian turned to look at them. The clan came to the Brecelian forest 1 month ago, as is our custom when we enter this part of Ferelden. We are always wary of the dangers in the forest, but we did not expect the werewolves would be lying in wait for us. They. He shook his head. Ambushed us, and though we drove the beasts back, much damage was done. Many of our warriors lie dying as we speak. Even with all our magic and healing skill, we will eventually be forced to slay our brethren to prevent them from becoming beasts. The blight's evil must be stopped, but we are in no position to uphold our obligations. He sighed. I am truly sorry. Is there no way to help your men? Burhan asked. He saw the faces of his own clan in the eyes of the injured. The affliction is a curse that runs rampant in their blood, bringing great agony and then ultimately either death or a transformation into something monstrous. The only thing that could help them must come from the source of the curse itself, and that. He shook his head. That would be no trivial task to retrieve. Burhan gestured at his companions. We are good at non-trivial tasks. Zethrian looked them over, then returned his gaze to Burhan. Within the Brecelian forest dwells a great wolf, we call him Witherfang. It was within him that the curse originated, and through his blood that it has been spread. If he is killed and his heart brought to me, perhaps I could destroy the curse, but this task has proven too dangerous for us. I sent some hunters into the forest a week ago, but they have not returned. I cannot risk any more of my clan. Burhan gave Setida a beseeching look. She glanced back at the others. They were a mix of frustrated and encouraging looks, but no actual objection. She nodded to Burhan. We'll find this Witherfang for you, he told the keeper. I must warn you that more than werewolves lurk in the Brecelian forest. It has a history full of carnage and murder, you see. Where there is so much death, the veil separating the spirit realm from our own becomes thin, allowing spirits to possess things living or dead. But if you can indeed help. He sighed, then nodded. Then I wish you luck. We will need some supplies, Setida noted. Then I suggest you see Master Varathorn. I will instruct him to put aside some supplies for you, the kind that the hunters use. Walk into the forest and cut out the heart of a particular werewolf. Lenore asked, her tone skeptical. It can't be that simple. Burhan nodded. It won't be. He was not exaggerating the dangers of the forest. My clan never stayed in this forest long. Setida nodded. Lenore, see if you can't assist the clan healers a little, find out a bit more about this affliction. Burhan, what would you suggest? We might speak with the storyteller. He might know something more about the area. Burhan frowned thoughtfully. And we should seek out Master Varathorn, stock up on potions before we go in. Setida nodded. We should rest a bit before heading out into the forest. Burhan glanced at the others hesitantly. I'd stay close to the center of camp and be mindful. The Dalish are unused to strangers in their midst and occasionally resemble the north end of a southbound donkey. Braska asked innocently. Just keep in mind that my clan considered me quite charming, Burhan said with a smile. Make her have mercy, Cathiel muttered fondly. They found the storyteller at the fire. Andoran audition, Lethalin. Would you come and help us break our fast? Burhan gestured at his companions. We would like that. He spread his hands in a gesture of welcome. Come, then, and sit. Join us by the fire. I am Haran Sorel, the clan's storyteller. You have one in your own clan, I assume. Yes, Pavel, our elder. I was his apprentice. Ah. Haran Pavel still lives? That is good, for he was old even when I was but Delenn. How lucky you are to have been reared with his tales. I notice you are. He looked up at the others. Not alone. These companions of yours are Grey Wardens like yourself. Some of them, yes. I am Leliana, and no Grey Warden at all. She smiled, and gave a polite bow. I am honored to be here, I've heard so much about your people. Andoran audition, enter this place in peace. I do find it odd that any of your kind would so readily follow one of the Dalish. He glanced at Burhan. Do you suppose you have been made a Grey Warden simply to get our assistance? Maybe they think we would not live up to the treaty otherwise. I assure you that's not the case. He was about to tell Sorel about how he'd been saved by Duncan when the man angrily shook his head. Oh, you do you? No offense, young one, but you don't know half the... Please, Haran Sorel, you are being most unkind to one who is not only of our blood, but also a guest who is here to help us. Of course. He inclined his head. I apologize for my rudeness. Our losses have been great and I am. He sighed. Not myself. The Haran's own wife has perished from the werewolf's curse. We are mourning her death, here, and so many more to come. Not if I can help it. Burhan gave Sorel a gesture of respect. We are glad to hear it. I should not have suspected otherwise. These have not been easy days for us, and the idea that we may yet have to abandon our ill to their fate. He took a deep breath. But let us not dwell on our problems. Is there something we can do to help you in your quest? What can you tell us about the forest? I know a few tales. Our clan has passed this way many times before, even when the Shemlin lived in these parts. If you wish, I can tell you what I know. It is not a long story. Yes, tell us of the forest. Our legends say that before the Shemlin came, the Brisilian forest was a place of our ancestors that predated even our oldest homeland. The people of the Imperium came here and gave the forest its name. If they found traces of our ancestors, we cannot say. If they did, those elves were slain or enslaved. We know only that a great many battles were fought here. These trees grow upon the graves of those who fell, Shemlin and elves both. And those battles. Lenore raised an eyebrow. Tore the veil. Indeed, very wise of you. There was so much death that the veil into the beyond was torn. The Shemlin know the beyond as the Fade, the place of dreams and spirits. When the veil is torn, spirits pass into our world freely. The legends say that one great spirit possessed the wolf that became Witherfang, who passed its curse of rage onto men and created werewolves. This Witherfang still exists today. Burhan asked. So Zithrian insists. He says that Witherfang does not age as the werewolves do. Witherfang is as much spirit as it is beast, and thus it is immortal. Perhaps it cannot even be slain. At the very least, it is old and powerful, much as Zithrian himself. Cetadel leaned forward. How many werewolves are there? No one knows. When the Shemlin lived in these parts, the curse would spread anew to a few of them with each passing year. They would run off into the forest, never to be seen again. Eventually, all the Shemlin left. One assumes the werewolves survived by passing their curse to their offspring. They have had no new blood. He glanced back at the wounded. Until now, that is. Burhan glanced back towards the wounded. Have the hunters become werewolves? It is said that one or two have turned already, though the keeper denies it. As for the rest, they will either die or turn, unless... He sighed. They are killed out of mercy. I would rather die than become a ravening, soulless beast. Wouldn't you? Burhan nodded. That was the very choice that would one day await him. That's all we needed to know. One last warning, the forest is like a thing alive. It changes as it wills, closing paths behind you and opening up new ones. Too many have become lost within, unable to find their way out. Were I you, I would endeavor not to make the forest my enemy. Have you ever heard of an elf named Aniaran? Jaratha's voice asked quietly. I. Wen glanced at him in surprise. I appreciate you trying to find him, but what are the chances? Aniaran the healer. You. Wen looked shocked. No, Aniaran. She leaned forward. He. Her eyes widened. He lives? No, it can't be him. Perhaps it is a common elven name. No, I know of only one Aniaran. Ah, it makes sense. Aniaran said that he was from the human cities. You are old friends then. If it is the same Aniaran, then yes, Wen knows him, Jarath said. If you seek Aniaran, you must venture into the forest. He prefers to be amidst the trees and the animals. Thank you all so much. Burhan thought he saw a small tear in Wen's eyes as she spoke. Burhan led Leliana over to the Hala enclosure. The bard's eyes lit up at the sight of the animals. Oh, they are beautiful. A woman looked up, startled. Who comes? Anathera. I was so busy attending the Hala, I did not hear you coming. Burhan gave her a concerned look, then gestured. I notice you've separated this Hala from the herd. I fear she may have been bitten during the werewolf attack. I have tried speaking with her, but she is too agitated for me to understand. The curse would not affect her as it would us, but it would still be lethal. And it may prove contagious to the other Hala as well. I can find no wound on her, but if she's truly ill, then... She sighed. Then I will have to put her out of her misery. For her sake as well as that of the others. Burhan frowned. Is there anything I can do to help? I don't know. Do you have any skills that might help her? If you do, I would be grateful. Burhan gently extended a hand to the Hala, letting it grow accustomed to his scent before he caressed its nose gently. It blew air on his hand, but let him approach, calming as he spoke to it softly in Elvish. Yes. She smiled. That's it. She's calming down. That's it, love. Be calm. Tell me what troubles you. She pressed her ear to the Hala's throat as the Hala made a soft, almost trilling noise. Ah, I see. It is her life mate who is sick, not her. He was bitten on the leg during the attack and she fears greatly for him. I did not realize another Hala was injured. This will allow me to prevent the sickness from spreading to the entire herd. Ma Serenis. You have done my clan a great boon this day. I will always be grateful for your help. Unnecessary. It's... Burhan smiled. Good, to see Hala again. Some days I miss them more than my clan. He rubbed the Hala gently, and she responded by leaning into him affectionately, pinning him between herself and the enclosure and making the liquid trilling sound again. May I? Leliana asked hesitantly. Elura gave her a friendly nod as she went to check on the other Hala. Burhan continued petting the Hala with one hand as he gently extended his other to Leliana. She took it and approached slowly. The Hala took a step backwards, but extended her neck to sniff at Lelyana's outstretched hand. She allowed Lelyana to stroke her nose a few times before moving away. Oh, she was so soft. She looked down at her hand. Silkier than a horse. More like. She smiled. Like a rabbit or cat. Burhan smiled. Smarter than a horse as well. They can be stubborn, but have long been friends to the Dalish. Horses must be led. Hala know where they are going. Thank you for showing me. He smiled, then leaned, and whispered to the Hala. I have to go now. I have to help save our friends. It made one more trilling noise, then stepped back so he could leave. Lelyana raised an eyebrow. Do they really understand you? At least on the same level Griffin understands Cathiel. You're a dwarf, aren't you? If you get no son, shouldn't you be all white? Sedida grinned at the Dalish child. No, we dwarves come in all colors, just like rocks do. I've never seen a rock that color before, the child said, pointing at Sedida's hair. Ah, but have you seen lava before? Stone hot enough to become molten. The child's eye widened in fascination. I wish I could see Orzammar someday. Does it really have a great lake of lava? It does indeed. Waterfalls flow down into it from the Diamond Quarter. Wow. The child glanced over at Jarath. How come you aren't a Dalish like us? Sedida chuckled. Surely you know not all elves are Dalish? Jarath here is from the cities. The child pondered that a moment. Are you very sad? Elves shouldn't have to live with humans if they don't want to. It's too bad you don't have a clan of your own. Jarath stood and walked away, leaving the child looking after him curiously. Sedida sighed before addressing the child. So, where are your markings? I thought all Dalish were born with them. No, silly, you don't get them until you are a grown-up. The pitying looks annoyed him. They had their lives. He had his. He supposed he could pity them for never being able to stay in one place for more than a few days. Then Jarath sighed, and told himself he was being unfair. The Dalish were what they were, and he knew Burhan had been just as uncomfortable and stared at Indinarum. Another of the Dalish saw him. This one, however, simply nodded. I greet you, stranger. It is good to see another elf, even if you are not one of the Wander clans. I trust my people have not been too harsh in their treatment of you. I don't mind. I understand. He was strange to them, and they weren't at their best. That is very generous of you. Most would assume we are unkind as a rule, and that is not the case. He nodded respectfully. Especially not to a Grey Warden. But we have lost much, and it is easy to forget simple niceties at such a time. I understand you will search for the wolves in the Brisilian forest. I would join you, but Zethrian has. He clenched his fists. Forbidden me? Jarath raised an eyebrow. Forbidden you? The other man looked frustrated. We are banned from entering the forest now. I have. He gestured. More cause than most, but I will not disobey my keeper. Why do you want to enter the forest? He sighed. I suppose there is no harm in telling a fellow elf, but surely you have greater concerns than any problem of mine, no. The longer he was involved in this conversation, the better excuse he'd have not to go back over to where everyone was staring. I'd like to hear about it. Well, perhaps you could help me with it. I would certainly appreciate anything you could do. My wife, Dainala, and I both fought the werewolves in the ambush. She was injured so gravely the curse spread rapidly in her. Zethrian fought hard to ease her pain, but there was little he could do. And though he says that Dainala is dead, he will not let me see her. He swallowed. Her body. I am beginning to believe she became a werewolf, and that it is being kept from me so I do not go chasing after her. His eyes went to the woods. If I could just. He sighed. Know if Dainala is alive, or what happened to her. He shook his head. Then I could be at peace. I'm sorry, that's terrible. Ma Serenas, thank you. The keeper means well, but. He sighed. I must discover the truth for myself. If you are in the forest, perhaps you might. He turned to face Jarath. Come across her, alive or dead. Any news would be better than none. And in return, I would be happy to gift you an amulet made by our craftsman. It may fetch you some coin in the human lands. I'll see what I can do. They were going out into the woods anyway. Briefly, he wondered what it was about him that made so many approach him for help. Some sort of lingering aura from the spirit? You are most kind. He saw Setida gesture to him. I should go. Dark Pawn. Herlocks. Bruhan pointed. Not many. Let's clear them out, just to be safe, Setida said. It took them only moments. Tracks caught Bruhan's eyes. He gestured for Setida's attention, then jerked his head and began following the tracks. They led him to a hunter, a wounded man that had tried to crawl into a shelter. Win. He called out. The mage worked her healing magic over the hunter, and he opened his eyes. What? Who comes? The wounded man focused his eyes on Bruhan. The irises were starting to turn to gold. You're badly wounded. What happened to you? We were sent to find Witherfang. The man's breath came in ragged gasps. Bring his heart. He swallowed. Attacked. He tried to point, but his hand just flopped weakly. He passed out again. Setida glanced over at Bruhan as Win and Lenore set to work on the injured Dalish. Dark spawn in the woods, and the camp stripped of its defenders. Broska, you and Sten take the injured man back to the camp. Shale, Zevran, Okaran, and Lelyana go with them, shore up their defenses and make sure they know of the dark spawn. Sten nodded. Broska grinned. And if you aren't back by morning, come rescue you. Setida grimaced. The thought crossed my mind. Bruhan and Cathiel took point as they continued into the woods. Setida and Sten stayed close to the mages, as Jarath and Alistair brought up the rear. Bruhan held up a fist, bringing the party to a halt just before a footbridge over the small stream they'd been following. He sniffed at the air and gestured for them to be on guard, when werewolves burst out of the woods in front of them. One of them drew itself up. Dark brown fur covered the beast, which stood nearly 7 feet in height. It snarled. HRRR. It glared at Bruhan. The watchwolves have spoken truly, my brothers and sisters. It snapped at him. Another of the Dalish, come to put us in our place, come to make us pay for our attack. Bruhan blinked. You speak? I thought werewolves were savage beasts. We are beasts, but we are no longer simple and mindless. Let that thought chill your spine. You speak to Swift Runner. I lead my cursed brothers and sisters. HRRR. Turn back now, go back to the Dalish and tell them that you have failed. HRRR. Tell them we will gladly watch them suffer the same curse we have suffered for too long. We will watch them pay. Setida looked at the wolves, taking in both their size and their claws. You're the werewolves who ambushed the Dalish, then. We are. It slashed a claw at the air in Bruhan's direction. I regret only that we did not inflict every single one of them with the curse that night. Setida glanced at Bruhan. He shook his head, just as confused as she was. You sound as if you hate the Dalish a great deal. That we do. How dare they send you here against us? Turn and leave, while you still have the chance. Bruhan shook his head. I would prefer to talk to you. I mean you no harm. Swift Runner snarled. Was it not Zethrian who sent you? HRRR. He wishes only our destruction, never to talk. You talk of Zethrian as if you know him. Bruhan narrowed his eyes. The Haran seemed to have left a few things out. HRRR. We have never met, he and I. He would not survive the experience, I swear it. Why, exactly? Why do you hate him so much? You know nothing, do you? Nothing of us and even less of those you serve. You are a fool, and we are done talking. Run from the forest while you can. Run to the Dalish and tell them they are doomed. Cathiel's arrow caught the first of the charging wolves in the throat, dropping it in its tracks, but the others were upon them almost before she could knock her next arrow. She noted almost absently that these werewolves were more feral in appearance than Swift Runner and his companions had been. Beside her, Griffin snarled, and she adjusted her shot to take the werewolf coming in from her left. The wolves with the werewolves circled the combatants, coming in to try to flank the warriors. The mages kept a steady stream of spells to prevent the fighters from getting overwhelmed. Griffin let out a furious bark and Cathiel whirled to take aim at the werewolves coming from behind them. Jarath threw himself into Wynne, knocking the older mage out of the path of a leaping werewolf. The humongous wolf bore the elf to the ground and closed its jaws around his arm before Morrigan unleashed a bolt of lightning into the beast. Jarath rolled from under it as it spasmed and opened its throat with his sword. His left arm hung limp, but he stepped back into the fray, keeping the wolves from getting to the casters as Wynne got back to her feet. A werewolf, its fur singed and smoking, raked its claws down Cathiel's leg before Griffin's jaws closed around its throat. Alistair charged in to take the pressure off Jarath. Lenore downed a potion before gathering power around her hands. The resulting fireball took out the charging wolves as well as several trees as the mage collapsed in exhaustion. Setida smashed the last werewolf to the ground with her shield, and Bruhan took the opportunity to smash its skull open with his maul. "Status?" Setida asked, walking to where Wynne was helping Lenore into a sitting position. Bruhan wiped the gore from his maul. "Too used to being able to sense our enemies coming. These things are as tough as ogres." Alistair half-carried Cathiel to the mages, ignoring her protest. Morrigan began healing the scratches Jarath had taken while guiding him to Wynne. Jarath sat heavily next to Lenore. Wynne knelt next to him and frowned. "Bruhan, would you give me a hand here? It needs to be set before I can heal it." Bruhan nodded, and took Jarath's arm. The smaller elf grunted as Bruhan slid the bone back into place and held it while Wynne wove the healing spell into the injury. Wynne then quickly repeated the spell on Cathiel. Setida surveyed the group. "Do we need to return to the camp?" Wynne frowned. "Lenore, Morrigan, and I could use a bit of a rest, but we'll be fine. I'm more concerned about Cathiel and Jarath." Cathiel frowned. "I've been scratched worse than that doing needlepoint." "It's not the wound that worries me," Wynne said. Setida frowned. "You think they might have been infected?" "It's a possibility we must consider. We don't know if the taint will protect you from the werewolf curse." "All the more reason to keep moving," Jarath said. "How's your arm?" Setida asked. Wynne answered before Jarath could. "He's lost a fair amount of blood, but the arm was a clean break. Keep an eye on them. We'll rest for an hour, then keep going." Setida looked over the dead wolves. "These seem to be different than the ones we met earlier." "Feral," Bruhan said. "Possibly rabid. I doubt these ones could talk." "Thoughts?" Setida said. "That swift runner guy really wanted to eat Bruhan," Lenore said. Setida sighed. "Useful thoughts. The Haran knew more than he told us," Bruhan said. He frowned. "Some of the Dalish are starting to turn," Jarath said. "You sure?" Bruhan asked. Jarath pointed, then started walking up the path. A werewolf was crouched by some rocks, watching them. "Damn it, Jarath, get back here!" Setida yelled. She sighed, and started after him. The werewolf stayed crouched as he approached. It sniffed at him. Please." It whimpered. "Help." It looked up, but remained crouched. "Listen." It lowered itself a bit more as he came closer. "I am not." It whimpered again. "The mindless beast I appear to be." Setida shook her head as Jarath went closer, crouching down in front of the beast. "What happened to you?" he asked. "They." It panted. "I am cursed, turned into this creature." "The curse, it." Another whimper. "It burns in me." It gave an agonized cry. "I." It looked over its shoulder. "Fled into the forest. The werewolves, they." It whimpered. "Took me in. But I had to return. I had to." It moved closer to him. Setida saw Cathiel lift her bow, and held up a hand to prevent her from loosing. "You are." It took a small step towards Jarath. "An elf, but not one of the Dalish." "I was, until my..." It gasped. "Change? Have you?" It looked up at him. Seen my clan? Dainala. Yes. Your keeper, Zithrian, is the one who sent us here. The keeper sent you? Then. It drew back slightly. You seek Witherfang? Yes. I know why you seek him. But. It moved forward again, reaching out, and setting its clawed hand on Jarotha's arm. Cathiel glanced at Setida again. Setida shook her head. There is no time to explain. You must listen. It shook in pain. The scarf I wear? It touched the cloth around its neck. Bring it to Ithras. Tell him I love him. Tell him. It looked up at Jaroth. I am dead and with the gods. I beg you. I spoke to Ithras. He worries about you. I want him to be at peace. It nodded. He is a good man. Please do not. It whimpered. Let him suffer thinking of me. The werewolf cried in pain. The curse. It gasped. Is fire in my blood. Jaroth stood, and drew his blade. The werewolf looked up at him beseechingly. Yes. Please. End it for me. End it quickly. The blade came down, and the wolf went still. He bent and took the scarf before returning to the others. Maker, Alistair whispered under his breath. Not for the first time, Cathiel wondered if Lenore actually were mad. She watched the mage talking to the hermit, apparently engaging him in some kind of game of riddles. Next to her, Setida just looked rather resigned to what Lenore was doing. She felt Alistair's hand on the small of her back, and turned to see a worried look on his face. I'm fine, she assured him. No sudden growth of back hair. What about cravings for undercooked roast? He asked, trying to keep his voice light. I promise, if I get the urge to bite anything, you'll be the first to know. He gave her a suspicious look. Cathiel leaned into him, and watched Lenore trade a book for an acorn before coming back over to them. He says Werewolf Lair is to the north, but there are trees enchanted to block the path. He can give us a way to fool the trees so that they will let us pass, but we have to go kill an oak for him first. Setida sighed. Brujin, I think there was an oak just before we. Oh, not any oak. The talking one. The. Setida shook her head. Lenore, I am going to count to 3, and then you are going to start making some bloody sense. He's probably talking about a Sylvan, Brujin said. When she glanced at him, he shrugged. Trees possessed by demons. This section of forest has a bloody history, and it's not uncommon for spirits to be drawn over the veil and end up inhabiting a living tree instead of a living body. Setida stared at him. Possessed tree. You are having me on. He chuckled and pointed to a scar on his arm. One nearly killed Tamlin and I, about 6 years ago, on the edge of the Korcari wilds. What'ja think of the Dalish? Braska asked as he and Zevran walked a patrol circuit around the camp. Zevran shrugged. I know little enough of the Dalish other than the fact that my mother was one. Or so I was told. She had fallen in love with an elven woodcutter and accompanied him back to the city, leaving her clan behind for good. And there, of course, the woodcutter died of some filthy disease and my mother was forced into prostitution to pay off his debts. Oldest tale in the book. That's sodding horrible. Is it? It seemed normal enough a tale growing up, no different than the other elven boys in the whorehouse. He shrugged again. I didn't know my mother, either, of course. She died giving birth to me. My first victim, as it were. We were all raised communally by the whores. It was a happy enough existence, ignoring the occasional beating, until eventually I was sold to the crows. I brought a good price, so I hear. Sorry to hear it. Compassion and rugged good looks in the same man. It is a delight, truly, though what you say is unnecessary even if it is appreciated. He shrugged. It could have been much worse. Shall I tell you about what happened to the other whorehouse boys who did not fetch a decent price with the crows? Got a fairer idea than I'd like, Braska muttered. Zevran nodded. People like you and I are not the product of happy lives of contentment. You can say that again. People like Dash, he cut off when Braska smacked him lightly across the rear. My original point is that my mother's Dalish nature was always a point of fascination for me. He sighed. Through all the years of my crow training, the one thing of my mother's that I possessed was a pair of gloves. They were of Dalish make, I knew that much, and beautiful. I had to keep them hidden, of course, as we were not allowed such things. Eventually they were discovered, and I never saw them again. Sod it, you had any happy times? Braska shook his head. At least he'd had Rika. Oh, there has been plenty. To tell the truth, it is because I expected nothing more. Still, even I eventually thought that it would be better for me if I ran off to join the famous Dalish when one of their clans drew near Antiva city. He chuckled ruefully. Naturally the reality did not live up at all to the fantasies I had constructed as a boy, staring at those gloves. But he waved dismissively. Such is life. Burhan, you left out that the damn things could walk. I said one nearly killed me. Burhan yelled back. You really think I'm stupid enough to almost get killed by an inanimate object? Do not make me answer that question, Setida said, slashing at a branch with her sword as she tried to keep it wrapping around her. How did you kill it? Fireball, Burhan yelled. Oh, that's me, Lenore said, and gathered the spell to her. The resulting flame sent a shower of smoldering embers and kindling everywhere. Setida used her shield to protect herself and win. Are we done? Setida asked. I don't think so. Burhan glanced at her. That was a willow, and I didn't hear it talking. You're the forest expert. Go find me a talking oak tree. Heh. When you first joined the Grey Wardens, did you ever once think you'd find yourself giving that order? Alistair asked. Cathiel, shoot him. Linnea gave Braska a slightly disapproving look. I am told you were instrumental in bringing our Kamen and Gina together. That a problem? Not strictly speaking, though by our traditions Kamen is still Delenn, a child. It is not an appropriate match at this time. Braska grinned up at her. Who am I to stand in the way of love? We try to teach our young to wean themselves off the impatience that humans suffer from. Their belief that everything must happen now is what destroyed us long ago. Ain't sure you noticed, but I'm not exactly human. She shook her head, then smiled. There is no real harm in what you did. I do not doubt your intentions were good. Braska shrugged. If this whole blight thing has taught me anything, it's not to underestimate elf kids. The one that travels with us kills ogres the way most folks swat mosquitoes. Don't mind my saying, you got a different accent than the rest. Different clan, or? My parents were servants to a human merchant whose caravans plied the southern routes. One day, bandits killed him and my parents both. I was the only survivor, just a young girl, and the bandits took me. I was there. She hesitated. Servant. She nodded. For several years. They get dead. With all the chaos in Ferelden, he didn't like to think about how often her story might be repeated. Yes. Good. At least with Alistair's butt going on the throne, there would be a chance to do something. Maybe he'd grab Lenore and Zevran and go start taking care of the bandit problem after they were done with the Darkspawn. Long years of reflection have allowed me to come to terms with it, to put them in perspective. She smiled and looked around the ships. I can only imagine what would have happened had the clan not saved me from them. I owe them my life for that. And more. How'd they happen to rescue you? The bandits killed a scout when the clan passed near their camp. When the clan discovered him, Zethrian came looking for his killers. He followed their tracks for almost a month. And when he finally caught up to us, he fell on the bandits like a terror. No one could stop him. I sat there and watched him attack them in a blur, and I reveled in every blow. When he saw me, the fury in his eyes turned to pity. He took me back to the clan and I have been here ever since. So you became keeper. I am not a keeper. I am Zethrian's first. Though because I was not born into the clan, becoming his first was very difficult. We Dalish have old traditions. Noticed? Can't travel with Burhan and not. She laughed. The clans come from the ranks of the nobility that once ruled the Dales, you see. The keepers of the clan have the strongest and purest blood that reaches back to the days of Arlathan. I had to compete against the other candidates for first, to be better than them in everything simply because I was not of the old blood. So if Bruhan's daddy was a keeper, does that make him some kind of elf prince? No, it doesn't work quite like that. Old and pure blood might explain why everything we encounter tries to eat him. She glanced down at him, her lips twitching, and he winked. What did Zithrian think of all that? He was proud of me. I've always thought of him as a father, in a way, and he could not hide his pleasure when I became his first. The clan has placed great trust in me. One day, I will lead them and be the one who secures our future. He nodded. Good on you. If you don't mind Myaskin, well. He glanced out at the camp. Some of your folks have been just a bit. He shrugged. Well. He looked back up at her. Hostile. She sighed. They have reason. Since the days of Arlathan, my people have been either subjugated or homeless. Arlathan. He nodded. Bruhan's got a few stories about the place. Good ones. It was our ancestral home, long ago with the humans first came to these lands. We were free then, and immortal. We did not know how to deal with the humans and in the end, they turned their power against us and destroyed Arlathan. Our ancestors were enslaved and our culture lost forever. Weren't that those Tevinter? Same folks what caused the blight. Yes. Elves eventually got free though. At least most places. Yes. After a millennium of slavery, our people were freed by Andraste, the human's prophet who spawned the Chantry. So how come you don't worship that maker fellow? We worship the creators, as we always have. We give thanks to Andraste for her part in our freedom, but we do not worship her or her god. Broska nodded. I wonder why elves still get dumped on like they were casteless. Casteless. Dwarves that dwarves don't really consider to be dwarves. Like me. And your other friend. Broska laughed. Nah, believe it or not, she used to be a princess. Actually, I think she is again. At least her brother is the one sitting on the throne down there. But try not to hold that against her, she's good people. She has gone to help our hunters. Linnea's lips twitched again. I will try, very hard, not to hold her nobility against her. He winked at her. For a good cause. Once your people join up, I reckon we got this blight thing up and handled. You have a high opinion of the Dalish. Broska chuckled. Songbird was an apprentice storyteller. And I've seen him smash an ogre's face in with that hammer of his. And Junior? He ain't Dalish, but I've seen him stab a high dragon in the brain. Stone, once this Witherfang business is dealt with, I plan to just go up to the archdemon and tell him, might want to turn your little horde around and slink back to your nest, we got elves. And then, beer. I'm buyin'. He considered. So what do you Dalish drink, anyway? Jarath ignored the burning sensation under his skin. The transformation seemed to take days, from what he'd heard around the camp. There was plenty of time, and he'd rather not endure another round of wind fussing over him. They were already doing all they could to solve the problem. This is strange. The werewolves would not use such a camp, would they? Whoever this belongs to must be nearby. Wynn looked around. It could belong to some of the Dalish hunters, Sedida suggested. It doesn't look Dalish, Bruhan said. Griffin whined and yawned. Look around, Sedida said. She was staring at the fire as if hypnotized. Alistair blinked, then shook his head. I sense magic at work. The fire is. He frowned. It's weakening us. Can you feel it? It. He stared at the fire. It wants us to stay. Sedida sat down next to the fire, adding a stick. Across from her, Morrigan sat down on one of the bedrolls, smoothing it before laying upon it. Jarath started to walk towards her. No. He blinked. Alistair took Cathiel's hand, and pulled her with him into the tent. Bruhan sat across from Sedida, as Wynn seated herself on a log. Jarath started to take another step. His legs felt leaden. No. He blinked, and shook his head. Get away. Now. Morrigan patted the bedroll next to her and smiled at him invitingly. It's a trap. Can't you feel it? Why are you making camp? He asked. It's a lucky find. It must have been abandoned not long ago, Burhan said. He started to unstrap his armor. The veil is thin here. We need to leave. Now. Oh, don't be such a spoilsport, Lenore said. She laid down on one of the bedrolls, curling herself into a ball and closing her eyes. He could see it now, the spirits beyond the veil. Sedida's eyes were closing, as were Burhan's. Jarath saw Morrigan start to nod off. The fatigue was starting to drag at him. The duty cannot be forsworn. He reached across, touching the familiar mind. And rage filled him. He drew his sword as the shade appeared. Dimly he heard Sedida's voice call his name. They were waking. Thank you, he whispered, as he felt the spirit leave him once more. He took a moment to compose his face before turning around. They were looking around, confusion on their faces. He sheathed the sword. An abandoned camp in the middle of a demon-haunted forest full of werewolves, and you all decide to take naps. He shook his head, then gestured at the now clearly visible pile of bodies on one end of the camp. Clearly, this site is enchanted, Wynne said. Sedida shook her head and stood up. What were we doing? I think. Lenore blinked. We were hunting a talking oak tree. She raised an eyebrow. Or did I just dream that? No, I think that is actually what we were doing, Burhan said, shaking his head. Alistair pushed the tattered remnants of the tent off himself and Cathiel, then stood up. He glanced at Jarath. How come it didn't affect you? Youthful vigor. Shall we move on? His blood was beginning to feel like it was scalding. He had to push anger back when they took their time looking around the camp. It wasn't the same as it had been before. The rage wasn't separate. In some ways, that made it easier. There is a stand of oaks, just through there, Burhan reported. How do we find the right one? Lenore considered the question. It's probably going to have some residual fade energy and... Lenore, go with Burhan. The rest of you, be ready to kill what they point at. Yes, O fearless leader, Alistair said. Lenore followed Burhan towards the grove. A couple of the trees seemed to bend and sway in their direction, but none actually moved towards them. An oak with light-colored leaves shook as they approached. A voice, sounding almost intrigued, seemed to float from it as it turned to face them. What manner of beast be thee that comes before this elder tree? Lenore blinked. Can't you see me? I am a human. Ah, yes, I remember thy kind. So brief of life and all but blind to the peril you cause, the lives you take, such chaos is sown within they wake. A branch extended, stopping about a foot from her. Allow me a moment to welcome thee. I am called the Grand Oak, sometimes the Elder Tree. Lenore reached out and took the branch, shaking it as she would a hand. I am pleased to meet you. I'm Lenore Amel. Burhan just stared at her in disbelief. He looked back at Sedida, who was sighing and shaking her head. Then he looked back at Lenore. Morrigan's voice was incredulous. Rhymes? 'Tis a rhyming tree. One can only imagine what manner of spirit is involved here. The oak's voice grew hopeful. And unless thou thinkst it far too soon, might I ask of thee a boon? Why do you speak in rhymes? I do not know. Why dost thou not? Thy words seem plain, a mundane lot. Perhaps a poet's soul's in me. It laughed, leaves shaking. Does that make me a poet tree? Lenore smiled with delight. A poet tree. Yes, I get it. It was but a simple jest, a jibe to entertain my guest. The tree seemed to bow. Lenore nodded. I have a question, if I could. We met a hermit in the wood. Burhan threw up his hands and walked back to the others. That is the thief, the one I seek. It is he who rendered my future bleak. Perhaps you could assist us with our plan, we have to save the Dalish clan. It rumbled slightly. I have but one desire, to solve a matter very dire, as I slept one early morn, a thief did come and steal an acorn. The leaves shook. All I have is my being, my seed. Without it I am alone indeed. I cannot go and seek it out, yet I shall die if left without. What you ask is of little cost, She reached into her belt pouch. Is this the acorn that you lost? The tendrils took it from her almost reverently. My joy soars to new heights indeed. I am reunited with my seed. Another tendril handed her a staff of knotted wood. This cannot pass without reward, I shall give what little I can afford. Keep this branch of mine with thee, and pass throughout the forest free. I must be going on my way, perhaps we shall speak again one day. I wish thee well, my mortal friend. Thou brought my sadness to an end. May sunlight find you, thy days be long, thy winters kind, and thy roots be strong. She gave the tree a curtsy, then turned around and blinked. Her companions were all just staring at her. What? Set it aside, and started heading back up the path. Lenore caressed the staff. She could feel the power humming within it. She waved goodbye to the tree, and followed her friends. Yes? What is it you need? Zethrian raised an eyebrow. Just finished walking a patrol. Ain't sensing any dark spawn around. Might have just been that little band. Advanced scouts, maybe. Are you certain you accounted for all of them? Songbird said we got them all, so we did. They don't escape his nose. Good. We have enough trouble without dark spawn. Braska stretched, then glanced up at Zethrian. So, I spoke to Linnea. Zethrian raised an eyebrow. And what did she have to say? She's got a high opinion of you. His face became warm. And I of her. One day she will be keeper after I am gone. She is more than ready. Seems to have a good head on her shoulders. She said you've been keeper a very long time. That's true. Pride showed in his voice. Hundreds of years, if you must know. Slowly the Dalish will all know once again the agelessness of the elves. For now, only a few of us have regained that ability. Wariness showed in his eyes. But I cannot say any more on that. I trust your curiosity is sated. Braska's eyes widened. Reckon it's gonna have to be. He twitched a shoulder. She said you lost your family. Zethrian's voice caught. Would rather not speak of it. It is very painful for me, even now after so long. The werewolves were responsible. That is all you need to know, and should adequately explain my hatred of them, no? Let us leave it at that. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Braska sighed. My friends are tough. They'll take care of this with her fang. I hope you are correct. Braska was silent for a few minutes, considering. It felt like he was missing something. He shrugged. Heard a legend once, about the fall of Arlathan. To flee the humans hunting them, a clan of elves came down to one of the Tags. Kadash Tag, I think it might have been. Story says that the things wrought by the magic of the elves and the hammers of the dwarves were some of the greatest marvels ever created. Except it was long enough ago that nobody knows what those marvels were, and that Tag was lost to spawn. Don't suppose you'd know the truth of any of it. I recall stories of a clan that sought sanctuary with the dwarves, but not what fate eventually befell them. Well, suppose all that's left is to keep the spawn from taking more. I'm gonna walk another patrol. He walked away, lost in thought. There was something else here, he just couldn't see it. We are invaded. Intruders have deceived their way into the forest's heart. Fall back to the ruins. Protect the lady. They surged forward, attacking the wolves. Setida was about to yell to press the attack when a giant white wolf landed in their midst. Alistair jumped backwards in surprise, and the werewolf he'd been about to skewer scrambled backwards and ran. The wolf snarled, then ran off after the others. That beast 'tis most likely Witherfang, Morrigan said. Yeah. Got that. Alistair, you alright? Setida asked. Just startled. Setida. Yes, Lenore. He said, protect the lady. What lady? Setida blinked, then looked back in the direction the wolves had fled. Brujn, Morrigan, any thoughts? Both of them shook their heads. Maybe an apostate hiding with them. Brujn offered. Let's press on. They started forward again. Brujn's eyes widened as he walked a bit ahead. These ruins are elvish. They must be. He shook his head and looked back at them. 1,000 years old, at least. If not more. He turned back. It's possible there could be still active wards. Lenore, Morrigan, Wynne, keep an eye out. Chapter 28, Lair. Mommy? Mommy na Mara-san. Setida watched Brihan cautiously approach the ghostly form of the child. He tried speaking to it in Elvish. Mommy. 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 The figure's face showed stark terror, and it ran off screaming. Mommy. Mommy, se Varicel. I think I got the gist of that, Lenore said. Mommy, I'm lost. I can't find you, Brihan finished. He shook his head. Follow? He asked Setida. Setida nodded. There has to be another way past that door. Getting dark soon, Braska muttered. Shale and I will stand the first watch, Sten said. Braska nodded at him. He started to turn around. Then he narrowed his eyes. He scanned the camp. After a moment, he tilted his head to one side. Sten. Yes. Do you see that keeper fellow anywhere? Sten glanced down at him, then looked around the camp. I do not. That concerns me a bit. Setida's orders were to guard the camp. I know. Braska looked up. Watches of 3. You want the assassin or the bard? Sten sighed. The bard. I'll get her. Jarath was about to leave the room when something caught his eye. An elaborately carved gemstone lay partially concealed by the dusty remnants of an old tome. He bent, and took a closer look. Inside appeared to be a pool of blood, rippling slowly as the gem vibrated. He reached down to pick it up. Memories seemed to flood into him. He saw a city rising amidst a forest, delicately spiraling upwards until the tops of both tree and tower disappeared into the very clouds. An army was on the march, dressed in armor of burnished coppery metal. A griffin took wing from the balcony on one of the towers. And then the memory seemed to recoil from him in fear. New images flooded his mind: imprisonment, loneliness, an emptiness more profound than when he'd woken without the rage. Who are you? What are you? He directed his thoughts at the presence. There was a sense of bewilderment, and then a trembling sort of hope as it seemed to reach back out towards him. Real. Another sensation, time, rushing through his mind like a dragon. Time in which to go mad, then sane, then mad again, sleeping between. A mage, in glittering silver armor, seen through the fog of a span of time too great for him to fully comprehend. What is this place? What happened here? Images slowly formed in response to the question. Serenity. Immortal elves in endless sleep, tribute offered to the gods. Violence. War. Memories jumbled together. He thought a few of them might be his own. War with humans? Humans had come before. They had built these halls. War. Other humans. More war. The elves and humans who had built the halls laying slaughtered in the ruins. How did you end up in this gem? Elves and humans screaming, attempting to flee. Terror. Terror of something blurred and lost to the ages. Or perhaps terror of something he simply lacked the foundation to comprehend. Fleeing into the life gem, leaving the body behind. Certainty that someone would come. Rescue. A river of time. A sense of himself touching the gem. Now. You were once a mage? Images of the elf in silver armor. Mage and warrior. Dirthy and Aenislan. Knowledge that led to victory. Arcane warrior. What is an arcane warrior exactly? Elven mages, channeling spells into strength. Spell in one hand, sword in the other. An offer. Knowledge. Teach. An offer, a plea. Oblivion. How would I give you the release you seek? Uncertainty. A stone altar. The gem laid upon the altar. The gem vibrating and exploding. A yearning for death, more keen than any blade. Hopeless. Hope. Hopeless. Hope. Please. Yes, I will try to help you. Desperation. Searching. Trying to remember where to find the altar. Can't remember. So long ago. Walls knew, white and clean. A library. Students gathered around a teacher. The teacher standing behind the altar. I see it. Emotion. Tremulous hope. The teacher an elf in silver armor. The student an elf in splint mail, eyes turning yellow. A question. Yes, give me your memories. Knowledge. A flood of images, lessons. Sword in hand, sparing, back and forth. Spells. Overwhelming, sweet pain. Falling into bed after a satisfying bout. Promise. Release. Farewell. He set the artifact on the stone altar. Joy. Relief. Oblivion. He shook his head and blinked. A glance over his shoulder showed Lenore still peering at a fresco, while Setida talked to Bruhin about which direction to go. He looked down at the broken gem laying on the altar. Only seconds had passed, and nobody seemed to have noticed. He glanced back at Setida. Maybe he wouldn't mention it to her. She was worried enough already. And maybe he should stop hanging around Lenore. She was definitely a bad influence. Lenore watched in rapt fascination as Bruhin went through the motions of the ritual. She opened her mouth to ask a question, and felt Cathiel's hand cover it. She sighed. He took the jug of water over to the altar. She opened her mouth to ask a question, and Alistair's hand caught her chin and firmly closed it again. She sighed. Bruhin knelt, bowing his head in prayer. She opened her mouth to ask a question, and Cathiel shoved a piece of candy into it. She sighed. He picked up the jug, and took a sip of water. She opened her mouth to ask a question, and Alistair stuck his finger up her nose. She glared, and sighed. Bruhin knelt back at the fountain, and slowly poured the water back into the pool. She opened her mouth to ask a question, and Cathiel stuck a piece leather strap between her teeth. She spat it out and sighed. The earthen jug shattered. She opened her mouth to ask a question, and Alistair leaned over and licked her cheek. She elbowed him, then sighed. Slowly, the huge metal door swung open. Alistair and Cathiel stood up to rejoin the others. Lenore crossed her arms and pouted for a moment before following. Viren se lan on. Ir Anila for ROS. The spirit flowed from one side of the Dios to the other. Nay. Ga-ron Esdale. Ga-ron. Mana. Ir Helani, Bruhin called out to it. Ir Malashal. Ir Malashal. The shade wailed, then attacked. Bruhin defended himself, knocking it away with the maul. It wailed again, and dissolved. I'm not sure trying to talk to them is doing any good, Lenore said. Says the woman who got into a rhyming contest with a tree, Bruhin said. What did it say? Bruhin shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. I think it asked us how we found this place, that it had been lost for centuries. And then it accused us of. He sighed as Lenore pushed aside the lid of the sarcophagus to look inside. Desecrating its grave. What are you doing? Looking. Who buries their dead under a tree? He closed the lid. The Dalish. Oh. Bruhin. Alistair called out. Come take a look at this. Bruhin gave Lenore a look, then walked over to where Alistair was standing. A set of elven armor stood on a rack. It was metal, but it looked almost as though it had been grown. It actually smelled of fresh grass. He caressed it, and it felt warm to his touch. Alistair grinned at him. Looks made for you. The straps are a loss, but, yes, Bruhin said. He put the armor into his pack. Does anyone else smell? Jarath started to say. The dragon landed on the platform in front of them. She spread her wings and hissed before sending a swath of fire their way. They dodged in various directions. Dragon shit? Setida asked. She and Alistair began moving towards the dragon, shields ready, keeping it focused on them as the others started to circle behind. Cathiel moved behind them, firing arrows. Jarath started to move in, and the dragon leapt away. It opened its mouth to breath fire at the younger elf, and Bruhin jumped down from his elevated position, slamming them all into the top of the dragon's head. There was a rather sickening crack, and the dragon went limp. The rest of the party stared at Bruhin. He blinked, then smiled. I like this hammer. Did Lenore tilted her head, her voice disbelieving. Brujn just make himself useful in a fight. You mean as something other than bait? Alistair asked. Setida shook her head. She wasn't sure what the string of Elvish meant, but she did recognize the few Dwarven words he mixed in. Brujn, I'm pretty sure even Alistair would find that anatomically impossible. Braska shook the sleep out of his head when Sten woke him. He elbowed Zevran, and the elf made a rude gesture before getting up. Sten was already shaking Okaren awake. Any sign of that keeper fellow? Braska asked him quietly. None, Sten replied. Any trouble? Strange as it seems, no. Yeah. I know what you mean. This many wounded. He frowned. Why ain't the wolves attacking? He shook his head. Maybe the others have them too busy elsewhere. They do display a skill for attracting trouble. Braska smirked and nodded. Rest. Be ready to head out after the others at first light. Brujn barely had time to call a warning before 2 arrows caught him in the chest, and he fell. He saw Alistair move in front of him, and heard more arrows clang off Alistair's shield and breastplate. Setida and Jarath moved to close as Wynne knelt next to him. The door on the other side of the corridor broke open, and more of the undead began to pour through. Setida, Alistair yelled. I got this, Jarath said to her, and she turned back to help Alistair protect the others. Cathiel focused her bow on the corpses coming down the corridor from a room at the end, aided by the spells of Morrigan. Lenore said a few very unladylike words as she turned her spells to the bodies starting to rise behind them. Cathiel was nearly out of arrows by the time the last one fell. She sighed, and began retrieving the ones she could. Alistair, hold him, Wynne ordered. Alistair immediately knelt and leaned forward, pinning Brujn to the ground. Wynne put her hands on either side of one of the arrows. Her hands glowed with white energy, and she nodded to Lenore. Lenore inhaled, and pulled out the arrow. Brujn cursed in Elvish. The 2 mages repeated the process with the second arrow. Setida smiled down at the man. We have got to get you heavier armor. Or Alistair could stand in front of me. Brujn accepted Alistair's hand up. Or you could learn to dodge, Cathiel said, poking him with one of her arrows. And to think, only minutes ago you were looking so heroic. Setida gave him a concerned look, then turned to see the mages. Lenore was offering Wynne a lyrium potion. Lenore, Wynne, do we need to head back? Perhaps it would be. Might not be an option, Jarath's voice said. Why not? Brujn asked, and then took a step backwards. By the Dread Wolf. Interesting choice of curses, Jarath said, looking back at him through eyes that had turned yellow. He turned to look at Setida. If you need to head back, you'll have to leave me behind. Not an option. She sighed. How long? Morning would be my guess. Setida shook her head. You weren't going to tell us. We are already doing everything we can to fix the problem. I didn't want you to worry. And now? She asked, glaring at him. He shrugged. Faster than I thought. I think it might be the combat. Too great a chance. He exhaled. Jarath. Now I can fucking smell Brujn's blood, he said, shaking his head. I'll take point. He walked off. Maker. Alistair said softly. Wynne's voice trembled. Setida, if he changes. Morrigan, that spell you have that holds people in place. I will keep it ready, Morrigan said. Brujn touched the blood on his armor. Dainala didn't attack, he said contemplatively. Dainala didn't attack Jarath, Setida said. He was already infected. Finethys. Setida sheathed her sword and started to breathe a sigh of relief, then more of the werewolves appeared out of nowhere. One raked its claws across Lenore's stomach. The mage cried out. Its teeth grazed her arm. Alistair pulled her out of the way of the next blow, and the werewolf landed on top of him. It bore him to the ground, its claws raking on his armor as it sought purchase. Jarath grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and literally threw it back against the wall, then closed. She heard the sound of the werewolf's neck snapping as the elf caught it again. Alistair rolled back to his feet, drawing his blade just as another of the wolves came at him. He swung, keeping it at bay as Wynne and Morrigan pulled Lenore out from under the combatants. Burhan used the maul to trip the werewolf charging Setida. As it fell, Setida bashed it across the face with her shield. Burhan turned and brought the hammer down on the wolf's back, crushing it to the floor. Cathiel caught the werewolf Alistair was dueling with an arrow to the eye. Setida glanced to the last wolf just in time to see Jaroth slam its head against the floor with enough force to shatter its skull. She blinked. He hadn't drawn his weapons. Jaroth. He stood, and shook his head. I'm all right. Setida nodded, and turned to where Wynne was helping Lenore back to her feet. Lenore. I liked these robes, Lenore muttered. She picked up her staff. Cathiel shook her head at the mage, then went to disarm the traps. Setida kept her blade in hand. She glanced at her companions. Burhan, take rear guard. Alistair, you and I at the front. You stick with Cathiel, she might need your shield if there are more traps. Lenore, I need you to. If it's all the same, Setida, Lenore said, looking over at her. I think I'll be taking point with Jaroth now. She stepped around Alistair and walked over to where Jaroth was standing. Jaroth gave her a respectful nod, then the two of them started walking. Alistair watched them, then turned to look at Cathiel worriedly. Setida raised an eyebrow at the archer. I don't feel any different, Cathiel said. I was injured the same time Jaroth was. If I was infected, I'd be showing signs by now, right? They both knew right away. Setida nodded. Wynne, Morrigan, stay between the rest of us. She considered a moment. Morrigan, if you know anything, have anything to add. I can make suppositions, but I fear 'tis conjecture only. She looked in the direction the other two had gone. In a way, it seems a slow process of becoming a rage abomination. That is so not comforting, Alistair said. 'Twas not intended to be. This Witherfang. If it 'tis the source of the curse, then yes, it could be used to halt the infection. Morrigan considered, then reluctantly continued. However, it may not have an effect on those that have already completed the transformation. So we are on a deadline. Let's move. The werewolves moved towards them. Jaroth drew his weapons, sword in one hand, axe in the other. Lenore readied her staff. The beasts sniffed, then started move around them. Beside her, Lenore heard Jaroth actually snarl, as he stepped to block their path. The beast snarled back. Her blood burned. Their companions were coming up the corridor. She saw the heads of the werewolves start to come up. Lenore drew on her magic and felt her blood burn hotter. Pain seared her mind. She howled, and sent the spell forth. The resulting inferno swirled down the corridor, catching the approaching wolves in a whirlwind of flame. She held the spell, closing her eyes as the pain in her blood ebbed and the fire grew. She could smell the burning hair. And then Jaroth slammed her against the wall. Pull it back. His voice was at her ear. Pull it back. Lenore, you will bring the whole place down. Pull it back. She focused on his voice, and let the spell die. The fire returned to her blood, and she opened her eyes again. A few places on the corridor walls still glowed red from residual heat. Bones, cracked and blackened from the heat, lay strewn around. Ash trickled through the air. Her eyes met his. That felt better than it should have. It does. She took a breath. Then another. I can't use fire. Too risky. Feels too. Her eyes widened as she started to look back towards the others. Maker, she really could smell the blood. She forced herself to look ahead, and went through a mental exercise to calm herself. Okay. I think I'm okay. He let her go. You sure? I'm sure. She tilted her head at him. His eyes were all the way yellow. How are you controlling the urge to kill all our friends? He smiled. Practice. Despite the pain she was in, she laughed. Cathiel narrowed her eyes. She wasn't entirely sure how many of the werewolves had been reduced to ash and char. Lenore and Jaroth were almost to the other end of the corridor. She glanced at Setida, and saw the dwarven woman frowning at the corpses. Her thoughts went all the way back to Lothering, to when she'd challenged Setida for the right to lead their group. At this moment, she was unbelievably grateful that the other woman had won that conflict. Lenore was easily one of the most powerful mages Cathiel had ever heard of, let alone seen. With a blade in his hand, Jarath was the closest thing she knew to an unstoppable force. If either actually lost control, turned on them. She glanced back at Setida again, and saw in their leader's eyes that she was doing the math. How long did they dare wait? The only chance they had would be if they acted when their infected friends were still capable of cooperating in their own executions. Wynn's face was bleak. Morrigan's knuckles were white on her staff, though her face remained composed. Neither Alistair nor Bruhan had sheathed their weapons since they'd seen Jarath beat a werewolf to death with his bare hands. She glanced down at her nocked arrow, ready to draw and loose with barely a thought. Maker. She'd seen Jarath deliver mercy kills. Seen Lenore offer her little vials. That's what it would be, right? Mercy. Time to get moving, Braska said as he woke Sten. Sten picked up his breastplate and began buckling the straps around himself. The night was peaceful, then. Kinda creepy, really. Braska shook his head. You know, I think I sorta hate the woods. Setida stepped into the next room. Jarath and Lenore stood between them and the werewolves. A giant among the wolves, nearly 8 feet in height, stood on a dais. The other wolves ranged behind him, but he held up a hand to forestall them. Stop. Brothers and sisters, be at ease. We do not wish any more of our people hurt. I ask you this now, outsider, are you willing to parley? Like you parleyed with the Dalish? Fury filled Bruhan's voice. Fenharil Mahalam. HRRR, that was different. The giant grey werewolf lowered his head, and held out his hands. The lady believes that the Dalish have not told you everything, so she has asked that you be brought to her. She means you no harm, provided your willingness to parley in peace is an honest one. Forget it. I'm not about to trust any of you, Setida said. Not while the lives of Jarath and Lenore were at stake. Wait. Wynn said. Surely we can listen to what they have to say. And what would be the point, you old fool? Morrigan practically spat the words. We have already slaughtered our way through them, unless you've forgotten. Do we truly lose so much just by listening to their words? Must we slaughter our way past everything? Wynn. Setida looked at the two standing between them and the other werewolves. Other werewolves, she couldn't think of it that way. We can't risk it. The grey wolf's voice actually sounded sorrowful. Then it seems we are. We'll parley. Lenore straightened. She glanced at Jarath, and he nodded and sheathed his weapons. We'll parley. Everyone calm down. The werewolf nodded slowly. Follow me. But I warn you, if you break your promise and harm her, I will come back from the fate itself to see you pay. Setida glanced at the others. Their faces were as confused as hers. She narrowed her eyes. Then she sheathed her sword. The woman was clearly a spirit. Her skin was tinged green, and vines grew up her naked body, forming into hands as they reached the ends of her arms. Her hair flowed down her shoulders like spilled ink. And Lenore found a part of herself wanting to crawl into the lady's lap like a small child. She glanced at Jarath, and he nodded. He felt it too. She couldn't bring herself to turn and look at their companions. All that was left was to hope that their companions managed to resolve the situation peacefully. Because, oh sweet maker, because if they tried to hurt the lady, Lenore wasn't entirely sure she'd be able to let them. I bid you welcome, mortal. I am the Lady of the Forest. The lady's voice was hauntingly beautiful as it echoed through the chamber, sweet as the mother Lenore could barely remember. Really? The disrespect in Bruhan's voice made her want to growl. You seem more like the Lady of the Ruin to me. You will not speak to the lady in this manner. Swift Runner started to surge forward. Hush, Swift Runner. Your urge for battle has seen only the death of the very ones you have been trying to save. Is that what you want? The brown werewolf knelt before her, a gesture of respect and adoration. No, my lady. Anything but that. Then the time has come to speak with this outsider, to set our rage aside. I apologize on Swift Runner's behalf. He struggles with his nature. As do we all, lady, Setida said. Truer words were never spoken. But few could claim the same as these creatures, that their very nature is a curse forced upon them. No doubt you have questions, mortal. There are things that Zithrian has not told you. The lady smiled, descending a few paces down the steps. Is that so? Burhan's voice was skeptical. She really could smell his blood, and it was disturbing how good it smelled. Such as. It was Zithrian who created the curse that these creatures suffer, the same curse that Zithrian's own people now suffer. Setida watched the strange woman gently stroke Jarotha's hair. For once, the elf didn't pull back or glare at the touch. That alone disturbed her more than the creature's appearance. Lenore was watching with a rapturous expression. Stone. The woman continued speaking. Centuries ago, when the Dalish first came to this land, a tribe of humans lived close this forest. They sought to drive the Dalish away. Zithrian was a young man then. Setida shot Burhan a look. He met her eyes and shook his head, clearly confused. He had a son and daughter he loved greatly, and while out hunting the human tribe captured them both. HRRR. Swift Runner's voice sounded pained and reluctant. The humans. He looked down at his hands. Tortured the boy, killed him. The girl they raped and left for dead. The Dalish found her, but she learned later she was. He snarled. With child. She. He looked up. Killed herself. So Zithrian cursed them, I take it. Cathiel asked. Her fingers kept twitching towards her bow. Swift Runner looked at her, then nodded slowly. Zithrian came to this ruin and summoned a terrible spirit, binding it to the body of a great wolf. So Witherfang came to be. He stood. Witherfang hunted the humans of the tribe. Many were killed, but others were cursed by his blood, becoming twisted and savage creatures. Twisted and savage just as Witherfang himself is, the woman said. They were driven into the forest. When the human tribe finally left for good, their cursed brethren remained, pitiful and mindless animals. Swift Runner gazed at her with enraptured eyes. Until I found you, my lady. You gave me peace. She touched his face, a loving, motherly gesture. I showed Swift Runner that there was another side to his bestial nature. I soothed his rage, and his humanity emerged. And he brought others to me. Burhan shook his head. Why did you ambush the Dalish? For revenge. A soft sigh escaped the woman. In part. A note of anger entered her voice. We seek to end the curse. The crimes committed against Zithrian's children were grave, but they were committed centuries ago by those who are long dead. She shook her head. Word was sent to Zithrian every time the landships passed this way, asking him to come, but he has always ignored us. We will no longer be denied. The low growl from Swift Runner was filled with frustration. We spread the curse to his people. So he must end the curse to save them. Please, mortal. The woman held out a beseeching hand. You must go to him. Bring him here. If he sees these creatures, hears their plight, surely he will agree to end the curse. Set it aside. Why would Zithrian agree to come here alone? If Zithrian comes, I shall summon Witherfang. I possess that power. I also have the power to ensure Witherfang is never found. Tell Zithrian this. If he does not come, if he does not break the curse, he will never find Witherfang, and he will never cure his people. Setida narrowed her eyes. And if I don't do as you bid, my people suffer the same fate. She looked from Lenore to Jaroth. They may remain here. I can ease their suffering, soothe their pain. They will not be harmed. The woman smiled at Lenore. They will not be harmed by me or mine even if you do refuse this task. Setida. Lenore said softly. Yes, Lenore. She's Witherfang. So if we. I won't let you. Neither will Jaroth. The mage blinked tears out of her eyes. Setida, you know what the right thing to do is. Setida nodded. She did. Very well. I will go to Zithrian and tell him this. Cathiel put a hand to her bow when she saw the keeper standing at the entrance to the ruins. Either he'd followed them, or he'd known exactly where to find them all along. She glanced at Setida, and noted the dwarven woman looked absolutely furious. Clearly, their leader had come to the same conclusion. Ah. And here you are already, Zethrian said. Why am I not surprised to see you here? Setida asked, walking towards him. Zethrian narrowed his eyes. Did you? Aren't you the intuitive one? How did you get here? Brujn asked. Wouldn't the forest keep you out? I am a keeper, with access to the magic of the ancients. I was never barred from this place. Morrigan chuckled. He wishes to see if we did his work for him. Is that not why you are here now, sorcerer? Do not call me that, witch. Despite having called Morrigan that dozens of times, Cathiel found herself angry on the other woman's behalf. Zethrian glared. I am keeper of this clan, and have done what I must. Did you acquire the heart? We need to talk, Harin, Brujn said. So you wish to play games, Delenn? Zethrian shook his head. I can sense you do not have it. Why are you leaving the ruin? To fetch you, and bring you back to the Lady of the Forest, Setida said. Oh? Is that what the spirit calls herself now? You knew. Brujn's eyes widened. You knew. He started to step forward, and Alistair grabbed his shoulder. Ma Banal Los Halam Shurvar Vihen. He shook his head. Is Ma tell him. Ir Abellas, Ma Suladin. Mana. Harin, Ma Gilina Elvayan Dinan. Halam Salin. Delenn. Vinavis. Ma Halam. Ma Gilanhim Banal Vihen. Ardin Nuvanin Enadin. Var Halani, Sella Ar2 Enalin Emma Ma Emma Harrel, Delenn. Derthera Ma. Fen Harrel Ma Gilina, Erelin. Not that watching Brujn turn you into a greasy smear wouldn't be entertaining, Setida said. But the lady is waiting. And what does she want with me, if I might inquire? What do you think she wants? Brujn practically spat. Zethrian shrugged, and eyed Brujn with disgust. To survive, I suspect. That is the common nature amongst all such creatures, the will do survive. He shook his head. You do understand that? That she is Witherfang. Brujn narrowed his eyes. Telgara is Solasin, Haralan. She is the powerful spirit of this ancient forest that I summoned long ago and bound into the body of the wolf. Zethrian shook his head. Her nature is that of the forest itself. Beautiful and terrible, serene and savage, maiden and beast. She is the lady and Witherfang both, two sides of a single being. The curse came first from her. Those she afflicted with it mirrored her own nature, becoming savage beast as well as human. The curse came first from you, Brujn said. Zethrian clenched his fists and actually took a step towards Brujn. They attacked my clan and they were the same savages that they have ever been. They deserve to be wiped out and not defended. He inhaled, and his face softened. Come, Delenn. I can force the spirit into Witherfang's form. He may then be slain and the heart taken. Help me save our people. Brujn's smile was cold. The werewolves have regained their minds. Even so, they are still the same worthless creatures that their ancestors were. They deserve nothing more than the misery they possess. Zethrian shook his head. This is not your battle, Grey Warden. Let us just take the heart and be done with it. I am making this my fight. Brujn said. Cathiel found herself filled with a new respect for the man. If she understood Dalish culture at all, he'd just more or less threatened a grand cleric. If you do not help me get the heart, then my hunters are not cured and you will get no assistance against the dark spawn. Do you still have so much hatred after all this time? You were not there. You did not see what? He shook his head. What they did to my son. To my daughter. And so many others. He shook his head. You are Dalish. You know how we must struggle to be safe, how we must fight for justice. I could not let their crimes go unanswered. So your answer is to let them suffer forever. Tell me, if you held your own daughter's lifeless body in your arms, would you not also have sworn an eternity of pain on those who did such to her? Yes. But who is being punished now, Harin? Zethrian's face was furious. Very well. You wish me go and talk? I will do so. But what if it is only more revenge they wish? Will you safeguard me from harm? I will protect you from them. Ma Serenas, Zethrian said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The werewolves shifted and growled as they walked back into the chamber with Zethrian. Cathiel resisted the urge to finger her bowstring, not wanting to provoke any hostilities. So here you are, spirit. She is the lady of the forest. You will address her properly. Swift Runner started to surge forward, and Brujin stepped between the werewolf and the keeper. You've taken a name, spirit. Zethrian's voice was mocking. And you've given names to your pets? These. He looked around, and his eyes narrowed when he saw Jaroth and Lenore. Beasts who follow you. Uninfected or not, Cathiel wanted to join the werewolves in growling at him. It was they who gave me a name, Zethrian. And the names they take are their own. They follow me because I help them to find who they are. Who they are has not changed from whom their ancestors were. Wild savages. Worthless dogs. Their twisted shape only mirrors their monstrous hearts. Swift Runner gazed down at Brujin before turning back to the lady. He will not help us, lady. It is as I warned you. He is not here to talk. Zethrian shook his head. No, I am here to talk, though I see little point in it. We all know where this will lead. Your nature compels it, as does mine. It does not have to be that way. There is room in your heart for compassion, Zethrian. Surely your retribution is spent. My retribution is eternal, spirit, as is my pain. This is justice, no more. Are you certain your pain is the only reason you will not end this curse? Have you told the mortals how it was created? He said he summoned you and bound you to a wolf, Setida said. And so he did. Witherfang and I are bound as one being. But such powerful magic could not be accomplished without Zethrian's own blood. She turned her gaze on Zethrian. Your people believe you have rediscovered the immortality of their ancestors, Zethrian, but that is not true. So long as the curse exists, so do you. Zethrian shook his head. No, that is not how it is. You would betray our people for revenge, Brujin said coldly, but he did not move from his position between Swift Runner and Zethrian. Cathiel found herself a little bit worried, and wondered if what Brujin had said to Zethrian obligated him to protect the keeper if the keeper was the one that started hostilities. It is not a betrayal. I did what was necessary. I did what was just, and it still is. The curse would not end with Zethrian's death, the lady said, lifting a hand in a gesture of pacification. His life, however, relies on its existence. And I believe his death plays a part in its ending. Swift Runner snarled. Then we kill him. We tear him apart now. He started to push forward, and Brujin used the hilt of the maul to shove him backwards. For all your powers of speech, you are beasts still, Zethrian said, all but spitting the words. What would you gain from me? Only I know how the ritual ends, and I will never do it. Swift Runner turned and gestured. You see? We must kill them all. Next to her, Alistair shifted nervously. She caught his glance. If it came to battle, whose side, exactly would they be on? Zethrian apparently had thoughts along the same lines. He turned to Setida. See? They turn on you as quickly. Do what you have come here to do, Grey Warden, or get out of my way. Setida's voice was cold, and harder than the stone of Orzammar. You will end that curse if I have to force you myself. Alistair lifted his shield. We're standing for what's right, here. No matter what. Then you die with them. All of you will suffer as you deserve. Zethrian started to intone a spell. Brujin dropped his maul, turned around, grabbed Zethrian by the front of his robes, and brought his forehead down into the keeper's nose with a rather sickening crunching sound. He followed it with a punch to the stomach. Leliana gestured at the tracks. This way. I cannot help but notice we are not being attacked by werewolves, Zevran said. Leliana, you sure? Braska asked. Brujin left trail signs for me, see? She pointed. No, but I'll take your word for it. Let me know if you see the egghead's tracks. He bent, and picked the keeper up by the front of his robes. Zethrian started to gesture, and Bruhan hauled him off his feet and shook him. I said I'd protect you from them, Bruhan said, eyes narrowed. No one here will protect you from me. Zethrian blinked at him, eyes slightly dazed. No more. I cannot defeat you. Swift Runner growled behind him. Finish it. Kill him now. No, Swift Runner. We will not kill him. Bruhan felt the lady's hand on his shoulder. Her voice was gentle. If there is no room in our hearts for mercy, how may we expect there to be room in his? Bruhan lowered the keeper to the ground, then held him to prevent him from falling. Zethrian shook his head. I cannot do as you ask, spirit. I am too old. He gasped. To know mercy. All I see are the faces of my children, my people. He shook his head. I cannot do it. Will you really let your clan die? Bruhan asked him. For this. Perhaps I have. Zethrian looked at him. Lived too long. This hatred in me is like an ancient, gnarled root. He sighed. It has consumed my soul. He clutched Bruhan's arm to keep from falling as he turned to look at the spirit. What of you, spirit? You are bound to the curse just as I am. Do you not fear your end? You are my maker, Zethrian. You gave me form and consciousness where none existed. I have known pain and love, hope and fear, all the joy that is life. Yet of all things I desire no more than an end. I beg you, Maker. She knelt. Put an end to me. We beg you. She spread her hands. Show mercy. Around them, the werewolves began to kneel as well. Zethrian pushed Bruhan away, and fell to his own knees in front of the lady. You shame me, spirit. I am. He met her eyes. An old man, alive long past his time. Then you will do it? You will end the curse. Yes. I think it is time. Let us. He nodded. Put an end to it all. He inhaled, then looked at Bruhan. Help me to the altar, Delenn. Bruhan nodded, and caught his arm. To his surprise, Swift Runner immediately came to Zethrian's other side to offer assistance. Together they carried the keeper to the altar. Setida and the others gathered to watch. The faces of Morrigan and Lenore were enraptured, and the fact that both now had yellow eyes lent a rather uncanny affect to their shared expressions. Alistair had his arms around Cathiel, and Setida saw tears falling down the young woman's cheeks. Wynn's eyes were wet as well. Both the Lady of the Forest and Zethrian vanished in the emerald light. It seemed to spread out, blinding. When she managed to blink her eyes clear, men stood where there had once been werewolves. It's... She turned at the sound of the voice. Over. The man that stood where Swift Runner had been sounded almost ready to burst into tears. She's gone, and... He looked down at his hands. We're human. I can scarcely believe it. What will you do now? Bruhan asked him. We will leave the forest, I suppose. Find other humans, see what's out there for us. It should be quite interesting, don't you think? He kept looking down at his hands, turning them forward and backward. Head north. Or west, to Red Cliff. Perhaps we will meet again one day. Swift Runner nodded. Then he shook his head. I never got your name. Bruhan. He nodded. Bruhan. It mean anything in Dalish? Raven. How do you say wolf, in Dalish? Fen. He looked up at Bruhan. Thank you. He nodded. We'll never forget you. The former werewolves left the chamber. Setida turned to look at Lenore. Her eyes were still yellow, but she appeared less tense, and she looked sad. She caught Setida looking, and managed a smile. All right? Setida asked. Yes. She sighed. It hurts a bit less than hell, now, and it's fading. Jarath. Could do with a rare steak. Cathiel, shoot him. Braska started into the ruins, his mace out and ready, when he saw humans start streaming out and leaving. He blinked, then glanced back at the others. Shale shrugged. A moment later he saw their companions. They looked, well, maybe a bit worse for wear. Lenore's robes were ripped across the front, almost to the point of indecency. There was blood. Something had clawed his girl. She saw him and gave him a cheerful wave. "Oh, are you coming to rescue us?" "Yep. Big damn heroes, we are," he said, striding forward to meet them. "I reckon we're a few minutes late." Sedida nodded. "Any trouble back at camp?" "No. But the keeper fellow took off. I think he's up to some." "He's dead." Sedida sighed. "Let's go see if it worked for the Dalish." "If what?" He blinked. Lenore's eyes were yellow. Lenore ran her fingers through his hair. "I'll tell you on the way." Chapter 29, Back to Camp. "It is done," Linnea said as they entered the camp. Her eyes were red, as though she were fighting back tears. "The essence of the wolf's heart has banished all traces of cursed blood from the hunters." Her voice was strong but sad. "It is too bad that Zithrian had to die." She swallowed. "I felt it, when he departed. I think he was ready to go." Burhan dropped his voice low so as not to be overheard. "Did you know about his connection to the curse?" Her face grew troubled. "I suspected, but Zithrian did not like to talk about that." She shook her head, and wrapped her arms around herself. "Nonetheless, the curse is over, and no one else will be subjected to it." "He was a hero in the end, Linnea," Burhan said. A tear escaped her eye. "It will be difficult to fill Zithrian's shoes. He was our keeper for many centuries and he will be sorely missed." She raised her head, drew her shoulders back, and took a deep breath. "But I am keeper now. As promised, allow me to swear by the name of Mithil, she who watches, that we are indebted to you. Call and we shall come, with great speed and purpose, and we shall strike at your foes. This I swear. Ir Abellas, Lethalin. Ma Saranas. How long before your people are ready?" She glanced at where the hunters were. They looked better, but it was clear they were still weakened. "It will be some time. The curse leaves the hunters slowly, and they must regain their strength before they are ready to fight." She inhaled. "It has been a long time since the Dalish marched to war, but I trust that, in the end, we shall make a difference for you." "I have no doubt. We will rest a day, then go to Dinarum. When you are ready, head to Red Cliff. Our forces gather there." "You have returned." "Is there?" Uthras looked at him hopefully. "Any chance you have knew of Dainala?" "She was a werewolf, just as you suspected." "So I was right." He shook his head. "But what became of her?" "She died, Uthras." Jarath said. He handed the man the scarf. "But not before she sent her love." He took the scarf, and pressed it to his lips. "She told you that?" "Yes." Tears came to his eyes. "That is what she would do." "Then." He sighed. "It is over. I should be thankful, I think. At least she is at peace now. You have been most kind, my friend." He offered Jarath something. "Here, take this amulet. I hope it is worth something to you as a reward." Jarath closed Uthras's fingers back over the amulet, and shook his head. "I am sorry, Uthras." He couldn't take a reward from a man whose wife he'd killed. "Oh. Uthras looked at him, then nodded. "Oh. I should go and make arrangements. I must mourn my wife as is proper. Dareth Shirel fare you well." He walked away. The keeper gestured to him as he passed her wagon. Jarath shrugged and approached. "That's a fine thing you did for Uthras," she said. "He would have worried forever had you not put his mind at ease." She reached to put a hand on his shoulder, and he pulled back. She sighed. "I have a potion. It seems to be easing the suffering of the hunters. I'm fine. Your friend, the Shem mage, actually hugged me after I gave her some. She does that. I'm fine." She frowned, and started to turn away, then turned back. "If I had given it to the Shem mage, and asked her to give it to you, would you have taken it?" "I trust her." "I see." She looked as if she wanted to say something. "Did you try to come to the Dalish?" He laughed. She looked taken aback, almost affronted. No. I don't run. He shook his head, and went to find his friends. Varathorn smiled at Bruhan warmly. It is good to see you again. Have you need of something? I found some iron bark for you. Varadorn's eyes widened as Bruhan showed him the travois they'd brought back. Truly? Let me see. Yes. He smiled. That is indeed iron bark, and a substantial quantity of it as well. Well done. He clapped Bruhan on the shoulder. An agreement is an agreement, and I will craft something from this wood for you. What would you like? A bow? Or perhaps a breastplate? Neither. I'm sure your clan needs it more than I do. That is very generous of you. Ma Serenis. I see you have not lost your Dalish roots in the time you have spent with the humans. Varathorn shook his head. I will not allow your generosity to go without at least some reward. As it happens, I found some armor in the ruins. It could do with a bit of repair. Show me. Bruhan followed him back to the wagon, and took the armor out of his pack. Varadorn's eyes widened. By the creators. He took it, turning it this way and that. I've not seen. His smile trembled slightly. Delenn, what you've found here? He looked up at Bruhan. This might actually have been made in Arlathan. He blinked. We found it in those ruins. Varathorn caressed the breastplate. I can repair it, but it will take me a bit of time. I can bring it with me, and have it ready when we meet in Red Cliff. Bruhan considered. How long would you like to study it? Varathorn looked at him, then sighed. Years, he answered honestly. I seem to do well enough hiding behind the humans when the arrows start flying. Just remember me the first time you manage to duplicate it. June and Ansel, Delenn. Cathiel and Alistair almost had to cajole Wyn into going to look for the elven healer. Bruhan was busy talking to the craftsman, but a young couple named Kamen and Gina had eagerly volunteered to guide them through the woods. She was fairly confident their motives had a lot more to do with the opportunity to steal a few moments alone than it did generosity. She shook her head at them fondly. Ah, young love. You say that as though you and Alistair do not behave in exactly the same way, Wyn said, shaking her head in mock admonishment. Alistair looked affronted. We don't coo. You absolutely coo. Do not. Not only do you coo, I have personally witnessed both of you twitter. You are lying and evil, Alistair said. Wyn smiled. I think you make her very happy. He gave her a suspicious look. Not this again. I'm ready this time. I just wanted to say that this was something good, for both of you. Being a Grey Warden isn't easy. I'm glad you found each other. Wariness spread across his features. Oh, yes, I bet you are, indeed. Cherish this. It may not last. He actually started to duck behind his shield. Cathiel giggled. And Wyn shrugged. That's all I had to say. Really? He shook his head, confused. No pinching my cheeks. No making me blush. Of course not. I like you, Alistair. You deserve to be happy. Cathiel grinned as Alistair gave Wyn a disappointed look. Not even pinching my cheeks a little. Come here, Cathiel said. I'll pinch your cheeks. Wyn's face became completely innocent. Which ones? Lenore glanced over at one corner of the Dalish camp. Morrigan sat, leaning against a log. Jarath lay on the ground, his head resting in her lap as the two talked. Morrigan was actually smiling, laughing warmly at something Jarath had said. Bruhan and Leliana were on the other side of the fire, positioned similarly. Lenore began walking in their direction. You are very beautiful, Morrigan, Leliana was saying. Tell me something I do not know. Morrigan's voice held a note of laughter. Leliana sighed. But you always dress in such rags. It suits you, I suppose. A little tear here, a little rip there to show some skin. I understand. You understand I lived in a forest, I hope. Maybe we could get you in a nice dress one day. Silk. No, maybe velvet. Velvet is heavier, better to guard against the cold in Ferelden. Dark red velvet, yes. With gold embroidery. It should be cut low in the front, of course, we don't want to hide your features. Stop looking at my breasts like that. Morrigan put an arm over her chest. 'Tis most disturbing. Both Brihon and Jarath laughed. You don't think so? And if it's cut low in the front, we must put your hair up to show off that lovely neck. Morrigan shook her head. You are insane. I would sooner let Alistair dress me. It'll be fun, I promise. We'll get some shoes too. Ah, shoes. We could go shopping together. She needs earrings too, Lenore said. Drops of ruby, maybe. Stop helping her, Morrigan said. The glare held no real malice. Lenore suspected that Morrigan might actually be enjoying herself. Lenore sat by the fire. We could dress Jarath to match, he'd look nice in dark red. He would, wouldn't he? Leliana smiled. You and Brihon need green though. Jarath, what scares you more? Facing the archdemon, or letting these two dress us? Brihon asked. I'd have to think on it, Jarath replied. Leliana gave Lenore a considering look. For you, I think blue, and sapphires. Your hair is so pale it's almost silver. How long is it, when it's down? Almost to my waist now. We'd put a net of gold over it, and let it hang loose, draping over your shoulders. And a simple gold chain, holding a sapphire teardrop in the center of your forehead. I'd give Morrigan a heavier necklace, her features are dramatic enough to pull it off. Morrigan gave Lenore a considering look. A small amount of her hair, braided to make a circlet, woven with gold, and what am I saying? Lenore and Leliana both laughed. Can we discuss some other matter? Lenore shrugged, and glanced at Jarath. You know, now that my blood doesn't feel like molten lava, I have to admit it was sort of an interesting experience. Jarath turned his head to look at her. I suppose without the pain and the urge to take bites out of everyone, it could be called that. It is disconcerting to have such a clear understanding of why almost everything we encounter tries to eat Brihon. I wonder if it's just him, or if it's a Dalish thing. Ma Serenis. Emma Shemnan, Fenlen. I think he's threatening me again. Jarath looked up at Morrigan. He's threatening me again, isn't he? Can you really blame them, Vihanan? Leliana bent and kissed him. You do taste really good. Wynne stopped dead in her tracks. Aniaran. Wait, The elven man blinked at her. I remember your face. He stared at her. But younger, more impulsive, stern. He smiled. Wynne. I thought they had killed you. Wynne said, sounding for a moment like a lost little girl. He shook his head. They very nearly did. The Templars found me while I was searching for the Dalish. He sighed. They ran me through and left me for dead. I brought this on you. Oh, I was a dreadful mentor, harsh and impatient. She took a step towards him. I am sorry for the way I treated you. Alistair and Cathiel exchanged disbelieving looks as Wynne spoke. Aniaran smiled and shook his head. I have put that behind me, and you should too. I didn't fit in with the Templars in your chantry. He smiled gently. My path lay elsewhere. She held out a beseeching hand. Irving is a reasonable man. He will find some way for you to return. The circle needs new blood. It needs to change. Aniaran took the hand, but shook his head. I have fond memories of Irving. He was always kind to me. I will consider your proposal, and perhaps I will speak with Irving. However, I promise nothing. Alistair and Cathiel made themselves comfortable while Aniaran and Wynne chatted. Nearby, Kamen and Ginyakud twittered happily. Almost an hour had passed before Aniaran offered Wynne a hand getting to her feet. It is getting late, and I'm sure you have much to do. It was lovely to meet you, Aniaran, Cathiel said. He gave them a small bow. Likewise. He turned to Wynne with a smile. My years in the circle were not a complete waste. I learned more than I let on. You did teach me, Wynne, even if you didn't know it. He offered her something. Look at this. It is the hardened sap of a tree native to this forest. It has been something of a lucky charm for me, and now I want you to have it. I am grateful. May your gods smile on you, Aneurin. And on you. You. You are the Grey Warden who broke the curse. Brujn turned in the direction of the voice. Anathera. The young woman stalked up to him. I demand to know what happened to the werewolves. Where did they go? They're no longer werewolves. The curse was broken. That makes no difference. Those. She shook her head. Those monsters killed my husband. They killed so many of my people. They have Dalish blood on their hands. If they are human once more, that shall make it all the easier to take vengeance for their crimes. Tell me where they are. He took a step towards her, and narrowed his eyes. Zethrian wanted vengeance, too. Look what it did. It. She sighed. Destroyed him. Yes, I. She shook her head. Perhaps you speak wisely. She looked up at him. If they are gone and never return here, then. She nodded. Perhaps it is better to let it simply end there. She took a deep breath. We will go back to the camp, then. Thank you for your words. Please accept this small token of my gratitude. It belonged to my husband, and I. She handed him something. Cannot carry it any longer. She turned, and walked back the way she had come. Brujn. Setida raised an eyebrow. My people do not forgive easily. He looked down at the item in his hand, and tucked it into his belt pouch. Swiftrunner and his friends were wise to leave as quickly as possible. And we are out of the trees. This is a glorious day, Braska said, spreading his arms up towards the sky. Setida shook her head and laughed. I actually liked the trees. Except for the ones that chased us. I wish I could have gone back to talk to the Grand Oak before we left. Lenore looked back over her shoulder. I told Linnea where to find him. She said she'd visit him from time to time so he didn't get lonely. You have the weirdest friends, Alistair said. Lenore gave him a pointed look, and raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I guess I walked into that one, didn't I? Eamon should be to Denerim by now, Cathiel said. We may beat many of the lords there. We'll have time to do some preparations then. I'm going to need your help, Cathiel. You know the people involved a fair bit better than I do, Setida said. Wolf and Bryland will be behind us. There will be a fair number who won't want to, well, upset the apple cart. They'll back Loghain just because he's the one currently holding the palace. Then we will need to do what we can regarding those. Best bet might just be to get them to bow out entirely. All right. Start plotting. Let's go take over a country. Didn't we sort of do that once already this month? Braska asked. Cathiel, shoot him. Setida sighed. Alistair, you stick close as well. Why? I don't know so many of the nobles. But you need to. If we are to present you at the land's meet, you'll need to be prepared. I don't know if. Braska snorted. You've got a Ferelden noblewoman and an Orzammar princess to tutor you, your majesty. What else is needed? A very large stick, Jarath said. Gloves? You're giving me gloves? What for? Zevran blinked. They're Dalish gloves. Like your mother's. Lenore smiled at him. He took the gloves from her. Maker's breath, you're right. It is like my mother's. The leather was less thick, and it had more embroidery. He turned them over in his hands. But these are very close. And quite handsome. You're welcome. Braska nudged him slightly. He glanced at the dwarf, then his eyes went to Lenore. Do I seem surprised? Perhaps I am. He smiled. Still, I appreciate the fact that you even thought of me. No one has simply. He looked down at the gloves again. Given me a gift before. Thank you. I was just thinking about what happened to the elves and I. Leliana sighed. I am reminded of a song sung to me, many years ago. She rested her head on Brujn's shoulder. It was. She smiled sadly. When my mother died, and this wise elven woman comforted me and told me that we shouldn't fear death, or hate it. Death is just another beginning. One day we must all shed our earthly bodies to allow our spirits to fly free. Harun Pavel used to say much the same thing. I have heard you sing it before. She glanced up at him. It makes me want to smile and weep at the same time. It's a beautiful sentiment, I think one that brings peace and hope to the grieving. She smiled. Do you remember our discussion? Which one? He put an arm around her. About Marjolaine, and me? She touched his cheek. And my doubts about my path. I just wanted to tell you that I thought about what you told me and... She kissed him. You were right. Despite what Marjolaine says, I am not like her. I know that now. I've found peace in knowing the Maker and nothing will change that. I followed you to make the world a better place, and as long as I keep that in mind, I will not fall. Sometimes it takes another to show us the truths we hide from ourselves. It was my pleasure. I'm glad I left Lothering in your company. You have proven a true friend and I thank the Maker for you. I never thought the day would come when Alistair's, Ferelden surprise, is the least nauseating thing around the campfire. Okaren shook his head. Emma Shemnan, Durjan Len. Okaren glanced around the camp, then started to give Setida a hopeful look. So. There is not enough alcohol in Thedas. She didn't even look up. He growled, and stalked off to his tent alone. Lenore giggled. She looked over at Alistair and Cathiel. Maker, but you two are just so adorable. Alistair blushed. Cathiel shook her head fondly. Can't you pick on someone else for a change? Lenore grinned, then glanced at Jarath. And are you two getting up to anything interesting? No. Jarath rose, and glanced at Morgan. Join me. She tilted her head up at him. Perhaps. Shall I consult my capricious nature and divine an answer for you? Could you? Too kind of you. He raised an eyebrow. I am to be indulged? How exciting. Let me think. She made a show of tapping her finger against her lips. For what reason, then, shall I join you in your tent? Have you? She smiled. Something to show me, I was thinking we could hold hands and recite the chant. He held a hand out to her. She laughed delightedly before taking his hand. For you, my lovely Grey Warden, I shall risk even redemption. You know. Lenore watched them walk away. They actually are pretty cute together. She turned towards Setida as other couples began to leave the fire. So, you and Sten. Stone, but you are incorrigible. I wish to ask a question of you. Jarath blinked. Go ahead. Morgan inhaled. I wish to know your opinion of love. She said the word as though disgusted by the feel of it in her mouth. My opinion. She rolled her eyes. You and I have been intimate, for one. She shifted awkwardly, fiddling with one of the straps on her skirt. We have been. She looked down. Close. She let go of the strap. For some time now. You are. She began fiddling with a different strap. Impressive. She glanced up at him. In many ways, and you even protected me from Flemeth without hope of reward. She looked away from him, turning her gaze to some trees off in the distance. He looked at her, folding his arms and leaning on one of the trees she was using as a tent pole. And if I do love you, then we are both fools, and we need to do something immediately. She continued to look away from him. I have allowed myself to become. She sighed. Too close. This is a weakness, for both of us. A demon in his head. Walls built to protect those he loved from its wrath. Wolf rage in his mind, agony in his blood. Love all that kept him sane. Love is not a weakness. She finally turned towards him, but couldn't quite meet his eyes. You are not listening to me. Do not be such a fool. She shook her head. This is for your own good. I would not. She swallowed. I am not like other women. I am not worth your distraction. And you. She waved her free hand. Are not worth mine. He could see the lie in the way her knuckles were white on the strap. You are worth my distraction. I. She sighed. You are impossible. She shook her head, and wrapped her arms around herself. Have it your way. But I will tell you truly now, you will regret it in the end. It hurt worse than the wolf had, realizing she thought she was telling the truth. There are 100 things I regret. He touched her cheek. None of them involve this. He smiled. Distraction. You. Get in the tent. His smile held just a hint of threat. Now. She narrowed her eyes. Never. You will have to carry me. Her laughter was delighted when he did exactly that. You know, according to all the sisters at the monastery, I should have been struck by lightning by now. Cathiel smiled up at him. It could still happen. Alistair bent and kissed her. Sure, but if you get hit by the lightning afterwards it hardly seems like an effective deterrent. Are you saying I'm worth getting struck by lightning? She raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. He smiled and kissed the tip of her nose. You do realize the rest of our little party here is talking, right? They do that. We should feed them to the dark spawn. See? This is why I love you. He laughed. So. He touched her cheek. What now? Where do we go from here? She wrapped her arms around his neck. We stay together, no matter what happens. Right. I can handle that. I hope. He rested his forehead against hers. Before we have to get up and get back to saving the world, have I told you that I love you? I did? Well, it won't kill you to hear it again, will it? I love you, too. See. His smile almost melted her. Was that so hard? Burhan woke with a start. He grabbed his pants and slid them on. Leliana blinked up at him sleepily. What's wrong? Burhan shook his head, then his eyes widened. Spawn. Wake the others. He got out of his tent. Alistair and Cathiel looked over at him from where they were standing. You're awake. You sensed them in your sleep. No. He shook his head. In the dream, it was like the archdemon turned and saw us. I think. Alistair nodded. Wait. He drew his blade. Did you hear that? Even half out of their armor, his companions were formidable. They met the shrieks as they attacked. Burhan smashed one to the ground, and Zevran finished it off with his daggers. He cast his senses around, and found another on the edge of the camp. He headed that way. It almost appeared to be cowering as he approached. He shifted his grip on the hammer. You. It looked up. Lethalin. The maul slipped from his fingers. Mercy of the gods. It can't be. He shook his head, then shook it again. It. He stared. Tamlin. Is that you? Don't. Tamlin scrambled a few paces further away. Don't come near me. Stay away. He fled into the bushes. Burhan followed. Tamlin, wait. Sedita cast her senses, then blinked and looked around. Where is Burhan? The others looked around. Zevran nodded to the east. He started after one that way. Jarath, Leliana, go get him. The rest of you spread out a bit, make sure we got them all. Don't. Tamlin shuddered. Look at me. I am. He turned away. Sick. We can help you, Tamlin. Don't be afraid. Burhan knelt near where his friend was cowering. No help. No. Tamlin shook. Help for me. His veins appeared nearly black beneath the skin. Burhan could sense the taint pulsing within him. It made him want to vomit. The song. He whimpered. In my head. It. He shook his head. Calls to me. He sings to me. I can't stop it. Burhan held out a hand. I have to try to heal you, Tamlin. Too far. You cannot help me. His eyes blurred with tears. I wish we'd never found that cave. Tamlin looked at him, his eyes glazed like a corpse several days dead. So sorry, Lethalin. Never wanted this. Don't ask me to kill you, Tamlin. Please. I can't do that. Brujin felt a tear trickle down his cheek. Then Tamlin nodded. I must leave you no choice. Brujin's eyes widened as Tamlin leapt at him with a snarl. He tried to bring his hands up as Tamlin's hands closed around his throat and tightened. Stars appeared in his vision before something pulled Tamlin off him. Leliana pulled him to his feet. He blinked, and saw Jarath standing between him and the once again cowering Tamlin. Maker preserve us. Is this? Leliana touched his shoulder. Someone you know? Her voice was horrified. Tamlin, Brujin gasped. Leliana nodded. Jarath, if you... No, Brujin called out. No. He repeated the word in a quieter voice, then walked to Jarath. Jarath had already had to kill Tamlin once, because he couldn't. It wasn't something he could ask again. He held out his hand, and Jarath handed him the sword. Ma Nuvanin. Ar Lasa Maladinin, Lethalin. Ir Abelas. Tamlin said. He bowed his head. Ma Serenas. He stood there a moment, when it was done, then handed the sword back to Jarath. Thank you. I'm sorry, Brujin, Jarath said. Somehow, Leliana's voice joined to Brujin's made the song even sadder. Lenore snuggled down between Braska and Zevran. She wondered how Brujin's voice stayed clear even as tears fell from his eyes. Another friend lost. She put her arm around Zevran as she leaned her head on Braska's shoulder. Would Brujin sing for them one day? A shiver went down her spine. Who would sing for Brujin, should he be the one to fall? She'd picked up just enough Elvish to understand the gist of the song. From the lyrics, she wondered if it had once been a happy song, back in the days when elves were immortal and merely slept. They would all die young, she thought to herself as she looked at her companions. Even if they survived in battle, the taint in their blood would take them before their time. Her eyes went to Jarath. He'd likely be dead before he saw his first gray hair. Her mind went to the notes he'd given her, the ones he'd retrieved from Soldier's Peak. Maybe she could find a way. Cleanse the taint. Grow old. In the meantime, she'd enjoy what time she had remaining. Chapter 30, Warden Politics. Eamon folded his arms and narrowed his eyes at the men who entered the room. Loghain. This is. He made a gesture that was vaguely a bow. An honor, that the regent would find time to greet me personally. How could I not welcome a man so important as to call every lord in Ferelden away from his estates while a blight claws at our land? Loghain gestured angrily. The blight is why I'm here. With Kaelin dead, Ferelden must have a king to lead it against the Darkspawn. Loghain shook his head. Ferelden has a strong leader, its queen. And I lead her armies. Setida stepped to Eamon's side. If Anera rules, let her speak for herself. That Anera was not here did not bode well. Loghain looked down at her. Ah, the Grey Warden recruit. I thought we might meet again. You have my sympathies on what happened to your order. It is unfortunate that they chose to turn against Ferelden. It was all she could do not to put a hand to her sword. How dare he dishonor Duncan like that? Enough of this. When does the land's meet begin? Don't interrupt, churl. Your betters are talking, said the woman at Loghain's right. Enough, Catherine, this is not the time or place. I had hoped to talk you down from this rash course, Eamon. Our people are frightened, our king is dead. Our land is under siege. We must be united now, if we are to endure this crisis. Your own sister, Queen Rowan, fought tirelessly to see Ferelden restored. Would you see her work destroyed? You divide our nation and weaken our efforts against the blight with your selfish ambitions to the throne. A pretty speech. Too bad it was the man who'd caused all those problems that was delivering it. What efforts can there be when you outlaw the Grey Wardens? Kaelin depended on the Grey Warden's prowess against the Darkspawn, and look how well that ended. Let us speak of reality, rather than tall tales. Stories will not save us. I cannot forgive what you've done, Loghain. Perhaps the Maker can, but not I. Our people deserve a king of the Therin bloodline. Alistair will be the one to lead us to victory in this blight. Oh, is that all I have to do? No pressure. Setida wanted to kick Alistair. This was not the time for him to be showing weakness. Maybe she should have taken Jarotha's suggestion of getting a big stick. She was grateful that Cathiel was holding her own tongue. Though if looks could kill, the one she was giving How would bring down the archdemon. The Emperor of Orlais also thought I could not bring him down. Expect no more mercy than I showed him. There is nothing I would not do for my homeland. With that, Loghain turned and stormed out, followed by the rest of his men. Well, that was. Eamon let out a sigh of relief. Bracing. I didn't expect Loghain to show himself quite so soon. Cathiel let out a snarl. How killed my family? I can't let him get away with it. Eamon gave her a sympathetic look. I would not ask you to. But bear in mind that he will be well protected by his alliance with Loghain. Distaste showed on his face. He always seemed the kind of man who enjoyed kicking stray dogs. I would not have thought Loghain would trust him. He shook his head. We need eyes and ears in the city. Loghain has been here for months. The roots of all his schemes must begin here. The sooner we find them, the better we can turn them to our advantage. Sedida nodded. You heard him. Leliana, Brujhan, eyes and ears. Go. Cathiel, introduce Alistair to what nobles you know. Sten, go with them, play bodyguard. Jaroth, you're from Denerim, see what you can find. The rest of you, help out, stay out of trouble. Jaroth picked up the package from the smith, and started back into the manor when he saw a woman enter the courtyard. She gestured at him. You, rabbit, come here. He sighed, but walked over to her. Yes. I am looking for someone. She began to describe Leliana. Do you know this woman? He nodded. Is she in? Not at the moment. Escort me to her quarters then, I have a gift I would like to leave for her. She held out a royal. He took the coin. This way. He set the parcel on a table, then led her past the servants' quarters. Are you a friend of Leliana's? He had a feeling he knew the answer already. Oh, yes. Leliana and I go back a long way. He led the woman towards the alley exit of the house. Her room is right through here. What did you say your name was? Marjolaine. Think. That's what I thought. He drove the knife up under her ribs in a smooth motion. Should have left when she told you to. She gasped once. He kicked the door open and carted her body to the dry well. He held onto the knife as he let the body fall, then went back to the manor. An elven servant held the door open for him. He handed her the coin, and she smiled. You were the one that killed Vaughn. Yes. He hurt my daughter. You need anything, you let me know. Know where Slim is hiding these days. Wonderful, another one. I suppose you are here to ask for a donation, too. Cathiel slid into the seat across from the man. He blinked at her. You're the youngest Cousland, aren't you? Probably looking for coin or men to take your Denir back. You're better off asking the Darkspawn. They hold the West Hills now. Oh, uncle, I'm so sorry. Tears filled her eyes. Your boys. War claims the young and strong first. And Plague doesn't care about skill or bravery. She put her hands on his, and he clung to them for a moment. I'm with the Grey Wardens. We've been gathering an army. I've nothing left for you. All we need is your voice. We have Orzammer, and the mages behind us. Even the Dalish are sending aid. We just need Ferelden to answer the call of Merrick's surviving son, Alistair. Wolf looked at her. For a moment, she saw the tiniest glimmer of hope in his eyes. You look like your mother, you know. He nodded. Call, girl. And I will answer. Broska. Hey Junior, what you need? Got your lockpicks? Broska raised an eyebrow. Yes. Want to go steal Loghain's crown? Jarotha's expression and tone never changed. He started to laugh, then blinked. Stone, you serious? He looked Jaroth over. Where have you been all day? Embarking on a life of crime. You in or not? Broska snorted. Like I'd miss this. He considered. Want me to get Fireball and Zev? Subtle isn't really their thing. Good point. Let's go. I'm impressed. Morrigan blinked, and turned towards Jarath. Impressed? You haven't shapeshifted into something carnivorous and eaten Eamon yet. 'Tis the stomachache that stays my hand. She nodded. Coming to bed? He raised an eyebrow. I. She hesitated. I think not. Is something wrong? He frowned. Had the city gotten to her that much? She shorted. Because something must be amiss with me in order to refuse your charms. She glared at him. You'll have to forgive me if I do not leap at your command like a trained warhound. Jarath sighed. The situation was fraying everyone's nerves. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you angry. She shook her head. I simply. She folded her arms. I do not wish to discuss it. Leave me be. He nodded. Take the bed. I'll switch watches with Bruhan. Morrigan sighed. All right. I examined your scrolls. I know a few of the early Chantry ciphers, but I am not fully familiar with this one, Justine said. She was practically giddy with excitement. The bits I have made out. This may be an account of Ma-Faratha's final days and perhaps more. Bruhan glanced at Leliana, who was just staring at the other woman. Ma-Faratha's in Andraste's husband. He asked. I know, it's remarkable. The same Ma-Farath who betrayed our prophet and saw her burn alive in Minrithis. If we could get a real translation, well, it could be the find of our lifetime. He smiled. Leliana beamed. Could we get a copy of the translation? He asked. When I finish decoding it, absolutely. But it will not be easy. It could take months. The ciphers were designed to be difficult for the Magisters to decrypt. She smiled. Who knows what secrets we can uncover? What truths we can find? She held out a coin purse. Here is all of the allowance I have for acquisitions. Bruhan closed her hand back over her purse. We cannot take your coin. King Alistair will be pleased to know what we recovered will be useful to the Chantry. Her eyes gleamed. 1,000 blessings. Leliana put her arm around his waist as they left. He looked down at her. Next. Our next task is going to be very unpleasant, she said. Oh. Leliana sighed. We are about to go before the nobility of Ferelden. We must somehow convince certain of our friends to look the part. Bruhan considered. What did we do with that drakeskin? Where is Braska? Setida said, looking from Lenore to Zevran. Lenore shook her head. He went with Jarath about 3 hours ago. They said they'd be back by lunch. There they are, Zevran said. Setida narrowed her eyes as she saw Jarath and Braska walking back to the house. They looked as if they'd been in a recent fight, and Braska looked very irritated. She sighed. Where have you two been? Staying out of trouble, Jarath replied. Really? She looked them over. And how is that going? Badly. She shook her head. Anything you want to tell me? Plausible deniability is a virtue in a leader. Braska said. He gestured towards Lenore and Zevran. Hey, Zev, fireball? Yes, Amor. Zevran said. We need backup, you two game. Backup for what? Setida asked. You do not want to know, Jarath told her. It worries me that I think you are right about that, Setida said. Relax, we are just running a couple errands for the guards, mostly, Braska said. Town is running a bit lawless right now. Keelan shook his head. And people actually voluntarily attack you? Are they just stupid? Most of yeah. Braska grinned at the man. Here's the payment I promised. Nah, keep your coin, Braska told him. This was a courtesy. A courtesy. Braska gestured at Lenore, Jarath, and Zevran. King Alistair asked if we wouldn't mind helping out a bit. Keelan raised an eyebrow, then nodded slowly. You have my gratitude. He considered a moment. A lot of folk swallow whatever lies are fed to them, but us believers will try and spread word about you and the wardens. Much appreciated. Let us know if you need anything else. I will. Braska waited for him to walk away. So, this other thing. Much as I hate to say this. Jiroth sighed. We need to head back to the Pearl. Heh. Burhan looked around the library. He frowned, then went into the next room. Morrigan, have you seen Lenore? She is with Broska and Zevran. They dragged Jiroth off somewhere. Oh. Are you busy then? She grimaced. If one more servant asks if I would like a change of clothes, I will set the house on fire. Burhan made a mental note to mention that to Leliana. We found some trouble, and could use a mage. Up for some killing. He almost laughed at how quickly she bounded to her feet. Let us make haste. They met Leliana in the corridor. She sighed. I couldn't find Jiroth. Setida is with Eamon, and Alistair and Sten are out somewhere. So. She sighed. I have Okaren and Shale. Okaren belched. Where we going? Minor blood mage issue. Let us go crush the squishy mages then. What's the password? A voice on the other side of the door said. The griffins will rise again, Jiroth replied. Broska gave him a questioning look, and he shrugged. Come in. Quickly. The door opened, and they were ushered inside. A heavily armed man grinned at them wickedly. More Grey Warden supporters, he said, putting a hand on his sword. Broska noticed a few dried pools of blood around the room. He glanced at Jiroth, who winked at him. A woman to his left smiled maliciously. Not just supporters, Padan. Those are Grey Wardens. She nodded. Not the one Arlhow is offering the bonus for, but these are on the list. Padan's grin broadened. Are trap-landed wardens? You've got one chance to surrender. Broska blinked, and then started laughing. Surrender? Stone, that's bloody hilarious. He glanced at Jiroth. There's 4 of them, and they are asking us to surrender. Us. Perhaps we should let them go get friends. That would make it more sporting, no? Zevran said. Jiroth, do we need one alive for questioning, or can I just set them all on fire? Lenore asked. Jiroth shrugged. I was planning on killing all of them, but they offered us a chance to surrender. Seems fair we give them the same courtesy. The smiles on the faces of the men in front of them turned to confusion. Padan shook his head. I don't think you get it. We're not common guards, Warden. We're House Elite. The Elite? Oh, 4. Lenore laughed so hard she actually snorted. Didn't we kill like 40 of these guys on our way up the Frostbacks? 36, Jiroth said. Broska shook his head. I counted 34. The 2 archers were simple bandits, Zevran said. I was thinking of those mages. Ah, well, then, you're right, 36. Broska shrugged. I got 10 silver says Lenore can freeze all of them solid in one go. I'll take that, Jiroth said. Pay up, Junior. My apologies for having doubted you, Lenore. She is a marvel, is she not? Zevran kissed her cheek. So, we are still in the Pearl, perhaps. You can go play. Jiroth shrugged. I need to let Ignacio know the job is done. Zevran blinked. Ignacio? He shook his head. Ignacio is here. Trouble, Zevran? Broska asked. Aye. Zevran sighed. Jiroth, my friend, if you are getting involved in the crows on my behalf. I'm involved because someone is paying the crows to deal with some of Howe's people. That assisting them in this is keeping them off your back is just a nice bonus. Jiroth twitched a shoulder. Cathiel said keeping the weak-willed moderates out of the land's meat would work to our advantage, so. Broska started laughing. Ah, so that's why the whole thing with that Kudrai fellow. How many have we scared the shit out of so far? 6. He shrugged. This one was for us. Zevran smiled. So the ones otherwise intimidated by Loghain are now more scared of us, and the ones who see Loghain as stable option now know it is we who protect them. Clever. I have learned from the best, Jiroth said, giving them a small bow. Junior, right now, I couldn't be prouder of you if you were my own. Lenore shook her head fondly. Do we have a cover story for Setida? Keelan, Of course, Broska said. We were helping out the guard to make Alistair look good. All right. Let's go finish being bad guys. Lenore giggled. It's fun. Broska stood back by the door, letting Jaroth do the talking. Junior had found the guy in the first place, after all. Lenore was by him, and Zevran just outside the room. They'd discussed the matter on the way back. He'd had wanted just to kill Ignacio for that stunt, but Zevran had convinced them to hear the other man out. I heard there was quite a scuffle in the alleyways. Ignacio gave a respectful bow. Well done, Warden. The boy wasn't there, Jaroth replied. Don't worry, Warden. Some friends have rescued the boy. Ignacio gave a pleased smile. He's already safely home and back with his father, his very important father. You already took care of the father's other requirement. The man who kidnapped his son, Captain Chase, is quite dead thanks to you. Broska relaxed, and gave Jaroth a slight nod. We done here? Jaroth asked. Your payment is in the chest. I hope you find it most satisfying. My superiors want me to convey their thanks. The Crows aren't accepting any new contracts on you. He gave Jaroth an appraising look, then did the same to Broska. And when this blight ends, we'd love you to visit Antova to discuss other opportunities. And the other matter? Jaroth asked. Broska blinked. Junior hadn't mentioned any other matter. He arrived in Denerim this morning. I believe he will follow, and attempt an ambush the next time you find yourselves down an alley. Jaroth nodded, then walked out of the room. The others followed. As soon as they were out of earshot, Broska frowned. What's the other matter? There was a contract accepted on us before Ignacio made contact with me. And it will be active then, until we have killed those assassins, Zevran said. The Crows do not cancel accepted contracts. So, we kill this bugger, we're clear. Yes. Shall we go find him? Jaroth asked. Let us go assassinate the assassins, Lenore said. And so here are the mighty Grey Wardens at long last. The Crows send their greetings, once again. Broska saw Zevran sigh. So they sent you, Taliesin? Or did you volunteer for the job? The man atop the stairs laughed. I volunteered, of course. When I heard that the great Zevran had gone rogue, I simply had to see it for myself. Broska saw Lenore's hand tighten on the branch she used as a staff. Jaroth raised an eyebrow at Broska, and Broska just jerked his head at Zevran. Jaroth gave him a nod, and stepped back to let Zevran play it out. Is that so? Well, here I am, in the flesh. You can return with me, Zevran. I know why you did this, and I don't blame you. It's not too late. Come back and we'll make up a story. Anyone can make a mistake. Lenore's voice was cool, calm, and held just a trace of wolf. Zevran belongs with us now. Taliesin laughed. You don't even know who you're talking about, do you? Zevran shook his head. And neither do you, Taliesin. He put his hand on Broska's shoulder. I'm sorry, my old friend. But the answer is no. I'm not coming back, and you should have stayed in Antova. Jaroth walked some distance away to let the three of them talk. Zevran stood over the body of his former friend. And there is it. His voice was heavy and sad. Taliesin is dead, and I am free of the Crows. He looked from Broska to Lenore. They will assume that I am dead along with Taliesin. So long as I do not make my presence known to them, they will not seek me out. So what does this mean? Lenore asked. I do not know. Zevran inhaled, and looked thoughtful. It seems I have options now, whereas once I had none. He looked down, then back up at them. I suppose it would be possible for me to leave, now, if I wished. I could go far away, somewhere where the Crows would never find me. He looked from one to the other again. I think, however, that I could also stay here. I made an oath to help you, after all. And saving the world seems a worthy task to see through to the end, yes. Lenore glanced at Broska, then smiled at Zevran. If you want to go, you should go. He blinked. But that is what I am asking you. Do you want me to go? Do you need me here? Braska took Lenore's hand. We want you to do what's best for you. He turned, then turned back, then shook his head. I am not sure how to respond to that. Nobody has ever. I mean, normally these things are decided by others. He shuffled his feet, then looked from Lenore to Braska. Then I suppose I shall stay? Is that good? Lenore and Braska held out their other hands to him. Lenore smiled impishly. It would be hard to kiss you if you left. He laughed, and took their hands, letting them draw him into the circle. You know, that is so very true. Braska kissed him, then Lenore did the same. Here. Zevran held out his hand. It seems an appropriate moment to give you this. Lenore accepted the earring, and looked at it. She smiled at him, and raised an eyebrow. Oh? Will that mean we're married in Antiva? He laughed. Let's hope not. He shrugged. I acquired it on my very first job for the Crows. A Rivani merchant prince, and he was wearing a single, jeweled earring when I killed him. In fact, that's about all he was wearing. I thought it was beautiful and took it to mark the occasion. I've kept it since. He didn't quite meet her eyes. And I'd like you to have it. Thank you, Zevran. It's so beautiful. She kissed him. Don't get the wrong idea about it. You killed Taliesin. As far as the Crows will be concerned, I died with him. That means I'm free, at least for now. He shrugged. Feel free to sell it, or wear it. He glanced up at her, then shrugged again. Or whatever you'd like. It's really the least I could give you in return. She looked down at the lovely jewel in her hand, then clenched her fist. It's a reward for helping you. He shrugged awkwardly. Look, just. He sighed. Just take it. It's meant a lot to me, but so have. He swallowed. So has what you've done. Please, take it. Her eyes narrowed, and she held it back out to him. I'll only take it if it means something. You are a very frustrating woman to deal with, do you know that? He shook his head and glared before snatching it back out of her hand. We pick up every other bit of treasure we come across, but not this. You don't want the earring? You don't get the earring. Very simple. Lenore shook her head and stalked away. Morrigan didn't look up when he sat down next to her. He shrugged. I'm not the kind of problem you can ignore until it goes away. I am. She sighed. Not certain what to say. I warned you, did I not? I told you that this was a weakness that was driving me mad. And yet you insisted. Why are you so frightened of this? He expected her to deny it, to snap at him. 'Tis also. She shook her head. Unexpected. I have no experience with any of it. And yet I find myself wanting it. Hungering for it. For you. That is not right, is it? That is not how a normal woman acts. I can see it in your eyes. How would I know? He shook his head. I've never been with a normal woman. I've never wanted any other woman. Until you, He sighed. I never wanted it all. I don't want to hurt you, Morrigan. Yes you do. And I. She folded in on herself. I want it, too. Release me. Tell me that you wish to end this. Make me believe you and I. She met his eyes. Will be grateful. A small part of him knew just how stupid he was being. Told him he should give her what she wanted. Instead, he gave her what she needed. What they both needed. I don't want this to end. You miserable, selfish bastard. His cheek stung where she slapped him. She rose, and began pacing the small room. Then she pounced, tackling him onto the bed. Her kiss was hungry, and she ripped his tunic getting it off him. You will regret this. And so will I end. She sank her teeth into his shoulder as he threw her skirt halfway across the room. Perhaps that is how it must be. Cathiel. She turned at the sound of Alistair's voice, and felt his arms go around her. She hugged him back, tightly. Are you all right? So many are dead already. She sighed. People I knew. Even called friend. She swallowed. Theo, of West Hills, he? Cathiel shook her head. I competed against him, when I won my first archery tournament. I thought he was going to be angry, losing to a little girl, but he actually picked me up and set me on his shoulder so everyone could see. She felt a tear roll down her cheek. He was at Ostagar-like. Her voice broke. Fergus. Alistair tightened his arms around her, and kissed the top of her head. Loghain and Howe will be brought to justice. Yes. She all but snarled the word. They will. Hey, Zev. Broska sat down next to him. Any idea what put the brambles in Lenor's robes? No. So? Broska shrugged. Guessin' it's the same bit what put brambles in your breeches. She is. Zevran shook his head. Her. Right. He took a deep breath. This something I need to. No. Right. Stick my nose in, get stabbed and set on fire. Broska chuckled. We can change the subject, if Enya want. Certainly. Zevran smiled. Care to answer some other questions? Can I respond in poetry? No? How sad. Zevran gave a dramatic sigh. Have you always been intrigued by tight leather clothing? Zevran ran a hand down Broska's leather armor. Amongst other things. Broska shrugged. I grew up amongst Antavan whores, men and women both. My introduction to the subject of sex was, shall we say, rather practical. My only rule regarding sex is that it be done well. He chuckled. It's a certain open-mindedness that the crows seek in their recruits, for very good reasons. Those reasons, I suppose. Broska nodded. I have had to do many things in my work as an assassin, some pleasant and many not so. The crows recruit elven assassins because we are considered beautiful by humans. Zevran shrugged. I'm sure you can imagine the rest. Broska nodded. Then he frowned, remembering the way Jaroth tended to pull back and glare when touched. He sighed. Yeah. I can imagine. He shoved the thoughts away. I certainly ain't complaining. Ha. I thought you might think so. You seem to have an open mind, yourself, no. Zevran kissed him. Ah, enough talk of the past. As my tutor used to say, keep your eyes to the rear in the ambush and the bedchamber and not otherwise. Words to live by. Speaking of the bedchamber, care to join me? No, I. Zevran sighed. No. I mean no offense, I simply. He shook his head. No. Zev. Broska frowned. Is something wrong? I do not wish to talk about it. Yeah, sure. You look like you kinda do want to talk about it. Enough. I said. Zevran stood and walked a few paces away. I am not interested. Can you not understand that? There are other things for you to focus on besides me, I am certain. Do. He waved a hand. Do those. He stalked away. Right. Broska nodded. I'm gonna get set on fire and stabbed. Cetadel looked over the cloaks, then raised an eyebrow at the two in front of her. Warden blew. Leliana nodded. Solidarity. The wardens, standing behind a king, prepared to defend his country. She spread her hands. People have faith in stories still. We have an alliance. Burhan nodded. We prove that simply by all standing together. Elves, dwarves, mages, brought to the table by the son of King Merrick. A rebel prince, uniting the land once more against a tyrant. She laughed. Stone. Cetadin nodded. We can work with that. She smiled. We can definitely work with that. We still need the nobles behind us though. For that, we will need evidence. Leliana nodded. Cathiel will bring us some, simply because of who she is, but... She sighed. Right now, I fear the land's meat would be a coin toss, and one weighted towards Loghain's side simply because he currently holds the throne. Symbols should not be discounted. Burhan shook his head. The nobles don't like Loghain. To be blunt. He shrugged. Many still view him as a commoner, and he has little skill at navigating the noble court. He's a general, not a diplomat. I wouldn't want to face him on the field, but... He chuckled. Across a table, I think you'd eat him alive. That still leaves Anura as a problem. Citadel leaned on the desk. Where is Anura anyway? Burhan frowned. I'd have expected her to meet with us by now, if for no reason than to try to sway us to her side. Good question. Check the description for the links to the author.